The events took place in a bright room. The girl was drawing on a photo, and when she was asked if she was ready to tell everything, she froze. It was a hospital, and a doctor was standing next to the patient and asking what kind of place it was. Suddenly, the girl looked up and looked at the doctor. He handed her a piece of paper and said that she could write everything on it if it was more convenient for her. The patient looked down, and then she took the paper, saying that she would write about everything better. She started by writing class 1 to 9 inches. The events moved back to the beginning of this eerie, mysterious story. The bus was speeding along with the number 1 to 9 inches written on it. In the back seat, Sharon Jong tried to take her phone from a classmate. It had a photo of her where she didn't look very good. That was Yunsan Lee. He always did all sorts of stupid things that didn't always have good consequences. Other classmates sat in silence, each going about their business. A sad young man sat next to Yunsan Lee. It was Ji-hoon An, who pretended as much as possible that he was not interested in all this. Nothing interesting happened in the front seats at all. A girl with dark short hair was sitting on the side. Next to her, someone was typing loudly and quickly on her phone. A neighbor shouted out her delight that her friend had followed him on Twitter. Se-yeon Han asked her neighbor Yura to stop voicing her thoughts so loudly. She shouted out aloud "Gigomen," which means sorry in Japanese, and then apologized normally and smiled wryly. After that, Yura Choi made a face and called her neighbor a ragged beggar. Se-young heard her classmate muttering and asked her again, but she quickly took it back as if she hadn't said anything. Suddenly, someone tapped her shoulder with a finger. It was a classmate with long brown hair, and he offered to switch places. Mung Jin-woo said he was starting to feel sick in the back seat. Yura Choi seemed to blush and become embarrassed and nervously agreed, thinking that she was not ready for such intimacy. And she quickly ran away from her seat in shame, looking at her phone. She tweeted that there was a girl in her class who was on Social Security, and she was very insecure and had just spoken nonsense, showing her complex, and her crush got involved and switched places, and she was very touched by it. She also wrote that Man Jin-woo looked at her very hotly. Yura Choi came to a girl with glasses who was reading a book. It was Cho In-hyun, the head of their class. Yura thought that her neighbor was a nerd, that she even studied all the way, showing everyone her intelligence. When Choi sat down, someone sharply hit her in the seat. She turned and wanted to start swearing, but stopped abruptly. After all, she was sitting in front of Ye-jong Lee, who asked her in a gentle voice if she would mind if they moved her seat a little bit, because it was cramped. Then she smiled sweetly, but everyone realized that it was not sincere. Yura Choi was nervous and said in an uncertain voice that there was no problem, and she liked it even better. And when Ye-jong Lee looked away, Yura's expression changed dramatically. The headman, Jae In-hyun, looked up from his reading, but she kept quiet and continued to study. The girls started laughing at Yura Choi for saying that she liked it better and that she would tweet about Ye-jong Lee, but she denied it, saying that Yura would not do that to a friend. A girl was sitting next to me who seemed to be indifferent to everything, but was watching the situation closely. It was Ji and Kim, who turned away from everyone and looked out the window, calling her classmates idiots. Ji-hoon An behaved the same way. The events moved to the front seats again. Myung Jun-woo and Se-yeon Han sat silently and looked at the floor. Then she decided to speak up and ask her neighbor why he was following her all the time. But he decided to turn the conversation to her, saying that Se-young was daydreaming and he was just sick to his stomach. She exhaled, said she didn't care, and asked me not to bother. Meanwhile, in front of her, someone was twitching their leg very loudly. The class was driven by a bus driver. Suddenly, he turned and shouted at the boy to stop jerking his leg. He abruptly grabbed his leg, trying to stop her. Next to him sat an old bald man who was watching his neighbor's reaction closely. Henson had a healthy blue spot on his neck that looked like a bruise. The teenager himself was very nervous and looked bad. The old man seemed to notice this as well and asked Hanson if he was still having problems with his friends. Henson Kim kept asking again and again, and then he said that it happened, but then quickly denied it. Chunbae Park put his hand on the teenager's arm. He was a classroom teacher, and said that to him it looked like Hanson was making a fool of himself to be bullied. The teenager was silent, then Chunbae Park said he was sorry. Also in the back seat was Sinja Kang, a boy with blonde long hair. It was his face that stuck with me so much, that strange expression on his face, in the memory of the patient, who was Se-yeon Han. She was painstakingly writing something in terrible handwriting, and got scared when the doctor asked if he could ask her something. He held the photo in his hands and wondered why they were all wearing sportswear. The girl did not look up and said that it was for outdoor activities near the water. The doctor asked about water. Se-young said they were at sea, to be precise. Suddenly, the patient looked up, looked at the doctor, and asked where everyone else was. There was a pause. The doctor was silent, as if he did not know how to present the information correctly. In that photo, everyone had a painted expression on their face except for Se-yeon. The photo was taken upon arrival on the count of 3. After the photo, everyone was outraged that they were forced to wear tracksuits on a school trip. At this point, the teenagers were told to hand over all their phones. Chief Se-yeon held the sack and said she was sorry, but Mr. Park ordered them to pack it because they were going to travel by sea. Se-yeon and Sharon-chan resented having to do this, especially after the sports uniforms they were forced to wear. Suddenly, someone very small was approaching Jae-in with a quick step. It was Se-yeon, and she said that the headman could resolve this issue with Mr. Park on their behalf. But Jae-in could only say a brief apology. After Se-yeon didn't get what she wanted, she abruptly turned around and left. The Starosta's partner told her in her ear not to listen to her because everyone knew that Se-yeon was an idiot. Jae-in didn't say anything in response, just gave Se-yeon a look. Meanwhile, Mr. Park spoke with the instructor and was told that the weather was good and they could safely go out into the water. The teacher said there was nothing to worry about because their school had been practicing this for a long time. So the teenagers put on life jackets and got into the boat, and Mr. Park managed to fall asleep during this time. Myung-woo called Se-yeon, asking if she was nervous and adding that it would be fun. His classmate didn't even look at him in response, just asked if he was 11. She hid her reddened cheeks, as it seemed that Se-yeon was seeing the sea for the first time. At this point, the teenagers asked Mr. Park what they would do next, and noticed that the teacher had fallen asleep. Meanwhile, a strong wind kicked up, so strong that he took off the instructor's cap, and she landed right in the water, close to the boat. The instructor grabbed his face and was outraged that this had happened to him. He turned to the teenagers and told them to wait for him and that he would be back soon. Then he ducked into the water and swam toward the cap. The instructor did not turn off the boat, and the sounds of the engine could be heard. The teenagers sat in silence and did not know what to do. Suddenly, Yun-san Lee laughed, saying that it seemed to him that the motor was still running. He asked if he could try it, saying it looked like a motorcycle. The headman, Chae-in, tried to say that she didn't think it was a good idea, but she was interrupted and told to relax, because Mr. Park would not see her anyway. Yun-san was told that he didn't have the balls to do it, and this motivated the teenager even more. He jumped out of his seat. Then he abruptly plopped down behind the wheel of the boat. Yun-san Lee immediately tried to turn the handle. It made even more roaring engine sounds. Suddenly, the teenager abruptly moved away without even having time to react. Other teenagers followed him, and they were all blown away in a second. His classmates had to hold on very tightly because Yun-san was running at breakneck speed. Se-yeon was small and could barely hold herself in place to avoid being thrown into the water. At this point, Mr. Park began to wake up from the speed. He was shocked when he saw what had happened. Everyone was shouting at Yong-san Lee to slow down because the situation was out of control. Meanwhile, the instructor took out his cap. He put it on and looked around. But I discovered that the boat and the teenagers were nowhere to be found, as if they had fallen underground. Yun-san Lee was pushing buttons on the boat's steering wheel while his classmates cursed him. He said he could not stop it in any way. At that moment, something started dripping on him. It looked like rain. He looked up and saw a black sky and heard thunder. It looks like the instructor lied and the weather was not good for swimming after all. The waves of the sea were hitting the boat as the wind was getting stronger. Se-yeon was scared. She had never seen the sea, let alone such strong waves. At that moment, a huge wave covered them all. Everything happened so abruptly, and now the boat with the boat was underwater. Jae-in barely held on to her seat, but dropped all her phones. Se-yeon noticed this and called the headman, but she could not resist and simply went underwater, leaving her life jacket behind. And so, Jae-in drowned underwater along with the phones. Se-yeon looked at what had happened to the headman. Manjun-woo was also watching and called Se-yeon over. She was silent and did not answer, and then it abruptly turned over and ducked under the water. Manjun-woo screamed even louder, because he seemed to be genuinely worried about his classmate. But it was too late. Se-yeon went underwater with Chae-in, and the boat was overturned by a strong wave. After what seemed like a long time, Manjun-woo opened his eyes. The first thing he did was to call Se-yeon, but when he realized that he was not on the water, he abruptly stood up. He looked around, looking for Se-yeon. The teenager saw two girls come out of the sea. That was Se-yeon, who was carrying Chae-in, which was very difficult for her. They both fell to the shore as soon as they got out of the water. Manjun-woo quickly ran after them to help his friends. The teenagers found themselves on a large island surrounded by water on all sides. When Se-yeon fell underwater, she immediately began to drown. At first, she was conscious, but she could not do anything, so she slowly went underwater. Then she lost consciousness, and there was no hope for salvation. Suddenly, someone grabbed her by the jacket of her suit. Se-yeon opened her eyes sharply. In front of her was her classmate Se-yeon, who rushed to save her. She was shocked when she saw a small but very brave Se-yeon in front of her. The events moved to the shore. Se-yeon regained consciousness and opened her eyes. Mung Jun-woo noticed this and immediately rushed over to his classmate. He asked her how she was feeling. Se-yeon adjusted her glasses, saying that she was fine. She asked how her rescuer Se-yeon felt. Manjun was in no hurry to tell her because she needed to see it. The teenagers fell silent for a while and just watched their classmate. Mung Jun-woo said that she had been doing this for some time, even though they told Se-yeon to stop. The girl was performing heart massage on her classmate, who could not regain consciousness. Surprisingly, Se-yeon knew how to do it correctly and pressed with all her might on the chest. Mung Jun-woo approached her cautiously. He asked her to stop, adding that she had done everything she could. But Se-yeon didn't listen, so Meng Jun called her by name again. The girl continued to press, but weaker each time. Then she looked up, tears streaming from her eyes, and Se-yeon said that she had to save Dansa. My classmate was lying on the sand and looked really bad. At that moment, Se-yeon came over and was frightened when she saw her friend. The poor girl just threw up on the sand from what she saw. Myung-woo said in a calm voice that Se-yeon herself realized that Dansa could not be saved. She exhaled loudly and sadly, saying that she understood everything and promised to stop. After that, the teenagers took their life jackets, and then they covered Dansa with them and stood there in silence, in a deathly silence. Se-yeon was shaking and could not believe what had happened. Silent tears flowed from the girl's eyes. Especially the starosta was given away by her hand, which was trembling so much that you could even hear it. Se-yeon noticed this and said that the others didn't know anything, so she suggested keeping it between them. Se-yeon promised to talk about it when they all got together. The company returned to the rest of the classmates, and they immediately noticed that Dans was missing and pounced with questions about him. They had to tell them everything, and after hearing everything, Yejong-lee just snorted and then asked for her phone back, as if nothing had happened. Se-yeon was clearly not expecting such a request after everything that had happened, so she asked again. Then Sua-an and Cherin-chan joined in, demanding their mobile devices back. They added that they had inspected the area, and there was nothing but grass and trees. Se-yeon said she actually lost all her phones at sea. She recalled how she almost drowned, and the last thing she was thinking about then was phones. My classmates started screaming and getting outraged, thinking it was a cruel joke. Se-yeon apologized, stumbling over her words. She still couldn't get over the news about Dansa. Then the rest of the classmates joined in and the indignation grew even more. Se-yeon slipped into her tracksuit and silently listened to the teenagers' indignation. She was nervously rummaging through her costume and couldn't even hear what they were talking about. Chae Jin-jong said she knew Se-yeon couldn't be trusted with a phone, adding that hers was brand new. Suddenly, someone sharply pushed her away. Firewood fell on the floor with a comment that it would soon be dark. And the nights were cold and all their clothes were wet, so there was no time for quarrels, unless one wanted to die of cold. Se-yeon said that. And she added that if they were all so eager to find the guilty party, they would have been better off turning to the one who was really guilty. She went on to say that the person who asked Se-yeon to collect the phones was Mr. Park. And then she asked who, like an idiot, had jumped into the driver's seat in the boat, hinting at Yunsan Lee. Se-yeon started to say that he was the reason for Don-soo, but she stopped talking, gritting her teeth. And then she exhaled loudly and asked which of them had the lighter. Everyone was silent. Then Se-yeon held out her hand and told them to move faster, because she knew they were all smoking. The teenagers were sneakily silent, and Mr. Park looked around to see the smoker. Se-yeon was still holding her hand, waiting for the lighter. Suddenly, someone gave himself away and put it on the girl's hand. It was Ji-hoon-an, and he didn't even look Se-yeon in the eye. Ji and Kim remained silent as she watched Ji-hoon. Se-yeon grabbed the lighter, commenting that Ji-hoon-an wasn't even ashamed. The teenager silently turned around and went to the others. Mung Jun-woo twirled his finger near his head as if he was daring to do something. Then Mr. Park coughed, making himself known. And then he reassured everyone, saying that the situation was bad, but they didn't have to worry because he had his cell phone with him. Then he ordered them to check their briefcases and lay out everything they were going to eat and drink. Mr. Park came over to the things and asked why they had taken so much water, while others were indignant that they would be sleeping on the ground. And someone said that he was starting to like it, because it was like a hike. Jae-in sat behind everyone else and listened to the conversations. Mung Jun-woo noticed her and asked if she was okay. Jae-in thanked him for his concern, not expecting the attention. And then she asked where Se-yeon was, to which Mung Jun said that she slept like a baby. Then he added that she had to go through a lot to save everyone. Mung Jun kept his eyes on Se-yeon and said that she was too persistent for such growth. Jae-in watched in silence as Mung Jun spoke. The teenager noticed the Starosta's eyes on him and asked what happened. She adjusted her glasses and said that she thought he was in love with Se-yeon. Myung-jun exploded, started screaming and asking how Chae-in found out about it because he hadn't told anyone. After that, he ordered Chae-in not to tell anyone, and the headman pretended that she didn't care. The teenager coughed to cover his face and avoid showing shame. And then he said that Se-yeon looked like a porcupine, but inside she was actually very kind. Chae-in also looked at her classmate and said that Myung-jun was right, and Se-yeon was really a good person. The Starosta's hand was exposed, and there were severe cuts on the wrist, and she offered to talk to Mr. Park. Meanwhile, it was getting dark and everyone was going to bed. But for some reason, some teenagers could not sleep and were quietly going somewhere with full bags of food and water. They stood over Ji-hoon An, who was sleeping soundly, and tried to wake him up, saying that everyone was waiting for him. He barely opened his eyes, and he saw Yoon-san Lee and the girls above him, who told him to hurry up and be quiet. So they all went through the bushes to another place. Ji-hoon An only had time to wake up and realize what was happening. They came to another campfire, where the rest of their classmates were waiting for them. Shin Jae-kang held out a glass of drink, telling Ji-hoon that he was late, so he had to drink a penalty drink. Meanwhile, the photo showed Don-su's face painted over. The events moved back in time to a narrow street where a little boy was sitting and coughing. Se-yeon stood there, and an old man with a heavy, large wagon was approaching her. He had a medal on his cap. Se-yeon was unpleasantly shocked when she saw her grandfather and asked him to stop collecting waste paper. He was doing it to earn some money. She came closer to him and said that he was not feeling well. The old man smiled and reached into his pocket. Then he smiled even bigger and held out the package. Se-yeon was in no hurry to take it, but first asked what it was. The grandfather shoved it into Se-yeon's pocket, commenting that she was going on a school trip and would need money there. The girl immediately gave the money back, saying that she would not go because she really did not want to. Se-yeon looked down to hide her deception, saying she was sure it would be very boring. And then she added that Eun-jung wasn't getting any better, so she didn't think it was a good idea. Then Grandpa grabbed Se-yeon's hand with both hands, and he said that she really had to go and have fun with her friends, because when she got older, she would not be able to go on a school trip. Se-yeon looked at the money in silence. It was her opportunity to see the sea. Then in an uncertain voice, she agreed and thanked her grandfather. The events moved to the island. Someone was lying on the shore. It was Se-yeon sleeping soundly. Jae-in ran up to her repeating the girl's name. Then she started waking Se-yeon up. It seemed that something really important had happened. She eventually woke up, rubbed her eyes, and asked what happened. Meanwhile, something really happened behind the bushes. Food and drink packages were lying on the ground, and also teenagers who seemed to be dying and felt terrible. Yoon-san Lee laughed at everyone, but Sua-an seemed to be completely sick, vomiting. He told Ye-jong Lee that she looked terrible, and she started beating him up for it. Sua-an complained that she had eaten something wrong, and her friend was afraid she would die of a headache. Se-yeon saw this picture. The girl could not find words to describe her shock. While she was searching for words, the others continued to act like idiots, not even noticing Se-yeon. But her patience seemed to be about to run out. And so it was. Se-yeon shouted loudly that they were all just a bunch of stupid, useless bastards. Ye-jong Lee and Yoon-san Lee interrupted their fight, shocked that they had just been yelled at. At that moment, Mr. Park came over and asked what was going on. Suddenly, an empty tin can of a drink was sharply stepped on. Se-yeon asked what they all thought, if it was just a joke to them. She kept screaming at them for daring to eat and drink all the food they had left. Yoon-san Lee told Se-yeon to watch his tongue. He said that even Mr. Park hadn't said anything to them about it, and asked who Se-yeon thought she was. And then he came closer to his classmate and added that actually, the teacher said he would call for help, so they would get out of here. So he told Se-yeon to shut up if she didn't know anything. Then Mr. Park began to speak timidly. He tried to say that his phone was broken, Then Yun-san Lee started shouting that he promised to save them. Mr. Park did not even dare to look up, saying that he was telling them this to calm them down, because the teenagers were very nervous at the time. Yun-san Lee said he couldn't believe it, and others also started to panic and ask what they should do now. Suddenly, Se-yeon heard a rustling behind her. She turned sharply to see what was there, but I saw nothing. Se-yeon said she thought she saw something there. Yun-sang said he felt sick even when he thought about it. Then he opened the bottle easily, as if he were at a resort, and he just drank it all greedily. Suddenly, a bottle was snatched from his hands. He didn't even notice or realize what had happened. Then he got very angry and asked in an angry voice if he was being bullied. It turned out that it was Myung-jun Woo. He said that Yun-san had heard Se-yeon and they had to save what supplies they had left. Yun-san grabbed Myung-jun by the collar, shouting that they had already gotten him. Se-yeon said in a calm tone that she couldn't believe they were so immature and irresponsible. Then she just took all the water and wagged it, straight to Yun-san Lee. Now he was not so cool. This infuriated the teenager even more, and he threatened to kill Se-yeon. But she wasn't afraid of this idiot at all. She just said that it was their last drinking water. Then she threw the bottle on the ground and added that from now on, they had to find their own food and water to survive. So she suggested that they continue to spend time and energy if they wanted to starve to death. Meanwhile, all the classmates gathered. Shin Jae-kung asked what was going on. Ji-hoon An remained indifferently silent. Se-yeon said that if they wanted to get out of this place alive, and then she pointed at Jae-in, who was quietly watching from behind the bushes. After that, Se-yeon said that they all had to obey the headman. She would be the leader. Chae-in was not prepared for this. Moreover, the starosta himself would not mind obeying someone else. Se-yeon said that Chae-in was now in charge. The starosta asked why it was her. The others were also outraged, saying that Se-yeon had gone mad. Jae-in looked down, not pleased to hear such things. And then I got angry and pulled myself together. Then she ordered them in a stern voice to divide into teams in pairs to search for food. Sua-an was outraged, asking what they were looking for. Jae-in ordered them to gather everything they thought they needed for their survival. Chae-jong opened her mouth and began to say that Jae-in could not have told them what to do. But she was interrupted by someone who stepped on an empty water bottle. It seemed that someone was watching them. The starosta said that she believed they would all do as she told them if they had at least a drop of conscience left. The teenagers fell silent for a while. And then Myung-jun Woo reached out and agreed, suggesting that we share and look for what we need faster. He smiled and came closer to Se-yeon, saying that they were a team now, so they had to stick together. But my classmate just turned around and asked who said she would join his team. Others were not in a hurry to distribute themselves. Ji-hoon An then turned around and suggested that we go straight ahead, and Ji-in Kim agreed and followed him. Shin Jae-kang asked Ye-jong Lee if she was going, and her classmate said she didn't want to, and asked if he really wanted to go. Sua-an and Sharon Chong left together, and Yun-san Lee hugged Henson, asking if they would leave together. The teenager began to get nervous and sweat heavily, and then hesitantly agreed. Jae-in looked at this in silence, and then she asked Mr. Park if he could go on the search with Hansen. The man scratched his face and agreed. Yun-san Lee snorted and walked away from Henson, saying quietly that he was lucky this time. The teenager began to get even more nervous and sweat. Without turning around, Yun-san called out to Chang-shung, and then he came back and promised to pay her back. Jae-in called on Yura to unite and go together, and she agreed. After that, the starosta simply shone because she managed to organize everything. So the teenagers went in search. Everyone scattered in different paths through the bushes. Myung-jun Woo chased Se-yeon and yelled at her to wait for him. He was in a good mood because he was paired with his love, and asked what they would be looking for. Se-yeon did not look pleased, resenting the fact that Myung-jun was very loud. Then she ordered me to be quiet for a second and switched to a whisper. And then she joyfully shouted out what she had found. Myung-jun Woo silently watched what was happening. In front of him was a small lake with fish, and all of this was found by Se-yeon, who looked at Man-jun with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Mr. Park and Hansen walked forward into the bushes. The teacher walked behind and thought that the teenager was at least trying. Suddenly, Hansen's expression changed dramatically. After all, he found a real weapon on the ground. And she was not alone. There was a whole bunch of them. Hansen was shocked who would need that much, and who would leave it like that by the tree. The teenager went back and called Mr. Park to share his discovery, but then he abruptly stopped talking. Mr. Park was approached by Shin Jae-kang and wished him good morning. The teacher immediately changed his face smiled sweetly and greeted him in a pleasant voice, asking if the teenager had found anything. Shin-jae smiled back and admitted honestly that he hadn't found anything important. Ye-jong-lee asked the teacher where Hansen was because they were supposed to be in a pair together. Mr. Park said the teenager was walking around the area on his own. Then he pointed to the bushes behind him. Shin Jae-kang looked at Mr. Park in silence. Then he smiled, scared. The teacher said that he felt a little sorry for him because he had tried so hard to help his friends. Meanwhile, Hansen grabbed a gun. Shin-jae smiled even more. And Mr. Park went on to say that they themselves knew how Hansen could sometimes get on their nerves with his behavior. Like the time he became paranoid and accused Shin-jae of bullying. The teenager smiled, saying that it was nothing and he was not offended. Ye-jong-lee looked at me sideways but did not speak. It seemed that she knew something. Mr. Park said that it was Hansen's own fault, because he should have stopped being afraid of everyone around him and opened up to his friends a little. Shin-jae agreed, saying that he had tried to make friends with him. Hansen himself heard all this. The teacher said he hoped that Hansen would somehow realize that he was an outcast for a reason. Shin-jae laughed at that and told Mr. Park not to talk like that. Hansen, meanwhile, had his fingers on the trigger. Then he took aim and shouted that it was not his fault. He repeated this constantly. He pointed his sights directly at Mr. Park's face. After that, there was a loud sound and the birds flew up sharply away from the forest. In the joint photo, only Don-soo was still painted over. Mr. Park made an ugly face when he said that it was Hansen's fault that he was insulted. This was the last straw, and the teenager pulled the trigger. Mr. Park heard the shot, but no one expected it. No one had time to react. The teacher's face was contorted again, but this time in pain. After that, he fell to the ground screaming, leaving a pool of blood under him. Shin Jae-kang was no less shocked than the others, with cold sweat pouring down his face. He looked up to see who had caused this. There on the floor was Hansen, screaming, swearing that he did not know the weapon was loaded, throwing it away from him. His face was contorted and looked like a crazy person, and he kept making excuses, repeating the same thing. Meanwhile, everyone gathered on the shore and asked Sinja what was taking so long. The rest of us watched in silence, waiting to see what would happen next. Jae-in spoke first, asking what happened. Mr. Park was hanging around Sinja's neck, who carried him all the time. The teacher's leg was bleeding, leaving traces. Behind him was Ye-jong-lee and Hansen, who had no face at all. His eyes were glassy, like a maniac's, and cold sweat was streaming down his face, and the teenager kept repeating that it was not his fault. The company was approaching the others. No one was in a hurry to leave or ask questions. That is why Ye-jong-lee was the first to speak, saying that they would not believe what had happened. Jae-in was eager to hear the story. Ye-jong said with admiration that Hansen shot Mr. Park with a gun. Yun-san Lee asked where he found the weapon, not believing the story. Then Sinja threw all the weapons they found on the sand and said they found it on the other side of the island. At that time, everyone had questions, because no one could believe that there were weapons here at all. Mung Jun-woo looked down, realizing what was happening. Then Shin-jae confirmed his fears, saying that they were not all stuck on an ordinary island. Se-yeon came up to them. My classmates started shouting their admiration for the fact that they now had weapons. It was only Chae-in who dared to ask Mr. Park if he was okay in a trembling voice. The teacher sat down on the ground and said that fortunately it was just a scratch. Then everyone turned their attention to Hansen and asked him why he did it. The teenager did not know where to go because he was very worried about what had happened. Someone said they should tie up Hansen. Jae-in was outraged. Sinja repeated himself, ordering the teenager to be tied up. Hansen just listened to all this with a glassy stare, and Shin-jae said he was mentally unstable. He was crumpling his jacket, and Sinja added that this could happen again, and then someone else would be hurt. My classmates were silent. The news shocked them. They did not know what to say. Jae-in screamed that this was complete nonsense, and they couldn't have tied up their friend. Then an eerie smile appeared on Shin-jae's face. And then he turned his head and asked if Jae-in would take responsibility if Hansen shot his friend. Chae-in did not expect such a question and could not find the words to answer. Eun-jung Lee remained silent in condemnation. Then Sinja threw the ropes on the sand, saying they could tie Hansen up with them. Suddenly Sharon Jong screamed, agreeing to tie up her classmate. Sua-an supported her, adding that Hansen was indeed too dangerous. Yun-san Lee also supported this idea. Myung-woo and Se-yeon were silent. Yura Choi too. Suddenly her eyes grew wide and she screamed. It turned out that she saw a boat on the water near their island. The rest of the classmates were also shocked. as it seemed they had a chance for salvation. Yunsan Lee shouted that it was indeed a boat. Then the teenagers ran to the water and shouted to be rescued, and shouted, waved, and did their best to show that they needed help, attracting attention. Yunsan Lee called out loud for help. Ji-hoon An also wanted to repeat after his classmate, but he suddenly fell silent in the middle of the sentence. He turned around and thought to himself that he had a good idea. Ji-hoon An saw the fire, and then he ordered everyone else to use fire. At that moment, someone came up and stepped on him. It was Meng Junwoo, and for some reason he started putting out the fire with his foot. It seemed that the teenager was making a titanic effort to do so, speeding up his movements. Suddenly, someone grabbed Meng Junwoo by the collar. It turned out that it was Ji-hoon An, who was shouting at his classmate, threatening to kill him. Meng Junwoo was not afraid at all, but ordered the teenager to come to his senses. And then he added that they were not in Korea. Ji-hoon An asked again. He didn't believe his classmate. Meng Junwoo began to speak. Meanwhile, Don-su's face was still painted over in the photo. Cries for help came from the island. Everyone was doing their own thing, but everyone was trying to attract attention. Sharon Jong was screaming that they were stuck, but something else caught her attention, and she looked away. And there she saw Jae-in trying to break up the teenagers. She stood between them and said that now was not the time to fight. Ji-hoon An called Menja a freak and offered to listen to where they were now. He gritted his teeth, and it was clear that the teenager could barely contain his aggression. At that moment, the rest of the classmates came up and pounced with questions. Then Manjun grabbed Ji-hoon An's hand, and he abruptly rejected her. After that, he confidently said that he believed they had gotten to North Korea. Everyone else asked in shock, because the mere thought of it caused great fear. Chae-in turned and asked if Mangjun was sure about it. The teenager looked back at the weapon, saying that their soldiers did not use such weapons. He went on to say that the only country still using such weapons in the vicinity was North Korea. Manjun is sure of this, because his father served in the army for a long time. Sharon Jong asked if Myungjun was joking, and they all wanted to believe it. Yunsan Lee also asked not to joke, saying that it was impossible. Se-yeon was silent. Menjun went on to say that they traveled through the northernmost part of Gangwon-do, a province of South Korea that borders North Korea, then got on a boat and ended up on an island. He said that he could not speak with 100% certainty, but everything pointed to it. Manjun reiterated that they were all in North Korea. Then he said that if they continued to call for help, they would be found. And then they will go to jail or even worse. Suddenly, Sharon Jong laughed out loud. Then she fell to the ground and began to cry loudly, saying that they were finished. She started to have a real hysteria. Yunsan Lee also began to panic and stammered to tell Mengjun that he was joking. And then he panicked and screamed loudly. Then they started falling on the sand and screaming and crying. After that, they decided to turn to Mr. Park. They asked him to come up with something because he was their teacher. Mr. Park did not understand what was happening at all and began to stutter. And then he muttered an apology under his breath and looked down. Sharon Jong panicked even more. The teenagers sat in silence, looking down. Someone was crying quietly. It was Yejong Lee, and she covered her eyes with her jacket. Suddenly, someone handed her water and offered her a drink. Yejong was distracted and asked what it was. Se-yeon replied that it was water from a stream she had recently found. She added that none of them had had anything to drink or eat today. Then, Yejong just took the water that Se-yeon offered and tipped it over. Then I yelled at her, asking how she could even think about it in such a situation. Se-yeon slapped her face and exhaled loudly. Then she asked with an irritated voice whether Yejong wanted to die of hunger or thirst. These words scared her classmate and she changed her tone. Then Se-yeon put down the water, saying that if she didn't want to die of thirst, she had to drink some water. She added that they all had to do what they could to get through the next day. Yejong turned away and fell silent. And then she took the water and drank it greedily, telling Se-yeon to stop pretending to be the smartest every time. Then the class gathered around the fire in a circle. Then Ji-hoon An came back and said that Se-yeon's words made sense. They had to try their best to survive on this island. Yejong turned to Ji-hoon, asking if he was serious. Ji-young Kim was dejectedly silent. Then they called Chae-in. Se-yeon handed her a briefcase with all the remaining food and asked her to divide it equally. Chae-in accepted the assignment and the portfolio. And I was shocked to think that this was all the food they had. They wouldn't last even 3 days. Meanwhile, someone had food in their pocket. When they appeared, the teenager immediately hid them with his hand. It was Yura Choi, and she was nervous and her face showed it. Chae-in suggested that Se-yeon decide together what they need to do to survive. Suddenly, someone held out a rope. Se-yeon was even scared. Shinja looked at her. His gaze was eerie, and then said that they had business first. Then he extended the rope once more, ordering Hansen to contact him. The poor boy was silent and looked at the floor. He did not feel safe and could not stand up to everyone. Tears gathered in his eyes from the pain and humiliation he felt. Jian Kim was sleeping sweetly, and then she opened her eyes abruptly. I wish it was just a nightmare that stopped scaring me when the light came. Se-yeon sat and thought about it silently. Then the positive Menjun came up to her and greeted her, wishing her a good morning. Se-yeon still couldn't believe that they were all stuck on the island. Myungjun leaned over to his friend, saying that he had noticed that Jae-in hadn't slept for a long time. Se-yeon turned and looked at the headman. Jae-in was actually doing something and sorting through the portfolio. It seemed like she was facing a difficult task, and cold sweat even began to drip down her face. The other teenagers were talking to each other, all in a bad mood. They did not know what to do. The conversation was interrupted by Jae-in, who said that today they had to go out to look for food again. Se-yeon didn't understand why the headman had made such an abrupt decision. It seemed that something was wrong with her. Jae-in suggested that we have breakfast and split up again to search. Sharon-jong wondered how the headman could remain so cool and calm. Sua-an said that Chae-yin considered herself special only because she was the headman. Then she ordered everyone to get in line, and Jae-in would distribute food to them. It was not enough to fill you up. Sua-an was shocked when she was given such a small amount. She began to resent the fact that they hadn't eaten anything for a day. It wasn't enough. Jae-in replied that she was sorry, but it was all the food that was left, and the headman simply divided it equally. Sharon-jong told her not to joke and asked how she could live on that. Sua-an agreed, saying that Jae-in was just playing a joke on them. Then the starosta attacked them in response, reminding them that it was they who had eaten most of their supplies. After that, the girls had nothing to say and silence followed. Then Sharon-jong was outraged and called Jae-in a bitch. A sly smile appeared on one of the teenagers' faces. It was Shinjae, and he told Sharon-jong that everything was fine and they would eat what they were given. Of course, my classmate was outraged, saying that everyone was against her, and Shinjae's behavior was quite strange. Yunsan Lee quickly threw all the food into his mouth. He started chewing on it without another word. He looked at the weapons they had lying on the sand. After that, Yunsan said that there were not only rifles but a whole arsenal of different weapons. Suddenly, the teenager noticed a gun. Mi Young-woo ordered me not to touch it because it was probably a rocket launcher. Shinjae was interested in this information and perked up his ears. Yunsan Lee was angry with Menja, threatening to mentally remind him of it again. After that, he picked up a bigger weapon and began to examine it. Then he pointed it upwards and clicked the machine. A smile appeared on his face, and he asked his friend if he thought the weapon was even real. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. Yunsan Lee cursed, saying that it was very scary. He did not expect the weapon to actually shoot. Sharon Young told Yongsan Lee that he was a big asshole. Ji-hoon An stared indifferently as the others called Yunsan an idiot. Then he asked Hansen what he was thinking when he shot. After that, he called the teenager crazy and that he was out of his mind. Hansen stammered and said he was innocent. He repeated this over and over again. Jae-in watched and regretted that it had happened. Meanwhile, her classmates were calling her names. Then the starosta ordered everyone to quickly split up. Yura Choi called out to Jae-in. She said that she had to go to the toilet and that she would be back soon. Jae-in smiled sweetly and told Yura Choi to take his time. Then my classmate just ran away like a bullet. She sat down on the sand and swore all the time, stuffing her cheeks with food. Meanwhile, Sua-an and Sharon Chong went into the woods to find something useful. Sharon Jong said they needed a break. Sua agreed, saying it was a good idea because she was too hungry to move. Then the friends sat down by a tree. Karen said that they had a beggar who would find everything for them, and her friend agreed. Another couple was walking along another path. It was Menjun and Se-yeon, and the teenager asked her to slow down, but Se-yeon did not answer. Suddenly, Menjun saw something in front of him and froze in shock. After all, there was a real huge cave in front of them. The teenagers went inside, and Se-yeon said that the cave was big enough for them all to take shelter in case of rain. Suddenly, something caught Se-yeon's attention. Mengjun noticed this and asked her what was wrong, but Se-yeon pretended that nothing had happened and turned away, although she had a lot of thoughts in her head that she didn't want to voice for some reason. Se-yeon wondered how the cave could be so clean, as if someone had lived there. Meanwhile, Sinja found something. He and Yejong Lee found Don-soo, who was covered with vests. She covered her face and mouth with her hands, but then she asked Sinja what it was in front of them. They thought it looked like Don-soo, Upon closer inspection, the teenagers did recognize their classmate. Ye Zhongli could not stand it and vomited. Shinjae said that someone else had covered Dansa with life jackets, and then he added that it was already interesting, and his face became strange and creepy again. Meanwhile, it rained again on the island. Clouds gathered and the sea became rougher. The first drops began to fall on the teenagers. Sua-an also experienced this firsthand. Being on an open surface, they had to look for some kind of shelter. Myung-woo asked Chae-in what they should do now, but the starosta did not know the answer to this question herself. Then Se-yeon shouted for everyone to follow her, and then she added that they found a large cave and everyone could wait out the rain there. Jae-in thought it was not the best idea, but she had no choice, and so the teenagers reached the cave. They sat down in a circle and all complained that they were wet and hungry. Sharon Jong smelled herself and said that she thought her sweater smelled, and Yoon San Lee said that it stank. Then Jae-in asked her classmates if they had found anything. Sharon Jong and Yoon San Lee fell silent. Jae-in was upset but said it was okay, because she hadn't found anything useful either. Then she gently suggested that we finish up and rest in the cave, and then try our luck again after the rain. The teenagers were outraged and complained about Jae-in as if she was to blame for the weather conditions. Meanwhile, it was getting dark. Everyone went to bed, despite the outrage, but the starosta was awake. She opened her briefcase. She looked at him and decided that the first thing in the morning they had to do was look for food. Suddenly, her eyes fell on something that caught her attention. It was Hansen. He was awake and still tied up. Jae-in felt sorry for her classmate and asked why he was awake. Hansen, as usual, asked again first, and then said that he just couldn't sleep. The starosta looked at his bound hands. Then she told Hansen to come to her and she would untie his hands, at least while everyone was sleeping. The teenager was timid and asked in a shaky voice if it was a good idea, because they could find out. Jae-in reassured Hansen, saying that she would be gone for a short time and that no one would notice them. Moreover, the rest of his classmates were sound asleep. Then Hansen agreed. He didn't like this humiliation himself, but his fear was stronger. So Jae-in untied the teenager, and the two of them sat in silence. Then Hansen decided to speak up and turn to Jae-in, and then he lowered his head and thanked her for standing up for him then. She smiled and said that she thought she had made things worse by standing up and apologized to Hansen. And then the smile on her face fell. Hansen started snapping his fingers. It was nervous. Jae-in said that her surname, Hyun, meant total darkness. And then she added that it described her life quite succinctly. After that, Jae-in fell silent and went into herself. Suddenly, Hansen admitted that she was actually a foster child. And for some reason, she had a hard time with her foster parents. They were good people and loved her, but Jae-in still felt uncomfortable with them. After that, she showed me her cuts on her arms and said that she even tried to end it in high school because of all this. Hansen was shocked by such sincerity. And then he looked down again and said he was sorry. Jae-in smiled, saying it was funny that she was complaining about her life, even though Hansen's situation was obviously worse. The teenager objected, saying that in his opinion, people tend to think their lives are the worst. And then he panicked and quickly explained that he didn't mean that Jae-in was easier and all that. The starosta continued to tell the story. She said that she studied hard and became a starosta only because she did not want to be hated. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes, and she said that she was really afraid that people would start to hate her. Hansen was shocked by this information because he did not know why Jae-in could be hated. He told the old lady not to worry because he didn't think anyone in their class hated her. And then he added that only Se-yeon was possible. Jae-in was shocked and asked what Hansen meant. Then he started the story when they were still at school. They thanked Chae-in, saying she was the best. Someone asked why they made the starosta do all the work. Sua-an replied that Jae-in herself said she would handle everything. And then she asked the starosta if it was true. Chae-in timidly agreed. And then she told Sua that everything was fine, and she could leave if she had things to do. After that, the girls turned around and left, and Sua-an laughed, saying that it was very simple. Jae-in was left alone by the garbage, which could barely fit in the bucket. Suddenly, someone threw another piece of paper into the bucket, and then he referred to Jae-in as Mumble. It was Se-yeon, and she asked in a stern voice if the headman had cleaned everything by himself again. Chae-in agreed in a hesitant voice. Se-yeon replied that she voted for the starosta, not for the cleaner. Jae-in explained that Sua told her that she had a baby and was very busy. Se-yeon interrupted her, saying that as long as she indulged them all, nothing would change. And the problems will continue to accumulate in the trash. Jae-in replied to Se-yeon that Se-yeon is a really good person once you get to know her. The events moved back to the school. Hansen stood there scared and beaten. Suddenly, someone struck them on the cheek again. Hansen fell to the floor, and Yunsan Lee, who did this to him, said that he had warned him to be answered immediately when he asked. Yunsan Lee poured out such hatred and scolded Hansen. The poor teenager apologized. Then he stood up and Yunsan Lee said that he forgave him. Then he ordered me to do it again. Hansen froze for a second. And then he quickly made a stupid face, showing himself to be some kind of idiot or mentally retarded. Sua-an enjoyed watching this performance. Then the rest of his classmates started laughing and praising Yunsan for what he had done. Eun-jung Lee called Hansen a jerk, and Sinja took a picture of his face with his phone. Jae-in watched this spectacle from the sidelines. She was silent, but it seemed that she really wanted to say something. At that moment, Mr. Park appeared and asked the teenagers what they were doing there. Then he put on a stern face and started to intimidate me. What if it was what he thought it was? The teenagers fell silent, and Hansen put his head down. Then Yunsan Lee grabbed his classmate as if to hug him, and told the teacher that they were all just playing. Mr. Park asked in disbelief, and then asked if they smoked. Yunsan Lee swore that this did not happen, and that they did not smoke in any way. Then with a creepy smile, the boy asked Mr. Park how he was doing. That was Sinja, and even at school his behavior was very strange. The teacher's mood immediately changed when Shinjae spoke to him and Jae-in was still watching. Mr. Park asked Shinjae how his father was doing. The rest of the classmates seemed to be shocked by this sweet and even too friendly conversation between the teacher and the student. Then Mr. Park said that if they had all played enough, they should go back to class, because the break was almost over. Suddenly, Chaein remembered that conversation with Se-yeon, when she said that pandering to classmates would not change the problems. These sloves really made her think. So the teenagers returned to class, as Mr. Park had told them to do. Shinji turned and smilingly told Hansen to remember to come by after school. The teenager did not dare to look up and agreed in a trembling voice. And so Hansen was left alone in the schoolyard. Suddenly, someone grabbed his sleeve. It was Jae-in, who was holding a classmate and suggested that we go to the teacher's room, promising to go with him. The starosta was determined. So the teenagers did just that, and told Mr. Park about the harassment toward Hansen. He asked Jae-in if she was sure of her words. The starosta was stunned, but confirmed everything she said. Then Mr. Park asked who was involved and asked Hansen. The teenager began to worry and sweat, nervously trying to say something. Mr. Park began to put pressure on him and ordered him to speak more clearly. Hansen was already worried, and the teacher's words made him withdraw into himself. Se-yeon looked at it and realized that things were bad. Then she offered to speak out herself, but Mr. Park interrupted her, saying that he would like to hear it not from the starosta, but from someone who considered himself a victim. Jae-in said it was Shinjae, but Mr. Park simply didn't believe it, saying that they were joking, because Shinjae was not the kind of person who would bully others. Jae-in replied that there were several offenders, but Shinjae was their leader. The events moved to the classroom of grades 1-9. The headman approached Shinjae and Yunsan Lee, and she told Shinjae that Mr. Park had called him to the teacher's lounge. The teenager did not expect this, but he was not worried at all, so he came to the teacher's room. He stood in front of Mr. Park and smiled sweetly like an angel. Hansen was standing next to him, and the teacher said that he was informed that he had bullied a classmate and asked if it was true. Shinjae looked shocked, and then he looked at Hansen and said that he thought his classmate was going through a difficult period. Hansen began to get nervous and sweat, unable to answer anything normal or string together two words. He started to wrinkle his shirt, and Sinja said that they were just having a little fun, but he wasn't mocking anyone. Then Mr. Park asked Hansen if it was true that they had been a little bit foolish, and that was it. The teenager said in a trembling voice that it must have been like that. Mr. Park replied that he knew that, and then he added that bullying was not something he would turn a blind eye to, especially in his classroom. He knew there was a misunderstanding, but he couldn't let it go. Then he put his hand to his chin and thought, and then he said that now it was time for a friendly 5-minute hug. Hansen was shocked by what he heard, but he was even more frightened when it happened. Shinjae grabbed him and hugged him forcefully, and Hansen didn't even have time to react. Suddenly his face changed and looked even more frightened. After all, Shinjae whispered in my ear that he promised to kill Hansen. Events returned to the island where Hansen thanked Chae-in. He added that the harassment ended for a while after the starosta intervened. Jae-in replied that it was good news and smiled. He said that maybe this was a lesson for Sinja. They were talking, hoping that everyone was asleep. but Shinjae was awake and listening very carefully. Now he knew that Hansen wasn't the only one who had blabbed to the teacher. At that moment, someone called out to Jae-in, and it was not Hansen. She looked up and did not expect to see what she was looking at. The headman asked Sinja what had happened. He smiled again, eerily, and then he offered to go with him and look for firewood, because it seemed that everyone would soon freeze to death. Sua-an was sleeping and saying in her sleep how cold she was and that she was frozen. Her body was shaking. It seems that Shinjae was right, and Chae-in agreed to go in search of him. So the teenagers went only together. Hansen didn't seem too happy with the idea. The teenagers entered the forest. Jae-in stood with her back to Shinjae, and then she turned back. Suddenly, something ran by her quickly, and she didn't even have time to see it. Jae-in screamed in fear. Sinja asked the headman what had happened. Chae-in thought that maybe it was just a wild animal. So she lied, saying that she must have imagined it. Shinjae simply nodded. But he still made me feel uneasy and somehow creepy. The events moved back to the teacher's room. Mr. Park ordered us to hug for 5 minutes or more, and he held a phone in his hand. He received a call from Mr. Khan. Mr. Park was minding his own business, talking on the phone. It was not a good situation for Hansen because he was left with his abuser again. The two teenagers stood quietly in the middle of the classroom. The teacher was talking to Sinja's parents and told them that their son had been involved in a small incident. Shinjae suddenly grabbed onto Hyunsung's shirt with his hands. Mr. Park told his parents that he had already taken care of everything. He smiled sweetly at Sinja and explained to his parents that their son was fooling around with a friend, and the friend was a little offended. Shinjae looked down, still holding Hansen's back tightly. It seemed that his face became sad, and Mr. Park had already finished talking to his parents. Meanwhile, the events moved to the apartment. The man asked how his son made him listen to his petty problems. Shinjae apologized to his father. He was holding a chair and a stick and asked if he had misunderstood when he said to be quiet during the campaign. And then his father said that maybe it was his fault, because Sinja was his only child and therefore he spoiled him too much. My father put a chair on the floor and said the words leg. It was an order to action, and Sinja obediently put his foot on the chair. It seemed that he did this often, because he obeyed obediently and just waited. His face showed no emotion, and the father called his son an imbecile. Suddenly, tears appeared on Shinjae's face, followed by a stroke. The events moved to the island where Jae-in stood alone. She was holding firewood and brushwood. The starosta said that she thought they had gathered enough brushwood and suggested that they return, as it was getting dark. And then she added that she could not see well in the dark. But no one answered Chae-in, so she went back and started calling out for Shinjae. Suddenly, a classmate appeared out of nowhere, frightening Jae-in. And then he abruptly grabbed her by the hair. Then he threw me to the ground just as abruptly. Jae-in rolled down and hit herself loudly, but she managed to grab onto something with her hands. Chae-in was hanging on a rock, unable to see anything under her feet. Her glasses broke and fell down. Then Sinja approached her. He was looking at the person who had beaten him up because of his father. There was no pity or sadness in his eyes. He looked like a maniac. Chae-in could barely hold onto the rock with her fingers. She asked Sinja to help her. A classmate asked the headmistress if she had told Mr. Park everything about him. Chae-in asked again, but she didn't understand because fear filled her head. Shinjae looked at the hand that the starosta was holding. Then he stepped on her toes, and then he called me and ordered me to answer him. Meanwhile, someone was loudly laughing. Shinji approached the cave. He was alone. When I got inside, I started waking everyone up quickly. Sua-an and Charon Chong were reluctant to wake up. Se-yeon wipes his eyes. Shinjae panicked, telling everyone to wake up quickly because he had just found Jae-in. Se-yeon woke up abruptly at that moment when she heard about the headman. A smile appeared on Sinja's face. Meanwhile, in the joint photo, Jae-in's face was painted over. Morning came. The teenagers approached the cliff from which Jae-in fell. Shinjae said, stammering, that they had arrived. Yunsan Lee asked in a real stuttering voice if what he thought had happened had happened. Sharon Zhang screamed checkmate. Se-yeon was shocked and came closer. Tears immediately came to her eyes. She saw her friend downstairs lying on a rock, but Jae-in showed no signs of life. She didn't even blink. Shinjae apologized to his classmates, saying that he did not have time to save Jae-in. Se-yeon asked what the teenager meant. She seemed to get angry and asked again, which meant that Sinja did not have time to save her. He put his head down, made a guilty face, and replied that it just happened. Suddenly someone shouted, ordering him to stop cheating. Everyone came back, and then someone said that he had seen everything. Shinjae saw who it was out of the corner of his eye. It was Hansen. He was holding a gun and said that he had seen everything Shin-jae had done. The teenager's face did not change, but inside he began to panic. Hansen was furious and ordered me to explain everything. Se-yeon asked what Hansen had seen. He started screaming, saying that he saw everything and that it was Shin-jae who killed Jae-in. Yun-san Lee asked if this asshole was tired of living. Hansen was shaking, filled with rage and hatred for this man who had killed the only classmate who had treated him well. Shinji objected, ordering Hansen to continue. He said that when Shin-jae went with Jae-in to collect firewood. So Hansen followed them because he thought it was suspicious. He hid behind a tree. And then I saw what happened. He saw Jae-in hanging on the edge of a cliff. Hansen said she was holding onto the rock with her hands. And Shinji came over, and instead of saving me, he came over. He stepped on her hands and Jae-in fell. Suddenly a smile appeared on Shin-jae's face, as if he enjoyed hearing about his murder. Then the teenager told Hansen to stop making things up. Shin-jae said that Jae-in took her own life. Sua-an and Cherin-jong were shocked by this information. Shinja said he was just trying to save her, not kill her. And then he added that Hansen knew it too, that this was not Jae-in's first attempt to end her life. And then Hansen realized that Shin-jae had been listening to them all along, and that's why he killed Jae-in. Her classmates began to discuss a new one about how Jae-in wanted to end her life. A smile appeared on Shin-jae's face as he realized that his plan had worked. He came closer, saying that too much had fallen on Jae-in since they were stuck on the island. That was the reason. Hansen realized that they wouldn't believe him. Shin-jae had thought it through too well. Then someone shouted out Jae-in's name. He said that the Starosta was one of the most resilient people on the island. It was Se-yeon, and she asked if Shin-jae wanted them to believe that Jae-in had just jumped off a cliff. Shin-jae asked in response whether Se-yeon meant that he had killed the headman, and then her classmate fell silent and thought. Suddenly, Shin-jae asked Se-yeon what had happened to Dong-soo. She asked again, because she didn't understand how he knew. Shin-jae changed the subject and asked how Dong-soo died. His classmates started whispering, and they didn't even notice that he wasn't with them. Se-yeon thought she had completely forgotten about it. Then Myung-jun-woo joined the conversation, saying that Dong-soo's death was not an accident. But he was interrupted by Shin-jae, who said that Dong-soo's death was accidental, and that Jae-in died because of him. At the time, Se-yeon and Myung-jun were in a stupor and didn't know what to say. Sinja became aggressive and asked if they were mocking him. Suddenly, someone screamed loudly, saying that Sinja had killed her. It was Hansen, and he could barely control himself and started swearing at Shinji. The classmate turned to shout. Hansen raised his weapon and took aim, calling Shinji a liar, and then the weapon clicked. Everyone heard this and got cocky because they realized that a shot was about to be fired. Shinji stood in a stupor, calling Hansen a little bastard. A classmate shouted that he had seen with his own eyes how Shinji killed Jae-in. Someone shouted for Hansen's weapon to be taken away. Then a classmate screamed loudly. Shinjae's eyes widened and a gunshot was heard. The bullet flew near the teenager's ear, who was standing in a stupor. Then classmates attacked Hansen and tried to take the weapon away. Shinja looked away. He saw Hansen screaming and tears welled up in his eyes. And then Shinja saw a weapon lying on the ground. He approached her. Hansen was being held. He was on the ground. Suddenly, a weapon was placed near his forehead. After that, there was a click sound and tears appeared in Hansen's eyes. Shinjae looked at his classmate without a drop of harm. And then he said it was self-defense, after which there was a loud noise. In the joint photo, Hansen's face was also painted over. Hansen fell to the ground screaming. The other teenagers were shocked. Sua-an and Cherin-jong, Yun-san Lee screamed. Even the big guy was shocked. Ye-jong Lee covered her face with her hands because she almost threw up. Se-yeon was furious, so did Man-jun-woo. Even Ji-hoon-an was not as indifferent as usual. Yura Choi did not understand what was happening. Shinjae was simply afraid of the reaction of his classmates. Se-yeon spoke first, asking how he could. And then she said it was beyond common sense. Shinjae just stood there silently looking at his classmates while the others looked at Hansen. He was asked if he had really killed his classmate. Shinjae justified himself by saying that he had no other choice. He looked at his wound and said that they all saw that he had to defend himself. Everyone was in a stupor, and no one knew what to say or how to behave. Se-yeon spoke again, saying in a calm tone that Shinjae had simply killed him. And then she screamed, saying that he had killed their classmate. The rest were silent and just watched what was happening. Sinja replied that he had already said that it was self-defense, and asked not to be forced to repeat it. And Se-yeon came closer to her classmate and said that he must have gone crazy. In response, Shinjae just wiped the scratch off his face. Then Yun-san Lee shouted, ordering Se-yeon to finally shut up. And then he added that Hansen deserved to die anyway. Se-yeon was shocked and could not believe what she was hearing. Yun-san Lee started shouting again, saying that she herself saw that Hansen fired first. He was already dangerous. Se-yeon was silent. And then I asked them who was to blame. The classmates looked at each other. And then Se-yeon went on a screaming rampage, saying that everyone in their stupid class knew that they were Hansen's friends and insulted him at every opportunity. Mung Jun-woo wanted to stop her friend, who was obviously losing her nerve. But he didn't have time to say anything because he was interrupted. Yun-san Lee called Se-yeon a stupid beggar and asked what of it. But he was interrupted. Myung-woo threatened him that if he said it again, he would be finished. Yun-se Lee stretched the word through the syllables. Be... Gardaciati. Then Myung-jun-woo threw himself at Yong-san Lee. Suddenly, someone pushed him away, and then he grabbed a rock. It was Se-yeon who swung this stone. Then she hit Yun-san Lee with it. Mung Jun-woo was shocked. Shinja, too, because everything happened so fast that no one had time to react. And Se-yeon was able to stand up for herself and not get retaliated against. Yun-san Lee called her a woman of easy virtue. Then he swung to strike. But then Myung Jun-woo intervened and prevented the offender from hitting Se-yeon. He ordered Yun-san Lee to stop. Then a big guy came up to him and ordered him to stop. Mung Jun-woo was not afraid in the least. The big guy asked if he was now a beggar's boyfriend, and in the meantime, they grabbed him by the collar. After that, Menjun easily threw him over himself. He threw it on the floor. Then Yun-san Lee tried to attack him with his fists. But Menjun slapped him in the face too. It seemed that he could overcome them all. The teenager was very strong. Suddenly, something clicked. Everyone there understood what the click meant. Myung-woo was told not to think that he could not have been shot either. A gun was put to the teenager's temple. It was Sinja. He put his finger on the trigger. Se-yeon was shocked. One could expect anything from this inadequate. Then someone put their hand on the muzzle of the weapon. It was Ji-hoon An, and he took the weapon and said that it was enough. He looked directly into Shinja's eyes. My classmate responded in kind. They just stood there in silence. Myung-woo looked at Se-yeon. She was furious and said that she would never stay with a cold-blooded killer. And then they parted ways and went their separate ways. The teenagers did not even look back. And Ji-hoon An was watching them with his eyes, as if he wanted to go with them. So the rest of the teenagers returned to the cave. They went inside and were met by Mr. Park. He immediately asked where they all were. And then he asked where the others were. The teenagers did not know what to say, and only looked at each other. Mr. Park immediately realized that something had happened and ordered me to tell him everything. But the teenagers began to panic even more and break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, Sharon Jong sneezed, and then she started shivering, saying that it was very cold inside and she got sick. Mr. Park insisted on telling me everything that had happened. Then they began to approach him. Slow steps, but such a familiar gait. Shinjae smiled all over and said he would tell me everything. He came back. It was raining. There was a heavy downpour. Se-yeon and Myung Jun-woo were walking in the rain. The teenager asked her how she felt. Se-yeon suggested that they first find a place to dry off. Menjun was all red, but he said nothing. Then he coughed. His head began to spin violently. Then he slipped. And he fell loudly on Se-yeon. The teenagers slid down and fell. They landed and saw a dark sky in front of them, in a dense forest. Se-yeon stood up first. She looked to the side and abruptly regained consciousness. And then I ran up to Myung-woo, who seemed to be in a very bad way. He did not respond to his name. Se-yeon called out to him, put her hand on his body. The teenager's body was very hot, like he had a high fever. Se-yeon was very scared and called out for Myung-jun. Suddenly she heard something and perked up her ears. She heard hoofbeats, and then I felt the boar's hot breath. Se-yeon turned to see what it was. She saw a huge boar breathing right at them. Se-yeon was scared and just didn't know what to do. She grabbed a rock to defend herself, at least somehow. The little girl was shivering with fear and cold. Suddenly, small shadows appeared behind the boar. In the light, it became obvious that they were her children. And then, the mother calmly went about her business with her children. Se-yeon sat in a shocked stupor but slowly came away. Mung Jun-woo called out to his classmate in a quiet voice. She quickly ordered him to shut up. Suddenly, someone came up behind them. Myung-woo said that he was not talking about them. He ordered Se-yeon to return. She saw the shadow of a healthy man. He had a knife, a gray beard, and an eerie look. The events moved to the cave. Ji-hoon An looked at the exit as if he expected someone to come in. Ji and Kim noticed her friend's sad mood and asked what happened to him. In response, he said in an indifferent voice that the rain was too heavy, pouring down like a bucket. Ji-in asked if Ji-hoon was worried. but the teenager turned aside and looked indifferent, as if he was thinking. Then they were brought a backpack with food and offered a snack. It was Sinja. Sua-an asked if they could really eat all of it. Sharon Jong agreed, adding that they were running low on supplies. Shinjae smiled and said that everything was fine. After all, they now had fewer mouths to feed. Mung Jun-woo was sleeping, and then he opened his eyes. He quickly got up, realizing that he was lying somewhere in a strange place. There were Japanese characters on the wall that meant truth, righteousness, and justice. The entire wall was written in these characters, and Mung Jun-woo did not understand where he was. Suddenly, I heard footsteps. The teenager abruptly stood up, sensing danger. Then the body appeared. Someone suddenly grabbed a stick and started waving it. It was Man Jun-woo. He was holding a gun and was aggressive. The stranger told the South Korean boy to calm down in a rough tone of voice. This was his way of indicating that Menjun was from South Korea. But the teenager stood his ground and shouted, demanding that the stranger tell him who he was. It turned out that there was also a dog inside, and it started to growl. But then the man stroked him, and the dog immediately calmed down. Then the stranger repeated himself and told the South Korean boy to calm down. In fact, in the light, the man's face did not look so angry and dangerous. Se-yeon appeared behind him and happily called out Manju's name when she saw that he was awake. She wanted to go up to him. And for the first time in a long time, a smile appeared on her face. The teenager was shocked that Se-yeon was also with him. She came up to Menjun, perhaps wanting to hug him, but the teen stood up for her and ordered her to stay behind him. Se-yeon ordered Myungjun in a sweet voice to calm down, saying that this gentleman had saved them. The teenager asked again with a trembling voice. He could not believe that this big man had saved them. Se-yeon confirmed this once again and added that her grandfather lived alone on this island. Mung Jun-woo exhaled quietly but heavily. Then he felt sick and moaned. The teenager looked down and saw a red bone on his foot and realized that he hadn't even noticed how he had twisted his ankle when he fell. The grandfather looked at the teenager's leg and said that it still needed rest. After all, even the slightest injury here could lead to death. After that, he threw the potatoes at Meng Jun-woo and ordered him to catch them. And then he dumped her and Se-yeon. The teenagers looked around and then stared at the potatoes in silence. Then, my grandfather told them not to worry, because he did not intend to kill them. The teenagers were silent and just looked at him. Then he just turned around and left. Se-yeon asked him where his grandfather was going. The dog also looked at his master. And then he turned around and stuck out his tongue and looked sweetly at the teenagers. My grandfather replied that he had gone to get dinner. The teenagers seemed very tense. And then they just pounced on the potatoes their grandfather gave them. They thought it was so delicious. Who would have thought that a simple potato could be so delicious? Tears even began to form in their eyes. They ate in silence, greedily biting into the potatoes. We didn't even notice it was over. Then Myung-woo asked Se-yeon what they should do next. Her classmate was still chewing her food. And then she swallowed and there was silence, after which she said that they had to do everything possible to survive. Their cave was under a tree, with the roots serving as a roof and support. The teenagers inside waited meekly and sat in silence. Then they heard the familiar footsteps. They looked away. 3 fish fell to the floor, and next to him was a dog holding another fish in his mouth for himself. The teenagers were silent, but they looked scared. My grandfather asked why they were staring at him. Then he picked up the knife, looked at him, and ordered him to get ready. Then he stuck it into the fish and ripped open its belly, to cleanse it of excess intestines. Now we could safely eat the clean fish. Se-yeon watched with fear. She could not believe how this person could live like that. After a while, the food was already on the fire and roasting. The old man looked at these hungry eyes of the teenagers. They looked like little puppies. And then they began to eat their food greedily, the first meat they had eaten in the last few days on the island. Se-yeon took a bite. And then she turned to her grandfather. He looked up, expecting a question. Se-yeon asked him how long his grandfather had been on this island. And Manjun thought that it was the most delicious fish he had ever tasted. The man replied briefly that he did not remember because he had stopped counting long ago. And they continued to eat in silence. But Myungjun still decided to ask one more question, whether he was right to think that they were on a separate island off the coast of North Korea. My grandfather just nodded. As for a person who had been alone for a long time, he was quite laconic in his statements. Then Menjun asked why this man was helping them, but his grandfather interrupted him, saying that he hadn't finished eating yet, and the teenagers fell silent, looking guilty. After that, my grandfather asked them what they thought was the hardest thing for him to cope with on this island. And then he suggested that it could have been hunger or injuries. The teenagers were silent and listened attentively. After that, my grandfather said that the hardest part was loneliness. He added that he didn't need anything from them, calling them South Korean children. After all he wanted was to meet other people and talk. The teenagers were silent. The grandfather went on to say that they had gotten into a fight with those children and most likely had nowhere else to go. It turned out that the man had been following them all for a long time and had seen everything that happened to them. And then he offered them to stay with him if they wanted to. Se-yeon stammered and thanked her grandfather for that. He was very kind to them. Some time passed. The fire was burning out. Grandpa called his dog Taepung, which means cyclone in Korean. The dog immediately opened his eyes, and they walked together to the exit. At that moment, Se-yeon called her grandfather, asking him to wait. He returned and waited for an explanation. Se-yeon barely opened her eyes and began to pack, saying that she would go with him. Her grandfather said she didn't have to prove her worth to stay here, but Se-yeon said that was not why she wanted to leave. She asked him to teach her how to survive on this island. Meanwhile, the events moved to the cave. Someone's stomach was rumbling there. It was Se-yeon, and she said out loud that she was very hungry. Ye Zhongli supported her, saying that they would soon starve to death, and there was no more food left. They ate it all at once. Yoon So-lee realized that things were bad, and then he abruptly stood up and ordered everyone else to get up as well. Sharon Jong asked why. Yoon San-lee suggested going to the stream and catching fish. Se-yeon agreed, saying that it would be a team effort. Ye Zhongli turned and looked away. She pointed at Mr. Polka and asked what they would do with him. Se-yeon said that the teacher had injured his leg and should rest. Others also agreed with this. There was silence, and everyone just stared at the teacher. Then Shin-jae put on this fake smile and said they'd be back soon. Mr. Park agreed and told them to be careful. When no one was looking, Shin-jae's expression changed dramatically and was no longer so friendly. The events moved to the forest. My grandfather was walking ahead of me and Se-yeon was running behind him. She could not keep up with him and shouted for him to wait for her. Suddenly, Se-yeon's expression changed dramatically. After all, she saw a bunch of people in the stream in front of her, and it could only be them. Her former classmates who tried to catch fish with sticks. But it seemed that their attempts were in vain and the fish simply ran away from them. The girls just watched the boys' poor attempts to catch fish. Grandpa also saw them and asked Se-yeon if they were her friends. She lowered her head and said that she was done. I could feel the pain in her words. Yoon San-lee was busy trying to catch food, and then he looked to the side and noticed something. After him, the rest of the classmates looked at the same spot. Meanwhile, my grandfather went into the water, and it was hard not to recognize his face. Everyone was silent, standing in a stupor. There was a deathly silence. Grandpa bent down and started fishing, and Se-yeon told him to be careful. He took out the rope with the fish on it and scolded the others for making so much noise that they scared all the fish away. Se-yeon watched carefully, realizing that she had been placing the bait in the wrong place all along. The fish was hanging on a hook, but it was unusual. Grandpa told Se-yeon to put a few more baits in different places and check them every 2 or 3 days. The girl listened attentively to her teacher. The other teenagers just stood there in a stupor and watched. I could only hear the grumbling of my hungry stomach. Se-yeon asked her grandfather what kind of hook he used to catch fish, because it looked very familiar. She took them in her hands to get a better look at them. My grandfather replied that he was tearing off the keys to the cans because a lot of garbage from the mainland had accumulated along the island's coast. Se-yeon recognized this hook as soon as she hadn't guessed it herself. Then she asked her grandfather where they were going now. He said he was going to the garden to pick potatoes. Se-yeon was surprised that his grandfather even had a vegetable garden. She thought about how much she didn't really know. Suddenly, her grandfather told her to be quiet. Then her heart began to beat faster and her eyes widened. After all, she saw a shadow in the bushes and knew exactly what it was. It was a wild boar eating my grandfather's potatoes. Se-yeon remembered seeing him that night. Her body began to tremble and her legs felt like cotton wool. That was Se-yeon's greatest fear. My grandfather was calmly angry that this bastard had ruined everything for him again. Se-yeon was silent, but she didn't understand what he meant. The grandfather added that it was the largest creature on the island, and it looked like he decided to eat it all, which was a pity. My grandfather turned around and told me to go back because, unfortunately, there was no harvest. Se-yeon had no choice but to agree. But finally, she looked at her offender, the boar. Meanwhile, the events moved to the cave. Se-yeon and his grandfather brought the fish, and Myung-woo got up to meet them. He was happy to see them and asked Se-yeon how she was feeling. And then he swore loudly because his leg still hurt. Se-yeon said that he didn't have to meet them. He had to focus on recovery. But Mei Junwoo smiled, saying that everything was fine, and he felt embarrassed that he hadn't done anything, so he cleaned up a little inside. His grandfather praised him, saying that the teenager helped as much as he could. Man Junwoo agreed and was pleased that his efforts were appreciated, so they decided to sit down to eat, and Se-yeon asked her grandfather why they were eating this instead of fish. After all, they had caught her, and she hoped they would eat her when she returned. Grandpa said that fish was a precious food on this island, and this time it was Taepong's turn to eat it. Se-yeon was surprised that the dog ate fish. It was respected on an equal footing with humans. The teenagers looked at their hands, where their food for that day was, and realized that they had no choice because they had to survive. These were grasshoppers. They had a high protein content, but not everyone can eat that. Se-yeon stared at them for a while, and then I closed my eyes and swallowed it all in one go. It turned out that it was not as bad as she expected. Grandpa looked at all this carefully and then coughed. Then he abruptly stood up and walked away from them. Se-yeon watched him and his actions closely, and then her expression changed dramatically. She recognized something. My grandfather brought a weapon, a real rifle, the same one they found in the forest. Teenagers looked at it with open mouths and a little fear inside. My grandfather began to tell me that it was because there were now more mouths to feed, and the garden had been plundered by an animal, so they had to act more aggressively to find enough food and survive. There was silence. No one spoke or moved. Everyone was thinking about their own things. Se-yeon's face contorted. She began to worry and sweat. Then my grandfather looked them in the face and asked if they were with him. He took the rifle closer to him. The teenagers screamed when they saw the weapons. My grandfather said it was one of his rifles, which the class took for themselves. Se-yeon calmed down when she realized that all those weapons belonged to him, not to some maniac. After that, he thumped loudly when he sat down on the floor. And then he looked the teenagers straight in the face and asked them again if they would go with him. They were silent. Myung-woo had a frightened expression on his face, and Se-yeon had a combative one. Then she said she was ready. She added that she would do everything possible to survive. And then Man Junwoo intervened, telling everyone to slow down, stumbling over every word. He told Se-yeon that first they had to find out what exactly their grandfather was offering them, explaining that she could not just agree to it without knowing what they would do. Then the grandfather looked more closely at the teenagers. Se-yeon looked down and replied that Myung-woo spoke as if they had a choice. Then the teenager yelled at her, saying that she must have been joking. But Se-yeon did not answer because she was not joking. Then Mang Junwoo turned to his grandfather and asked him to at least tell him what the plan was. He said briefly that they would finish him off. And here the teenagers were seriously frightened, because these words from such a person sounded really scary. Mang Junwoo stammered and asked again. Se-yeon dared to ask if her grandfather had talked about a wild boar, and he answered briefly that this was exactly what happened. Mang Junwoo still did not calm down, because killing anyone seemed to him something terrible. He got up and said that the two of them had gone crazy. Se-yeon looked at her classmate. Was he really that worried about her? The two of them alone with each other? Myung-woo said he wouldn't let Se-yeon do it because she was the size of rat shit next to that giant. Of course, the girl was hurt by this comparison. But then my grandfather intervened, saying that it would not be easy. He added that he had repeatedly tried to kill the boar, but it was impossible for him to do it himself. Mang Junwoo was silent and thought about all the words. Se-yeon was ready to fight. She was not afraid or did not pretend to be afraid. My grandfather said that the teenagers had healthy legs, and if they worked together, they would succeed. Mang Junwoo tried to stop everyone again and said that they didn't have to hunt that particular boar. The teenager kept getting indignant, asking why he had to take such a risk if he could find a smaller prey. It seemed that this was already irritating my grandfather, this uncertainty of Menjun. He asked the teenager if he thought the robot grew on a tree, and then he added that food was in short supply on this island. Moreover, winter was coming. Myung-woo and Se-yeon were both shocked by this information. They had forgotten about winter. My grandfather said they had to find as much food as possible to prepare supplies. Of course, if the teenagers didn't want to go through a terrible hell. Then they fell silent and just stared at my grandfather. Mang Junwoo was still skeptical because he thought it was dangerous. Se-yeon was even more motivated by these words and said she would go hunting with her grandfather. She abruptly stood up and stood in a pose, but her small body was trembling, and Mang Junwoo noticed. Her grandfather was happy, and then said that he would first teach her how to hold the weapon properly. Mang Junwoo was still upset that he couldn't go with them and help. I just followed Se-yeon and my grandfather as they left. The man told her to make sure she held the weapon tightly to her shoulder and gave her some other advice. Meanwhile, the fire was burning down. Grandpa invited Taepong to go hunting. Se-yeon looked at Myung-woo before leaving and promised to return. The teenager told her that he was the one who had to leave, but Se-yeon said that everything was fine and she could handle it. Mung-jun-woo looked at them with despair and shame that he could not leave. My grandfather said they would go hunting in the morning, but now they are just exploring the area. Then he told Se-yeon to go and they went on an adventure. The group entered the forest and the girl asked where they should go next. The grandfather said that he knew where the boar had been, and now they would just look at the places from afar. Se-yeon just silently agreed with everything. My grandfather said that the boar must have gone in search of food, so he could not be seen. Se-yeon looked at her grandfather carefully, waiting for instructions. Suddenly, he saw and heard something. After that, it increased dramatically. It turned out that a baby boar was walking near them. It was right next to the grandfather's leg. And then he shouted for Se-yeon to run immediately. The girl was shocked and frightened, and tears instantly flowed from her eyes. Then she raised her eyes and looked up. In front of her was the boar she was so afraid of. Events happened very quickly. The boar roared at them, letting them know that it was aggressive. Grandpa recognized this signal and realized that he had to wait. Se-yeon stood there in a stupor, but she pressed the weapon closer to her. The boar was ready to attack. My grandfather immediately started to run away when suddenly a shot was heard. He was not expecting it and looked away. Everything was in smoke, and there was a lot of dust. He stood there and didn't move, because he realized that the beast didn't see him at that moment. Suddenly his eyes widened greatly. He saw her hair flying. It was Se-yeon. The boar decided to target the little girl, who looked obviously weaker. Se-yeon took the weapon and took aim and heard a click. Then several shots were fired, one after the other. Se-yeon's hands were trembling and she could barely hold on, but it seemed that all the shots had missed and the bullets had run out. Se-yeon began to cry, realizing that the end had come. The boar ran at her with all its might. His muzzle was approaching Se-yeon. It was getting closer and closer. The girl was crying and saying goodbye to her life. Suddenly, someone attacked the beast and bit it. It was a dog named Taepong. He killed the boar and Se-yeon survived. A fight broke out between the two beasts. Se-yeon stood in a stupor and could not move out of fear. Tears flowed from her eyes. They began to fall to the ground and someone shouted to Se-yeon that this was her chance and told her to run. The events moved to the cave. Mung-jun-woo didn't meet his friends as happily as he used to. He immediately pounced with questions about what had happened and whether she was okay. Mung-jun-woo was sincerely worried about his friend and asked in detail what had happened to her. The grandfather said that maybe it was too early for Se-yeon to leave and that he would try to deal with the beast on his own. The girl said she would go with him. My grandfather asked her again, thinking he had heard her. Se-yeon said with an angry face that she thought she had gotten the point. So the girl really went hunting. She was serious and focused. No more tears. The boar was coming at her. Se-yeon exhaled, bracing herself for battle. She recalled the words of her grandfather, who said that when the bastard comes to the specified place. So Se-yeon had to aim at this part of his body and shoot him. After all, his heart was there. But it was incredibly difficult to hit the target in reality. Se-yeon squinted and aimed carefully. My grandfather said that even if the hit was perfect, Se-yeon was ready. She was more nervous than ever. And then the shot. The grandfather continued that like any wounded animal, the boar would go into a rage. He ran at a high speed. No one could have kept up with him. My grandfather said that as soon as he ran to his lair, Taepong would start chasing him. After all, this dog was a smart boy. He ordered Se-yeon to follow Taepong, and then after a while, the boar will stop running. And then Se-yeon will see Taepong and this scum trying to scare each other. And it was at this moment that Se-yeon had to finish the beast. All this was to be done by one little girl. Taepong stood there listening as if he were also hearing the same thing. My grandfather said that together they would be able to finish this bastard. Mung-jun-woo called Se-yeon. He felt how risky it was. The girl was silent and just looked down. Then she came back and agreed. Grandpa said he would tell Se-yeon the last details she needed. He approached the entrance. He took the cloth that served as a door. Then he handed it to Se-yeon and told him to put it on, since wild boars have terrible eyesight and it would be wise to use camouflage. She was looking at her camouflage, which did not give her confidence. My grandfather said they would hide until the beast appeared. Se-yeon was ready for it. She had no choice, but she will come face to face with her greatest fear. My grandfather said it was easy to say, but it was one of the biggest boars he had ever seen in his life, and he had never managed to kill it himself. Mung-jun-woo was even more frightened by this information. But Se-yeon said that everything was fine and she would manage, she would do it. Because if they do nothing, nothing will change. The boar ran right at her and growled. Se-yeon waited for him to come closer. The beast was approaching, but it was not enough. The girl waited a little longer, a little closer. The two of them were critically close, about to collide. And then a shot was fired. Meanwhile, the events moved to the cave where the rest of the teenagers were. They sat in a circle and discussed who the old man was, because they all thought that no one lived on the island. Se-yeon said she was dying of hunger. Sharon-jong suggested that they talk to the old man. Maybe he could help them all get out of this place. Yun-san Lee called his classmate stupid, saying that the old man would not have gone fishing with a beggar if he knew how to get out. Sharon-jong said she didn't have the energy to argue, and Se-yeon said that his words made sense. Shinja listened silently to his classmates, who said that it was very difficult to catch fish, but that the loser and his grandfather were good at it. He thought about what he had heard. Suddenly, someone got up from his seat and said they had to do something and suggested shooting at the fish with a rifle. It was Yun-san Lee, and the brilliant idea was his. Shinja told his friend to think again, because the fish were small and they didn't have much ammunition. Then Yun-san Lee asked Shinja what they should do. He replied that they would go after bigger prey. Meanwhile, the battle between the boar and Se-yeon seemed to have come to an end. The girl went back to see what had happened to the animal. He was lying on the ground and did not move. Her grandfather ran to her and shouted, calling her small. He saw Se-yeon and asked if she was okay. The girl stammered and said that she thought so, but she kept saying that she was small. Her grandfather started shouting at her, saying that she shouldn't have gotten so close to the boar because it could have killed her. Se-yeon said guiltily that she had no choice, because the beast was very fast. Meanwhile, the boar roared. Se-yeon immediately returned. She was still afraid of him. Then the grandfather took out a knife and handed it to the girl. Se-yeon didn't understand why. He explained that in this way she would stop his suffering. And then he showed me that it was enough to just hit one place. Se-yeon picked up the weapon and looked at it. My grandfather said that if she couldn't do it, he asked her to give the knife to him. But she immediately refused, assuring me that she could handle it. Se-yeon exhaled and clutched the knife tightly in her hand. Then she swung sharply and did the trick. A rope was tied to the tree. There was a booty hanging on it, and my grandfather and Se-yeon were sitting below. My grandfather was digging in the ground. Se-yeon asked him why he was burying the boar's head. He said it was a sign of gratitude. Se-yeon didn't understand what this crazy man was getting at. Then, her grandfather explained that by sacrificing his life, they would be able to extend theirs. Se-yeon had to remember that. He told the girl to always be grateful. This boar, a river with fish in it, and the whole island. Se-yeon suddenly remembered her grandfather, who told her to respect everything around her as she walked this earth. She promised her grandfather to do so, and then they heard something that caught their attention. They were little wild boar babies huddled together. My grandfather said they would be his legacy. At that age, they were very cute and innocent and even made me feel guilty. But in such conditions, everyone had to survive on their own. Although Se-yeon was actually very sorry for her actions, she would do it again if necessary. My grandfather was carrying a boar's leg and said that he would not recommend eating the internal organs because they spoiled quickly. And he repeated that even the slightest risk here on the island could turn lethal. Taepong the dog also carried meat in his mouth. Se-yeon also thought that her grandfather was right, and that even a mild illness could be life-threatening. My grandfather said they would divide the rest of the meat. Some would be roasted on the fire, and the rest would be smoked. He added that they would now eat, and then he promised to teach Se-yeon some smoking techniques. Suddenly, the dog froze. Then he began to growl. After all, Se-yeon's classmates were waiting for them. Shinjae was sitting on Myung-jun-woo, and Yun-san Lee was holding a gun. Shinjae said it was their reward. Meng-jun-woo looked very bad and did not even show signs of life. Se-yeon screamed when she saw her friend in such a state, and then her eyes opened even more and she fell silent. After all, Yun-san Lee flicked his weapon and pointed it at Se-yeon, ordering him to close up and stand still. Se-yeon was seriously angry. Se-yeon asked what they were holding in their hands, and Sharon-chan said to look, and they had a dog with them. The girls' mouths watered when they saw the meat. Yun-san Lee also exclaimed that they hit the jackpot. Se-yeon told them that they were all rotten scum. Ji-hoon-an was silent, but it seemed that he did not like it. He put his head down. Se-yeon held the weapon and the meat tightly. Shinjae looked at her intently, especially her rifle. After that, Shinja abruptly stood up and ran. Se-yeon did not understand what was happening and stood in a stupor. Shinja ran at her and pulled out a weapon, hitting her with his knee. Se-yeon screamed but did not have time to defend herself. Then she fell loudly to the ground. Sinja repeated that he had already told her to stand still. Se-yeon groaned in pain. Shin-jae turned to the others and asked what they were doing. He ordered me to take the rifle from the beggar. The events moved to the cave. The roasted meat was ripe. After that, he was cut with a knife, and they stabbed a piece of it, from which the juice dripped, and the teenagers were salivating, looking at it. Sinja asked them if they were ready. The teenagers attacked the food like crazy. They looked like real animals. Ji-hoon-an looked down. He wasn't going to pounce on the meat. On the contrary, he was driven by anger at everything. Ji-in-kim looked at her friend and was not about to pounce on the food either. Yoon-sun-lee ate the meat like a wild boar. Sua-an also, smacking his lips. All the teenagers ate like dogs that had been thrown a bone. Chae Jin-jong asked Shin-jae why he didn't take everything from them while eating the meat. Yoon-sun-lee agreed, saying that they had more meat. He added that perhaps we shouldn't have left them anything, because they could have taken everything. Shin-jae smiled. Then he said that it was better to let them live because they would come in handy. Everyone else was surprised because no one was thinking of killing them. They discussed among themselves what Shin-jae meant, but no one paid any attention to it, because animal instincts were more important. Meanwhile, Mr. Park approached them, barely able to walk, limping. He asked the teenagers if it was meat and asked where they got it. He added that it smelled delicious. Then he stretched out his hands, asking me to give him a piece, but the teacher was stopped and ordered to wait. Yoon-sun-lee started screaming, saying that Mr. Park did not help them get the meat. The rest also agreed with this opinion. Mr. Park was shocked by this behavior. Sua-an added that they were constantly doing all the work themselves. She added that Mr. Park had done nothing all this time. The teacher was shocked by this attitude and outraged that they could not talk to him like that. And then he added that he was wounded, so he could not help even if he wanted to. Shin-jae watched everything in silence and then told everyone to calm down. Then he said that it was not nice to be so stingy. Mr. Park was overjoyed, saying that he knew Shin-jae would understand him. The teenager took a knife and stabbed the meat. Then he brought the piece up and showed it to the teacher. And then he said that they couldn't just give the food to Mr. Park for nothing either. He was irritated by the meat and said that they would think about it if the teacher showed them a stupid face and made them laugh. Mr. Park was shocked and could not believe he had heard it. Meanwhile, the events moved to another cave. They also had meat for dinner, but they sat in silence. Myung-woo asked Se-yeon if she was okay. She told the teenager to take better care of himself because he was always beaten. Manjun-woo smiled and replied that it was because they were outnumbered. If it was one-on-one, he would have won. But Se-yeon interrupted him, apologizing to her grandfather for what had happened. He replied that everything was fine, because they had more meat left and were still alive. Se-yeon agreed. The grandfather added that they had to worry about the next step of those ignorant people. After a short pause, my grandfather said that it was probably them. The teenagers added to his sentence by asking if they would come for them again. Meanwhile, a new day came and Se-yeon was fishing. She grabbed the rope. I got 2 fish out of it. Se-yeon was happy to be so lucky. Suddenly, the joy ended abruptly. After all, Se-yeon heard the click of a rifle. After that, the weapon was put directly to her back. And behind them were the rest of the teenagers who were also watching what was happening. Shin-jae made a disgusted face and said they were having fried fish for dinner. Se-yeon realized what had happened and that she could do nothing about it. She gritted her teeth in anger and injustice. The events moved to the cave of the freaks. There were 2 fish skeletons near the fire. They sat in a circle around the fire in silence. Yoon-sun-lee recounted how he had taken Se-yeon's fish and was proud of his disgusting act. Ji-hoon-an looked down. After that, he left them, disgusted with all this. Ji-in-kim noticed this. She followed her friend and the teenagers ended up on the street. Ji-yin asked Ji-hoon what was going on with him lately, because every night he would just stare at the sky. Ji-hoon-an sharply replied that they had to leave. Ji-yin did not expect to hear this and asked again. Ji-hoon-an came back and said that he was going to leave, because he couldn't go on with all this just to survive. Ji-yin was silent, because there was some truth in his words. Ji-hoon-an asked her what she thought about it. She asked if it was because of Se-yeon. Ji-hoon-an fell silent and looked down. G.I. Joe 2, and then she said that she was also sick of it, and that's why she was going to leave with him. Then she handed Ji-hoon something. They were cigarettes. Ji-hoon-an said he had quit and advised Ji-in to do the same. He added that they were even minors anyway. Yoon-sun-lee came to them and asked what they were doing, and ordered them to return if they had finished smoking. Ji-yin said they would be back soon. Then Ji-hoon turned around and went inside. The others asked them where they were, and someone joked that the teenagers wanted to be alone. Shin-jae listened to this and remained silent, and then his face twitched again, like what was happening. It was dark. Suddenly, someone set a stick on fire. After that, it immediately became light. It was my grandfather and Se-yeon, and Taepong was with them. They lit a fire. They started smoking meat. The man told me that to prepare the food for long-term storage, they would smoke it with smoke over a slow fire until sunset. And this smoked meat was the last thing they had left to eat. Se-yeon thought that this would certainly not be enough for the winter. Grandpa said that now they had to try harder to find more food. Se-yeon lowered her head in agreement. Suddenly, she heard the sound of rustling bushes. Grandpa and Se-yeon turned back to see what was happening. Meanwhile, the events moved to the cave. Everyone slept soundly by the fire, but not Ji-hoon-an. He woke Ji-yin up and told her to leave. She opened her eyes and stood up, and the teenagers carefully left the cave so as not to wake anyone up. They were outside and could now go wherever they wanted. Suddenly, the teenagers heard a sound and turned back. At that moment, someone called Ji-hoon-an. Then, as if out of nowhere, Sinja appeared with a weapon. He had a crazy expression on his face and asked his classmates where they were going, because it was deep into the night. Ji-yin heard something strange in Shin-jae's voice. It scared her, and she started stuttering, unable to string two words together. Ji-hoon-an was silent, gathering his words together, and then he took a deep breath and called Sinji an asshole. He certainly didn't like it, and asked what Ji-hoon-an had just told him. The teenager said that he could no longer stay with such freaks as they were, including Sinja. This further outraged his fragile personality. Ji-hoon said he refuses to survive at the expense of others. Shin-jae asked if Ji-hoon-an wanted to leave them and what he would do next. He asked if the teenager wanted to join a beggar's shop. Ji-hoon slapped himself in the face when he heard the word gobbler, showing the stupidity of these words, because everyone on the island was on equal footing. He told Shinja that he was still such an immature asshole, developing at the level of a child. Ji-in remained silent, looking at Ji-hoon-an sideways, sensing danger. He asked Sinja if he was not ashamed of himself and his actions. Ji-hoon-an added that they were all stuck on this stupid island. Shin-jae came closer and silently looked at his classmate, but his face was still contorted. Ji-hoon-an said that the teenager was just trying to act like a school bully and take people's things by force. And he didn't even mention how Shin-jae had gently hinted to Mr. Park, who was in charge. Ji-hoon-an told him to keep it up and then he would regret it. Ji-in was scared and expected something terrible from Shin-jae. He was silent, but he was full of danger and an unstable psyche. Shin-jae told Ji-hoon-an to go away, because as far as he remembered, the teenager was also one of the school bullies, and then he acted surprised, as if he had realized something important. Then he made a silly smile and asked if Ji-hoon-an was angry because his best friend had been beaten. He asked again. Shin-jae called Ji-hoon-an stupid, saying that they were best friends with a beggar. This infuriated him, and he threatened Sinja if he called her a beggar again. This made the teenager laugh. He asked what happened to Ji-hoon-an because he despised his past. Ji-yin was silent. She did not understand what was happening. Shin-jae asked, "Since when did Ji-hoon-an have the balls to threaten him?" He then pointed his rifle, saying that if the teenager thought he would not be shot at, he was wrong. Shin-jae was not joking. These were not empty threats, and everyone knew it. Ji-hoon-an was in a stupor. He did because anything could provoke Shin-jae. Suddenly, Ji-yin stood up for her friend, covering him with her body. Ji-hoon-an did not expect this from her. After that, Ji-yin yelled at Shin-jae to stop because he had gone too far. She promised that they would not join Se-yeon, but would leave quietly, without noise and on their own. Shin-jae briefly replied that all these words were nonsense. He kept his sights on them. Shin-jae told Ji-in to call a spade, that they were going to betray them. Ji-hoon-an realized that something had to be done, because the little shit was out of his mind. And at that moment, Mr. Park appeared. He asked the teenagers what was going on. Ji-hoon-an told Ji-in quietly that this was their chance. Before he could blink, the teenagers ran away. Only the wind is left behind. Sinja aimed his weapon at them again. Mr. Park wanted to ask what he was doing, but after a few shots, he fell silent. Shin-jae was furious. He started shouting and swearing at Mr. Park. The teacher was shocked. He could not have imagined that Sinja could behave like that. After that, Sinja hit him in the face with a rifle with all his might. He said that it was because of him that those two escaped. Mr. Park fell to the floor and looked at Shin-jae with fear. He was a real monster. Now the teacher understood how Hansen felt. Shin-jae cursed at Mr. Park again and looked at him as if he were some kind of shit. Then he went to look for his classmates. saying that they couldn't have gotten far. Ji-yin exhaled, but it seemed to be quite loud, and Shin-jae could hear it. He looked from side to side. Then he asked where they could have gone. Shin-jae stood on the edge of a cliff and looked ahead, but his prey was right below him. It seemed that the teenagers had fallen down as they ran away. Ji-hoon-an injured his leg, and Ji-yin covered her face with her hand so that Shin-jae wouldn't hear her tears and cries. He stood and watched, waiting to hear them. Suddenly, a drop of water fell on him. Then it started raining heavily, and Shin-jae just turned around and left. Once again, the island was covered by a heavy downpour. Ji-hoon-an could barely walk and limped badly. Ji-yin carried her friend on her back. She asked Ji-hoon to hold on a little longer, but my friend was silent. He was in great pain. Ji-yin felt it, but they had no other choice. Suddenly, Ji-hoon-an slipped, and because of this, he fell down hard and Ji-yin couldn't hold him up. She asked the teenager if he was okay, but he just groaned. She sat down next to Ji-hoon-an, her eyes welling up with tears. Suddenly, Ji-yin saw something. There was a lot of blood on her hands, and all of it was from Ji-hoon-an's leg. There was too much of it. At that moment, I heard someone's footsteps. Ji-yin was frightened because she thought it was someone following them. But when she heard Se-yeon's voice, she calmed down. She looked silently at her classmate, glad that it was not Sinji. Then she started crying, and she asked Se-yeon to help save Ji-hoon-an. The classmate was silent for a while, and then the events moved to their hiding place. Mung Jun-woo was outraged and asked why this happened. After all, they were visited by Ji-hoon-an and Ji-in, whom they considered their enemies. Mung Jun-woo asked what the two had forgotten about them. At that moment, Se-yeon abruptly ran in, saying that Ji-hoon-an had been shot. Myung Jun-woo tried to object, reminding them what they had done wrong to them. But Se-yeon interrupted him, ordering him to put the blanket on the floor. The teenager stood his ground and wanted to object, but he was now interrupted by his grandfather, who told everyone that they should hurry up and that he would try to get the bullet out first. He gave Ji-hoon-an a blanket and told her to bite down on it because the pain would be hellish. And then he added that all they had for disinfection was alcohol, so there was no guarantee that Ji-hoon-an would survive. Suddenly, his pupils dilated sharply, followed by a loud scream that was probably heard in North Korea. Meanwhile, morning came and the events moved to the cave. The teenagers were just starting to wake up, and Yoon-sun Lee said that he hadn't seen Ji-in and Ji-hoon-an anywhere. Sharon Young agreed and asked Shin-jae if he had seen them. The teenager was silent. He had no face. After a pause, Shin-jae had betrayed them. Yoon-sun Lee asked what he meant. Shin-jae replied in an angry voice that he was sure the two of them would join the beggar. Everyone asked him again in one voice, because they didn't believe that he would join Se-yeon. Shin-jae nodded in response. Yoon-sun Lee said he was not surprised, because Ji-hoon-an was friends with the beggar. Sharon Jong replied that she thought they were no longer friends. Swa-an said that once an unfaithful person is unfaithful forever, and that Ji-hoon-an ran around like a man of easy virtue. And Yoon-sun Lee said that Ji-hoon-an was a nit. Ye-jong Lee was silent, but it seemed that she was uncomfortable. After all, she did not sleep that night. She woke up and went to the exit. Then I saw something I would rather not have seen. Shin-jae shot at their classmates. After that, he was screaming loudly and behaving like a madman. Eun-jung Lee was shaking just thinking about it. Shin-jae was silent and just looked down. Then he noticed Ye-jong Lee's strange condition. But at that moment, Yoon-sun Lee stretched, saying that it was all indifferent and he was thirsty. He asked if anyone wanted to go with him to get water. The girls said they were lazy and asked for more water. Yoon-sun Lee was outraged that he had to walk all the time and suggested playing rock, scissors, paper like civilized people. Then Shin-jae made his creepy smile and said he had a better idea. He said that none of them need to go. Then he threw the bottle on the ground. Everyone else was shocked because the water wouldn't collect itself. And then Shin-jae called Mr. Park. The teacher slowly approached them, limping slightly. His face was all battered and bruised, and Shin-jae asked him to bring water for them. I could hear my stomach growling. Yoon-sun Lee said he was hungry and asked if they had any food. The teenagers were outraged that they had eaten everything at once, when they should have saved it for the future. Then Shin-jae ordered everyone to get up. After all, they are going hunting again. The teenagers were surprised by this idea, but then a smile appeared on their faces, because they loved everything that was related to violence. And then Shin-jae said he almost forgot. He made this creepy smile and asked Yuri if they could talk together. Her classmate was not expecting attention, and her face began to sweat from nerves. But she knew she couldn't say no. Meanwhile, the events moved to a shelter where teenagers were carrying firewood. Se-yeon told Myung-woo that he didn't have to go with them. The teenager said that now they had extra mouths, so he just had to help. Ji-yin began to panic and worry, lowering her head. Se-yeon came back and reassured her, saying that Myung-woo was just saying that. Suddenly, someone said hello to them. Se-yeon turned to the side at the sound. It was Yun-san Lee and the others. Swa-an admired the fact that they had really gone over to the beggar's side. Ji-yin said she had no reason to talk to them all. Yun-san Lee replied that she imagined herself as a bully. Sinja said that they did not come to return her, and they were here because they were hungry. Then he pointed his weapon and ordered them to close and give up everything they had. Se-yeon panicked and replied that they had taken all their food last time. Suddenly a shot was heard and she said they had nothing else. Man Jun-woo shouted Se-yeon's name when he heard the gunshots. He fell on top of her to cover his friend, and Yura attacked them and shouted for them to bring food. I hit them with my rifle with all my might. Yura Choi was crazy. She never behaved like that. And it was all because of a conversation with Sinja. When he called her, Yura immediately realized that it was bad news. Although Shinjae did put on a fake smile. He started by saying outright that Yura Choi had no part in their survival at all, if the robbery could be called that. Yura put her head down in guilt. Shinjae put his hand on her shoulder, saying that he was saying this because he was worried about her. Then he took her by the face and lifted it. And then he returned it. He pointed to Mr. Park and said that Yura Choi did not want to end up like him. Therefore, it would have to prove its importance. And Sinja promised that he would keep an eye on her. That's why Yura Choi hit Se-yeon and Menja with an assault rifle, demanding food. She was so crazy because she was driven by fear. It was either her or her. Then they put a hand on her shoulder and said that was enough. Of course it was Sinji, and he praised his slave for his work and service to him. My grandfather was watching. Se-yeon was surprised to see him, and then the meat fell to the floor. The leg they had been smoking all night. My grandfather said it was the last food they had. Yun-san Lee gushed, saying that the smell was wonderful. My grandfather advised me to stretch the food over several days because it was smoked and did not spoil quickly. Se-yeon told her grandfather that it was actually their last meal, but he didn't say anything, didn't even look at her. Yun-san Lee called his grandfather a North Korean and asked how he could repay him. Then he put the meat on his shoulder. Grandpa was silent and just looked them in the eye. And then the bastards turned around and left, saying that they would see each other again. Yura Choi was pleased with herself, because at last she was not the one being bullied. The events moved to the cave. Teenagers ate meat like animals. It seemed that they did not listen to their grandfather, and ate everything at once. Yura Choi felt proud of herself and her actions. Shinjae watched them all eat. Yun-san Lee asked if they ate everything at once. Shinjae said that this time they would leave a little bit, but would go back in the morning. Yura Choi agreed, saying that it could not have been otherwise. Shinjae sliced the meat onto a knife. Then he went up to Yura Choi with him and praised her for her good work. Sharon Jong and Sua-an also praised her. Yun-san Lee also joined in, stuffing his mouth, but called her Yura Han. She thought her last name was Choi, not Han. They didn't even know her name. Eun-jung Lee remained silent, only looking sideways. But I just thanked her, and thought that the teenagers had finally accepted her. Shinjae was smiling. He loved it when everything was the way he wanted it. Then his eyes spotted a new victim. He looked at Mr. Park, saying that the teacher must have been hungry because they did nothing. Shinjae asked what the teacher was waiting for, because now it was his turn. Mr. Park stood in a stupor. Then he made a stupid face, just like Hansen did. How funny it was that the teacher had previously defended his offender, and now found himself in Hansen's shoes. The events moved to the cave. Taepong the dog was whining inside. Se-yeon told him that he must be hungry and apologized that they had nothing to eat. Ji-yin lowered her head and remained silent, feeling guilty and ashamed. Jae-hoon-an just lay there, gathering his strength. Se-yeon told everyone that the sun was already up, so they had to go look for food. Mong Yun-woo asked what the point was, because those bastards would come back and take everything away again. Ji-yin was so sorry and ashamed of everything. Se-yeon looked at her, and then she asked the others what they should do. Just sit there, do nothing, and wait for death by starvation. Se-yeon added that they could not give up hope for survival, so she suggested that they at least catch grasshoppers. At that moment, my grandfather came in and said that Se-yeon was right, and they could also look for edible berries and plants. Teenagers were not very confident about eating vegetation. But my grandfather asked who wanted to go with him, adding that he needed at least 2 people. Se-yeon said she would leave with Myung-woo. Then she turned to her friend and asked if he could walk. Mung Jun-woo said he was feeling better, but there was a catch. He asked if it was a good idea to keep these 2 newcomers. Se-yeon looked at Ji-hoon and Ji-in. They wouldn't have been able to handle themselves in case of danger. After that, she suggested that Myung-woo go with Ji-in and she would look after Ji-hoon. Suddenly, the friend started shouting that he would never leave her alone with him. Se-yeon and Ji-in stood silently in shock. Ji-hoon said that he had something he had been wanting to tell for a long time. Se-yeon blushed and asked what it was. And then Ji-hoon walked up to her, grabbed her face and reached out to kiss her. Of course, all of this was just a wild fantasy of Mung Jun-woo's, but the teenager would never have let it happen. Se-yeon asked him what he offered in return. Mung Jun-woo pretended to be thinking about something. And then he said that he would stay with Ji-hoon and the two girls would go with their grandfather. Ji-in looked at Myung-woo. Se-yeon looked down and agreed, saying that she didn't care and called Ji-in. It seemed that her classmate was not very enthusiastic and stammered her agreement. Se-yeon couldn't get out of her head the phrase that Myung-woo was worried about being left alone with Ji-hoon. Ji-in screamed loudly. She ran after her grandfather and Se-yeon and asked them to wait for her, loudly crying. Se-yeon noticed something on her. Her hands were covered with cuts due to thorn bushes. She told Ji-in that she should have put on a sweater. At first, my classmate did not even realize what was going on. And then she felt a burning sensation on her hands and thought she hadn't even noticed it. After that, the grandfather called the two of them. After all, he found a kibia, also known as the chocolate vine, and ordered him to keep it. He told the girls to eat in moderation, because overeating could make them sick. Ji-in didn't like the idea very much. The grandfather told them to keep walking and that they would catch grasshoppers along the way. Ji-in hadn't moved away from a kibia yet, and the thought of catching and then eating grasshoppers didn't make her happy. But it was a pretty good option that had a high protein content. Ji-in made too much noise because she was afraid of these creatures. Every time she shouted from behind the bushes when she touched the grasshoppers, scaring the others away. Grandpa was watching and said how spoiled Ji-in was. Then he asked Se-yeon, calling her a booger, if she had accepted her fate. Of course, the girl did not like the joke about her height, but she let it slide and replied that both her pockets were full. Grandpa came back and told Se-yeon that he had told her again to take it in moderation. Then he ordered everyone to go back. Ji-in looked crazy and most of all she wanted to go back. Se-yeon noticed this and asked her if she wanted to rest for a while. And then Ji-in fell to the ground and stretched out a long yes. Se-yeon remained silent, accepting the situation as it was, so the girls sat together in a clearing under a tree. And then Ji-in decided to speak up and turned to Se-yeon. She asked her classmate why she helped them, since they had treated her and Myung-woo so horribly. Se-yeon replied that in truth it was all just a prank by that idiot Shin-jae. Ji-in looked at her classmate and was shocked that Se-yeon didn't hold a grudge against her. And then she told Ji-in that she knew she hated her. So Se-yeon thought about how desperate she was when she asked for help from her, of all people. And she added that she was too good-natured to turn a blind eye to this. Ji-in suddenly apologized for what had happened between them in the past and what was happening now. Se-yeon looked at her classmate in shock, not expecting to hear such a thing from her. Then I sewed it, because a sincere apology was worth a lot. And the teenagers gathered to walk back, chatting sweetly with each other and their grandfather. For some reason, Se-yeon looked away. Then her expression changed dramatically. A smile appeared on Sinja's face when he saw his prey and potential dinner. The teenagers were expected by ignorant people with weapons and more people. Shin-jae said he missed them. The events took place in a bright room. The girl was drawing on a photo, and when she was asked if she was ready to tell everything, she froze. It was a hospital, and a doctor was standing next to the patient and asking what kind of place it was. Suddenly, the girl looked up and looked at the doctor. He handed her a piece of paper and said that she could write everything on it if it was more convenient for her. The patient looked down, and then she took the paper, saying that she would write about everything better. She started by writing class 1 to 9 inches. Ji-hoon was lying on the ground, showing no signs of life. Next to him, Jun-woo knelt with his hands above his head. Ji-in screamed when she saw what happened to her friend. Their friends were taken hostage. Ji-in asked what it all meant. Suddenly, her pupils dilated sharply. After that, a loud shot was heard from Sinji, and then another click of the rifle and its muzzle was pointed at the teenagers. Sinja said they heard him and asked not to be forced to repeat himself. Ji-in asked her classmate how he could do that. A smile appeared on Shinja's face. He liked becoming the worst version of himself. Then Se-yeon calmly agreed. She said it was in her pocket and ordered me to take it away. Ji-in tried to be outraged. Se-yeon rubbed her pocket, trying to prove that she had something in it. Sinja replied that he did not trust them and ordered them to stand still. Then he looked back and gave the order to Yura Choi. After her last victory, the girl felt impunity and power, so she easily agreed to the task. And she approached Se-yeon with an assault rifle. She held up her hands to her classmates, showing that she would not harm them. Yura Choi was already mentally devouring what was in Se-yeon's pocket. Suddenly her expression changed abruptly and she screamed. After all, many grasshoppers jumped out of Se-yeon's pocket and attacked Yuri Choi. She even threw away her weapon out of fear, and she fell straight to the ground, plopping down loudly. Se-yeon realized that this was a chance and she had to take the weapon. Yunsan Lee did not understand what had happened. Jihoon An gritted his teeth in pain as he continued to lie there. And then I realized that this was his chance when Yunsan let his guard down. So Jihoon An just pounced on him, knocking him down. Mong Junwoo realized what was starting to happen, and he had to make an effort as well. Meanwhile, Jihoon An and Yunsan Lee were struggling, and the latter was knocked to the ground. Yunsan Lee was furious because he was used to winning with numbers and weapons, but he had no strength. Then he was told that it was the end, and Yunsan Lee's expression changed dramatically. After all, now he was facing the muzzle of a rifle grabbed by Mong Junwoo. Now the tough guy was in the shoes of those he had insulted and intimidated, but without a weapon, Yunsan Lee was nothing. Se-yeon grabbed Yura Choi's rifle and also pointed it at the offenders, saying that it was over now. Yura was scared, because Shinja would definitely not praise her for such a mistake. Se-yeon asked if they wanted to shoot each other and die together. Yunsan Lee raised his hands in the air in fear and remained silent. Shinja stared intently and remained silent as well. Then he abruptly turned around and ordered me to leave. The others did not understand what was happening and stood in a stupor. Yunsan Lee asked again, asking if they were just giving up. This pissed Shinja off. He turned around and you could see that his muscles were starting to show on his face, and he asked if there was a better option. Yunsan Lee trembled at the mere sight of their leader. He said he understood and agreed, telling the others that they were going back. Finally, he turned around and said that nothing was over yet, and asked me to remember his words. The grandfather only came to the teenagers and said that everything had been handled without him this time. Se-yeon called for Myung-woo to make sure he was okay, but Ji-in ran screaming to Jihoon An, interrupting her classmate. The teenager was lying on the floor, still not fully recovered, but heroically helping his friends. Jihoon An began to say Se-yeon's name as if he wanted to tell her something. Then he suddenly apologized, which shocked the girl. It shocked Ji-in too, and she became stunned. Then she clenched her teeth and hid her face. The events moved back in time to when the teenagers were still young. After school, they decided to leave the talkies. Everyone else caught on to the idea and agreed to go for the delicious treats. Little Se-yeon was not happy, she just looked down. Little Jihoon An was walking beside her. Se-yeon apologized without looking up, saying that she would go with them another time. Jihoon An looked at his friend. The others tried to convince Se-yeon that she never went with them. Suddenly, someone said they had a treat and suggested we all go together. It was Jihoon An, and he smiled at Se-yeon and said that she had to go too. The events moved to the school. Their classes 1-9. The students were sitting at their desks. The teacher was not there. Jihoon An turned to Se-yeon and called out to her joyfully. Then he whispered that they were in the same class and he was happy about it. Se-yeon pretended that she didn't care and that it was nothing unusual. But in fact, she was happy about it, and the girl was all smiles at the thought. Then I heard slow footsteps, those of an elderly man. It was Mr. Park. He walked into the classroom and said that he would mark the attendees. The first was his favorite, Sinja Kang. Next up is Hansen Kim, then Ji-yin Kim, Jihoon An, Sua An, who painted her lips with gloss, Donsu Lee, Yunsan Lee, Ye-jong Lee, who covered her mouth with her hand, Manjun Woo, who was lying on the desk, Sharon Jong, who also dyed her hair, Yura Choi, Chae In-hyun, Jang Song-hong, and the last one was Si-young Han. After roll call, Mr. Park said he had something for the students on the waiting list and told them to go to the teacher's lounge. After that, I addressed Si-young personally to see if she had heard. Jihoon An turned and looked at his friend. The other students began to whisper about what this privilege meant. Shinjai Kang smiled and replied that it meant terrible poverty. And then he added that in other words, a beggar. Meng Junwoo did not get up from his desk. Jihoon An hid and looked around, feeling ashamed for some reason. The events moved to the store. The creaky door opened and the customer said hello. It was Se-yeon. She said in an uncertain voice that she had seen the store looking for employees. The man replied that she was still a student and asked if Se-yeon thought she would have time. She smiled and vowed that she would definitely find him, and if they hired her, Se-yeon would do her best. And then she became quieter and said that she hoped they would be able to pay her in cash because she needed to receive a benefit. The man sighed sadly. Then he replied that in that case he would not be able to pay her the minimum wage and asked if Se-yeon would be okay with that. She didn't quite understand, but she agreed because she had no other choice. The man agreed and said that Se-yeon could start tomorrow. These words made the little girl happy and she sewed. He added that he usually doesn't hire apprentices, but he made an exception for her because he understood that it was important to Se-yeon. The girl thanked him. Among the shelves there was Woo, who was silently pretending to choose something. And then he came back when Se-yeon said goodbye to the man. Then Woo reached for his drink as he continued shopping. He brought it to the checkout to pay for it. The cashier told him that there was a special offer for this product: buy one, get one free. The events moved to a bad-looking neighborhood. A group of people were standing there smoking. Among them were Shinjae, Se-yeon, Yunsan Lee, and Sharon Jong. The latter two discussed whether Woo was from their class, but they didn't even remember his name in particular. Sharon Jong said he was cute as he took another puff. Yunsan Lee grumbled that he was not interested. Sharon Jong asked to be invited to hang out with them next time. Woo was walking alone on the road. Suddenly, a man in a military uniform called out his name. The teenager was speechless when he saw him and called him father. He said he came in because he had some business at home. Then he said with a serious expression that he was glad to see him and asked how his new school was. For some reason, he remembered Shinja's words. When he called Se-yeon a beggar, it seems that he was impressed. But Woo told his father that he was older when everyone was the same. Then my father told his partner to wait for him in the car. The private accepted the command. Then he saluted, but suddenly his father ordered him. The ordinary soldier was trembling. The man was outraged and asked who had taught him to salute like that, commenting that it was terrible. Woo observed how his father behaved and how he was feared. After that, the teenager turned around and left, while the man continued to lecture the soldier. The father did not even notice that his son had left, and Woo thought that he would not miss anything and noticed everything. The teenager was sick of it. Suddenly, Woo noticed something, and it caught his attention. He saw Se-yeon and her grandfather, who scolded him not to collect it anymore. She said she now had a job, so there was no need for her grandfather to work. Woo was very impressed. The events moved to the school. The class laughed at Hansen. Yunsan Lee continued to insult him. He asked him to stop in a quiet, uncertain voice. Yunsan Lee asked what the teenager had mumbled to him. Hansen began to panic after his words. Then Yunsan Lee turned to Woo, who was lying on the desk. But the teenager did not even get up when he called him and continued to remain silent. Yunsan Lee invited him to hang out with them after school, but Woo refused without raising his face. Yunsan Lee was shocked by this answer, because everyone in the class wanted to hang out with him, or so he thought. Sharon Jong laughed, saying that Yunsan Lee was rejected. Woo remained silent, not moving from his seat, and Yunsan turned around and left. Then he turned around and called the teenager too moody. Meanwhile, Woo and Se-yeon stood at the school's exit. Suddenly it started to rain heavily. But he came back because he was surprised by something. It was Se-yeon, who came out from under the cover and was about to leave. He called out to her, but Se-yeon did not react and just ran in the rain. Woo was very interested in why she was in such a hurry and where she was going. Then I heard the heavy footsteps of a healthy man. It was Woo's father, and he recognized him. The father replied that he had decided to take his son because he hadn't done so for a long time, and it was raining. So they went together, and they asked Woo if he had made any friends at the new school. Several situations with his classmates came to mind. How they smoked, but they spent their time after school in a useful way. Woo realized that these were people he would not want to have anything to do with. He just agreed that he had made friends. Then he looked at his father and addressed him. Suddenly, their umbrella broke free and fell to the ground. After that, Woo's eyes widened dramatically when he saw his father. After all, he struck a pose and saluted, thanking him for his service. Drops of rain ran down my father's arm, but he stood there and did not run for an umbrella. Woo remained silent, but the shock did not leave his face. The father told his son that he should always be grateful and respectful of such people. After that, the shock disappeared from his face and sadness appeared. His grandfather and Se-yeon walked in front of him, and she helped him push the cart. My father said that this grandfather was a veteran of the Korean War, and he realized this because of the badge on his cap. The old man was pleased that someone else respected veterans and bowed. After that, he and Se-yeon moved on, carrying a heavy cart, and Woo stood there in shock. They had an umbrella, although it was wet. But despite the heavy rain, his father shone brighter than the sun. The events moved to the old building. Shinjae and his father were with her, and he told his son to thank his fate that he did not have to live like that. These words were deeply imprinted in the teenager's mind. Se-yeon walked with her grandfather past Myung-woo and his father. I was pushing a cart in the rain. The rain was running down her face, but it did not bother the girl. Shinjae agreed with his father. He realized how lucky he was to have a good life. The events moved to the shop where Se-yeon now worked. The customer held out his card to pay. Se-yeon worked at the cash register, and the customer said they were in the same class. The girl replied that she knew that. It was Myung-woo, who said it was time for school and asked if Se-yeon was going. To which she replied that the supervisor said he would be late, so the girl decided to replace him before school. And she wondered why she was explaining this to him at all. Manjun-woo bought another drink that was on sale and shared it with Se-yeon. The girl replied that she had not eaten sweets, but she was shocked by this act. But Mangjun-woo did not listen to her, saying that they would talk some other time. Se-yeon tried to say that she didn't like sweets, but her classmate just turned around and walked away with a wave. Se-yeon stood in a stupor, not understanding what was happening. Then another customer came in and said hello. It was Ji-hoon-an. He was surprised to see his friend Se-young-han. The teenager immediately attacked with questions about whether the girl worked here and whether it was time to go to school. Se-yeon replied that she was going to work a little longer and would come back in the evening. Then she held out the banana milk that Mangjun-woo had given her and offered it to Ji-hoon. He asked what it was. Se-yeon said she didn't eat sweets. Ji-hoon-an asked if he would feel bad about it later, and Se-yeon said indignantly that if he didn't want to, he didn't have to. After that, Ji-hoon-an stopped showing off and took a banana milk and said they would meet at school. A smile appeared on Se-yeon's face. Ji-hoon-an walked past his classmates who were sitting in the same place smoking. He looked at his banana milk that Se-yeon had given him and was happy. Suddenly he was called and turned around. I saw my classmates. Yoon-sun Lee asked if they knew each other. Sharon Jong responded by asking him if he was stupid because they were all in the same class, adding that they were in the same class so they were friends. Ji-hoon-an heard this and wondered if they were really in the same class. Suddenly someone touched him on the shoulder. Ji-hoon-an recoiled, not expecting such closeness. It was Ji-yin, and she replied that it was nice to meet her and introduced herself to her classmate. And then she asked if he had banana milk in his hands. Then she said that she adored him. She asked if she could take it. Ji-hoon-an stood in a stupor at being spoken to and handed over his drink. Yoon-sun Lee asked the teenager if he wanted to hang out with them after school. And Sharon Jong asked if Ji-hoon-an ever smoked. He replied that he had never done so. Yoon-sun Lee asked why such a cool guy didn't smoke. Ji-hoon-an was embarrassed when people called him cool. Then he was handed one cigarette, the last one in the pack. Shinjae said that this one had a match and Ji-hoon-an had to smoke it, and the teenager agreed. The events moved back to the store, where Se-yeon again said that the goods were on a 1+1 promotion. Mangjun-woo told her to take a free one. Everything happened the same way. Se-yeon took the milk. She stood there in a stupor but realized that Mangjun-woo would not take no for an answer. Then Ji-hoon-an came, and Se-yeon gave this milk to him again. Then Ji-hoon-an gave it to Ji-in, and she responded defiantly at first. And then I looked more closely and noticed something. At the bottom was a note that they were in the same class and an offer to be friends. Ji-in melted down. It embarrassed her. I thought about how bad Ji-hoon-an's handwriting was, but it was actually Myung-jun-woo's. They all met again in front of the school to smoke a pack of cigarettes. Ji-hoon-an felt like one of them. He was accepted. It got dark and the events moved to the store. Ye-jong Lee said she heard that there was no point in coming here. Yun-sul Lee was outraged, asking what to do because he had run out of cigarettes. He said that he thought he was addicted because the teenager seemed to be experiencing withdrawal. Yun-san said this proudly, but no one believed him. Ji-hoon-an watched in silence, but he knew that Se-yeon worked in the store. Sinja said that the manager here was strict, and they all wore school uniforms. And then Ji-hoon-an told them to wait for him here. This surprised the teenagers, but they couldn't wait to see what would happen. Ji-hoon-an had a smug smile on his face, proud of himself and feeling cool. So the teenager walked into the store and the doorbell rang. Se-yeon greeted him, but fell silent in mid-sentence when she saw him there. She looked at her classmate. The others watched from the courtyard, and Yun-san Lee asked if it was the beggar from their class. Ji-hoon-an told Se-yeon that he had a request. The girl was already alarmed and asked what had happened. Ji-hoon asked her to sell him what was behind her, hinting at the cigarettes that lined the entire closet. Se-yeon was in a stupor because she didn't know that Ji-hoon-an smoked at all. The teenager smiled at her, saying that they were friends. There was a sign at the cash register that prohibited the sale of tobacco to people under the age of 19. Morning came and they were shouting at Se-yeon. The manager shouted that it was impossible to sell cigarettes to minors. Se-yeon didn't know what to say, and cold sweat was pouring down her face. The manager asked how Se-yeon repaid him for his kindness. He added that he saw everything on the surveillance cameras. Outside, Se-yeon's classmates were watching and eavesdropping. The boss said he shouldn't have hired the apprentice. Then he shouted that Se-yeon had been fired. She tried to apologize, but it was all in vain. Meanwhile, my classmates were smoking in their seats. There were a lot of them. The whole class smoked, as it turned out. Ji-hoon-an also did not care about Se-yeon's fate. He had a smile on his face because he was so cool. The events moved to residential buildings. Man Jun-woo called out to Se-yeon. The girl was furious and did not answer. Mung Jun-woo kept asking her to wait. Eventually, Se-yeon asked why he was hitting on her, since she didn't even know him. Mung Jun-woo replied that they were in the same class, so they were friends. Se-yeon denied it, saying it meant nothing. Myung-woo looked at her and smiled, saying that she was small but energetic. Se-yeon noticed this and asked what made him laugh so much. Mung Jun-woo replied that it was very small. And then Se-yeon took a swing at her classmate, asking if he wanted to die. Suddenly, I noticed something and stopped. She saw Mung Jun-woo, who called out to her. The rest of my classmates were nearby, and they asked out loud if it was the beggar. Yoon-san Lee said this and was told that it was very rude. Sua-an laughed, and Sharon Jong said that it seemed like Se-yeon had heard Yoon-san Lee. But the teenager did not stop, asking if it was true that the beggars were begging for food. Se-yeon was silent and just looked at them. Mung Jun-woo was also silent, but he was shocked by the situation. Suddenly, Shin-jae asked Ji-hoon-an if she was his girlfriend, and then he made that stupid forced smile, as if he didn't understand what the question meant. Ji-hoon-an didn't even know what to say and was in a stupor. Suddenly he laughed, telling me not to say such nonsense anymore. He added that Se-yeon was more like his cigarette courier. Then Yoon-san Lee asked everyone if they wanted to see a gag. His cigarette was over. Then Yoon-san Lee left her, and she flew straight to Se-yeon. She jumped away from the girl's briefcase, and it fell by her collar, reaching her body. Se-yeon screamed because it hurt so much. Yoon-san Lee said he was reaching into his briefcase, and then he answered that it was past the basket, with a calm face. And at that moment, a foot hit him in the face. It was Man Jun-woo. Yoon-san Lee flew backward, blood from his face flying after him. Meng Yun-woo yelled at him and called him a bastard. Se-yeon didn't have time to step away from the cigarette and was shocked by this act. Ji-hoon-an was as silent as a rat, and Yoon-san Lee fell to the ground, landing loudly. Mung Jun-woo looked up. After that, someone grabbed him. He threw Jung Seong-hyun's hand away, but then he hit Ma Young-woo in the face. The teenager also fell to the ground. He barely managed to get up. He was attacked again, this time by Shinja. This short girl had always only known how to attack the weak. After that, he punched Men Jun-woo in the face. Shinja felt strong because he was beaten and abused at home. And then 3 guys attacked poor Myung Jun-woo while he was lying there, and they started beating him hard from all sides. Ji-hoon-an was shocked, but he remained silent, standing in a stupor. Suddenly, he was pushed by Se-yeon. She was holding a garbage bag. She swung it and hit Yoon-san Lee and the others, and the garbage flew everywhere. My classmate stood there, all dirty and smelly, looking at Se-yeon. Then she said on the phone that she wanted to report the fight. It seems it was the police. Se-yeon said that a group of thugs were beating a man. Shinja snorted as if he didn't care. But inside, he was very afraid of what his father would do to him for reporting him to the police. And then he ordered everyone to leave. Ji-hoon-an looked at Se-yeon with big eyes. He was scared. Then he left with the others. The events moved to the school, namely in grades 1-9. Se-yeon was there, followed by Myung-woo. The teenager told his classmate that she came in early today with a smile on her face. Se-yeon returned but was silent. After that, she asked if Myung-woo was okay because he looked bad. The teenager briefly replied that everything was fine and asked how Se-yeon was feeling. The girl put her head down and said that she was fine. She had banana milk on her desk. Se-yeon replied again that she didn't eat sweets, and then she took a drink. She looked at Mung Jun-woo and asked him not to carry it for her anymore. The banana milk came with a note that said, "I'm with you." Myung-woo ignored these words and asked Se-yeon to come over to him because she still had scratches. Se-yeon asked if Myung-woo really thought she couldn't afford the patches. She added that it was because she was a beggar. Myung-woo got scared, saying that's not what he meant. And then Se-yeon hit the teenager with her fist, but not too hard. Mung Jun-woo grimaced, And then Se-yeon grabbed his shirt. And then the teenager blushed and started thinking about his old grandmother. Se-yeon said that she couldn't take it anymore, and Myung-woo looked down at her. The girl pressed closer to him. Then Manjun-woo saw a scar on her neck from a burn caused by a cigarette butt thrown at her by Yun-san Lee. He silently put a band-aid on it, and Se-yeon cried bitterly. Myung-woo thought that all this time she had already been an outcast to others. Meanwhile, the events shifted to reality, where the wild beast ran very fast as if running away from someone. Se-yeon ran after him, and next to him is Taepung the dog. The beast felt that it was about to come to an end. Se-yeon caught up and thought about the fact that she had very little ammunition. Although she was small in size, she had the physical stature to match any giant. She held it up high, deciding that she couldn't waste ammunition, and you need to kill the animal in a maximum of 2 shots. So Se-yeon took aim, clicked the rifle. Her eyes were full of concentration. She was ready. Then the shot, and right on the money. The wild beast fell to the ground, and Taepung ran after it to finish the job. He bit an animal, so that she could not run away and move. Se-yeon came closer to him, and then another shot rang out. Meanwhile, Grandpa and Ji-yin were walking along the lawn, and he said that he had even learned something from her. He told Ji-yin that nothing would change if nothing was changed. The companion looked down because the old man was completely right. Suddenly they met Se-yeon on the road. Meanwhile, the events moved to the cave. Screams and sounds of a fight were coming from there. Yun-san Lee was shouting and calling someone a woman of easy virtue. They seemed to be talking to Yer Choi. He kicked her, accusing her of being the reason they lost their rifle. But Yun-san Lee forgot that his rifle was also taken away. Sharon Jong ordered him to stop because he was giving her a headache. Sua-an said that Yer Choi was not the only one to blame, as Yun-san Lee also lost his weapon. She added that it was because he fell like an idiot. These words infuriated him and he screamed. Sharon Jong suggested that we be realistic and start with the fact that they all came to this island because of Yun-san Lee. Sua-an supported him, saying that if he hadn't ducked behind the wheel of that boat like an idiot, Donsu, Jae-in, and Hyun-sung wouldn't be dead. Yun-san Lee replied that they all laughed when he made the joke, and now they say it was his fault. Then he told them to choose their words, his tone sounding threatening. Yejong Lee ordered them all to calm down. And then she said that it wasn't actually Yong-san Lee who killed them, but rather... And then Shin-jae intervened, interrupting Yejong Lee. He asked her who she was going to drive at. Yun-san Lee intervened, saying that it was enough to talk about it. Yejong Lee fell silent. Yong-san Lee said that in desperate times, desperate measures are needed. Yejong Lee replied that she just wanted to say that everything that was happening was not normal. Then she turned around and left. Yun-san Lee asked her where she was going. Shin-jae remained silent, also waiting for an answer, but Yejong Lee did not even return to them. She just looked to one side. Mr. Park's face was covered in bruises and blood, and he had been severely abused. And then she felt very sorry for the teacher. She looked down in shame. The events moved to the place where everyone smoked during breaks from school. Cigarettes fell to the ground and someone called someone a snitch, saying that he had betrayed them in a great way. A beaten Hansen was sitting on the ground. He was looking at the ground and barely breathing. His neck was bruised, as was his face. Shin-jae held cigarettes in his hands and smiled as he looked at Hansen. The poor man could barely hold himself up. He could not stand up. He stammered out an apology to Sinja. Hansen asked them to stop and swore not to tell anyone, but they interrupted him and simply kicked him in the face. Shin-jae looked at Hansen like he was shit and ordered him to shut his mouth. Others were watching, and everyone was shocked by this aggression, to put it mildly. Shin-jae was beating and shouting that he would take them both down with Jae-in, even if he got hurt himself. Yejong Lee told him to stop because Hansen could really die. And at that moment, Sinja elbowed her in the face. Yejong Lee fell to the ground. Her nose was bleeding and Sinja called her names, telling her not to even dare to point at him. He looked at her with a crazed look and added that he would spare her a fig. Meanwhile, it was raining heavily on the island. But inside, the meat Se-yeon had caught was already ripe. She said she cut it with a stone because they didn't have a knife and the teenagers were salivating. Se-yeon held out a piece and said that he needed to eat a lot to recover. She said this to Ji-hoon-an, and the teenager was very embarrassed by this attention. Mung Jun-woo approached her and was indignant. Se-yeon whispered in his ear that she would give him a bigger piece. My grandfather also took some meat and praised it, saying it was a great job. Taepung also enjoyed the food because he was working hard too. Meanwhile, someone was walking in the rain and loudly sneezing. It was Yer Choi. She was screaming for help. Se-yeon asked the others if they had heard it too. Yura Choi was screaming and running away, calling for help. Suddenly, someone clicked a gun. Yura Choi was frightened when she saw it in front of her. It was Se-yeon and Myungjun Woo, and he told Yura Choi not to move and to stand still. She fell to the ground and begged them not to kill her, swearing that she was very sorry. Myungjun Woo asked if she had the courage to come here after everything that had happened. He added that Yura Choi was lucky that he did not shoot. Se-yeon didn't say anything because Myung Woo was doing a good job himself. Yura Choi stammered and tried to explain that she had no choice and that this was the only way she could survive. Myung Woo interrupted her and ordered her to shut up and get out. Yura Choi asked me to listen to her, saying that they would kill her. Myungjun Woo remained silent and held the machine gun. Then he asked what happened and why she had to be killed. Yura Choi began her story, but then she sniffed around. I asked if they had roasted meat. So the events moved to the cave to the teenagers. They watched Yura Choi devour a piece of meat like an animal. My grandfather watched silently and agreed to everything. Stroking his dog, Taepung, Yura Choi ate her portion in a second. Myung Woo ordered her to tell him what happened. She remembered what she had promised because the thought of food had completely clouded her mind. And then she looked down, blushed, and thought about how cute Myungjun Woo was. The teenager ordered her to speak again. Yura Choi stammered and said that they lived there like in hell. Se-yeon asked again, because it seemed to her that there was nothing difficult about stealing other people's food. Yura said that they were desperately trying to get something edible, like fish or wild plants. But it turned out that they didn't know how to do anything, and they extracted almost nothing. Except for cockroaches. Sharon Jong caught one. She ate it right away without even cooking it. Sua-an attacked her, saying that it was her turn, and Sharon replied that if she caught it, it was hers. They started fighting, and Sinja was watching. He was starting to get annoyed. At that moment, someone stood up abruptly. It was Ye-jong Lee, and Yun-san Lee asked her where she was going. She just looked back at him. Then she said from behind her back that she was going to see Se-yeon. Shinja was furious and asked what it meant. He asked again what Ye-jong Lee was going to do. Then she suddenly stopped because Sinja's tone spoke of danger. Ye-jong Lee asked him what he thought, adding that it was better than starving to death. Yun-san Lee yelled at her, asking if she had lost her head. Ye-jong Lee rudely told him to shut his mouth. The teenager stood up and asked again. Ye-jong Lee started screaming. She was completely out of control and said that it was because of him that they were stuck on this island. She went on to say that Yun-san Lee beat his classmates, killed them, beat Mr. Park, and thought everything was fine. Shinjai was watching and he looked away at Jang Song-hong and Yura Choi, who were sitting sadly on the ground. And then in the other direction, where Sua-an and Sharon Chan fought. And then look ahead. Ye-jong Lee turned around and left, saying that she didn't care if she had to kneel before a beggar, that is, Se-yeon, she would definitely survive. Yun-san Lee ordered her to stand. Suddenly, someone put a hand on his shoulder. It was Sinji, and he suggested that the teenager figure it out on his own. He was full of aggression and insanity. Eun-jung Lee loudly recoiled. It was turning back, and it was raining heavily. Shinjae followed her and called out. She was almost crying and asked them not to persecute her, saying that they all got to her. Sinja said in a calm voice that they had to talk. Ye-jong turned around and shouted for him to stop chasing her. Shinjae did not hear him and asked him to wait. Ye-jong Lee screamed once more for him to leave her alone. She said she didn't care anymore, even if they all starved to death, and called Sinja a repressed psychopath. At that moment, the teenager pulled out a knife. Se-yeon asked Yuri Choice what happened next after the rain because they were on the same island and understood the weather condition. She began to stutter, gathering her words together. And then she looked at the food and said that when Sinja came back with the food, Se-yeon immediately asked where he could find food at night. Yura Choi confirmed and clarified that it was meat. When Shinja brought it in, the others were shocked. It was strange that he had found meat somewhere at night. Yun-san Lee tried to ask where Shinjae got it and how, because he was unarmed. But the teenager handed them a piece and told them to eat first, and then he would tell them everything. In his crazy head, he had memories of that conversation with Ye-jong Lee. After all, he returned without her. Shinjae's gaze was manic and frantic, scaring everyone. Suddenly, Yura Choi screamed, because it seemed that she understood everything. In the joint photo, Ye-jong Lee's face was now painted over. Shinja's t-shirt was dirty and red. He took it off and twisted it to wash the stain. Then he wiped his face. The downpour was so timely and washed away all the evidence as if nothing had happened. Ye-jong Lee was lying on the ground looking at Shinjae, and he was standing over her. But Yejong Lee didn't blink. She just lay there with the same expression on her face. Se-yeon put her hand over her mouth and screamed loudly. Everyone was shocked. She said it just couldn't be. Yura Choi replied that she wished Se-yeon was right and that she had imagined everything, but there was definitely meat. Her grandfather interrupted her and said that they had to make a decision. Se-yeon asked what he meant. Meng Junwoo also returned, waiting for an explanation. My grandfather replied that they all understood what he was talking about, adding that it was too dangerous to live on the same island with him, and they had to strike first. Se-yeon asked if her grandfather meant that they should have struck first, that is, killed Shinjae and the others. My grandfather said that was what he was talking about. He stroked Taepong's dog and explained that this was the only way they could guarantee their survival. Meng Junwoo was outraged because killing was not an option. Grandpa said that they were all hungry and going crazy, so he wouldn't be surprised if they were about to attack them. And then he added that he had seen enough and had had enough. They were worse than wild animals. The grandfather added that he did not want to think about killing, but rather it was part of survival. The teenagers denied it, saying they were classmates. My grandfather replied that he could not force them and told them to decide for themselves and just let him know. Se-yeon hesitantly replied that she needed time. Myung-woo turned to her and tried to get outraged that she hadn't given up and considered the idea at all. Grandpa interrupted him, telling Se-yeon to think, but to remember that time was worth its weight in gold here. And then the girl just said yes. Then Yura Choi spoke up. She adjusted her glasses and asked if this meant she was now one of them. She was very uncomfortable, and Yura Choi tried to make a wry smile. Myung Junwoo stood up and shouted, asking how she ever had a conscience, since she had done so much evil. Yura Choi tried to explain that it was just a way to survive and nothing more. She had no choice. But Meng Junwoo stood his ground. Then Yura Choi pointed to Ji-in and Ji-hunan and asked what the difference was between them and her. Meng Junwoo got angry because he realized that he was cornered. Then he put his head down, gritting his teeth. Se-yeon broke up their argument, saying that was enough. She then told Yura Choi that she had to do her job. The teenager's life immediately sparkled with cheerful colors, and she broke into a smile and thanked her friends. Then Meng Junwoo stood up abruptly. Then he looked at Se-yeon and asked if they could talk outside, and she agreed. My grandfather watched them leave and remained silent. The teenagers walked in silence. Se-yeon was the first to ask what happened. Meng Junwoo remained silent and looked down. Then he told Se-yeon that he knew she was very kind. He added that compassion could not interfere with making the right decision, because their lives depended on it. Then he said that Se-yeon was their captain in this little war, and the girl asked why she was the one. Myung-woo said that even if Yura Choi had deceived them, his grandfather was still right about Shinjae. He added that they had to make a decision as soon as possible. Se-yeon thanked him for taking care of her and promised to think about it. The teenager looked at her with sympathy, because she had to make a difficult but fundamental decision. Meanwhile, the teenagers in the other cave devoured the meat without a second thought. Even Mr. Park ate it. They cooked it, and it was so delicious. And Shinjae was sitting there watching with pleasure. Yunsan Lee turned to his friend and offered him some more food, but Shinjae said he was already well fed. Sua-an turned away and asked what happened to Yejong Lee, where she went. The teenagers realized that they hadn't even noticed that she was gone, and began to resent the fact that Yejeon had betrayed them as well. Yunsan Lee added that Yura Choi also disappeared somewhere. Sua-an agreed, but then asked who needed her. Shinjae suddenly drew out a long E. Everyone paid attention to him. And then the teenager said that Yejong Lee was no longer with them. And then he added that she had been killed, to be precise. Yunsan Lee screamed, asking who did this to her. Sua-an and Cherin Chong asked if it was the beggar who did it. They were sure it was her. Shinjae replied that he was talking to Yejong Lee when Se-yeon appeared out of nowhere and attacked him. So he hid from her, slipped into a cave, stole the meat, and brought it here. The teenagers stared in shock at Shinji in silence. He said they were all in mortal danger. He added that Se-yeon was going to kill them all. Then he took a piece of meat, while the other teenagers were outraged that Se-yeon was crazy and had killed her friend. And then he put the meat to his mouth, said that this was why they had to attack first, and then began to eat a piece of food. Ji-yin abruptly lowered her hand into the water and grabbed the rope with the fish. Then she pulled the rope out of the water. She saw that there were 2 fish and beamed. Meanwhile, Se-yeon looked at the meat hanging on the tree. The girl realized that this would still not be enough for the winter. She was protecting a piece that was smoking over a slow fire. There was a grasshopper on the grass. Suddenly, someone grabbed him with both hands. That was Yura Choi, who also contributed to their survival. After that, she told Se-yeon that her whole body was aching and suggested taking a break. But the leader told her that Yura Choi was the only one who suffered here and asked her to stop whining. She was angry, thinking that they hadn't agreed on this, and she mentally called Se-yeon a stinking beggar. Then their grandfather came up to them, and Se-yeon told him that it was getting cold. Winter was very close. My grandfather sadly agreed with her words. It was getting dark. The events moved to the cave. The teenagers had grasshoppers and other worms for dinner. Se-yeon was already used to them and ate them calmly. The rest of us didn't complain either and ate, because it wasn't really that bad. Yura Choi said that the more she chewed, the more she liked the texture of the beetles. Although I thought to myself that this was the worst texture, and I didn't understand why they would eat these bugs now if they had fish and meat. Jihoon An noticed Yura Choi's unhappy expression and asked her why she hadn't eaten. Then she shoved all the bugs into her mouth and told her classmate not to worry, because she was eating. Yura Choi blushed, thinking that such a handsome man was staring at her. Grandpa suggested that they all go to sleep if they were full, because tomorrow they had even more to do. Yura did not like this either. The others agreed, because it was a good idea. The fire was burning out. Suddenly it all went out, and all the teenagers were sleeping on the floor. But Se-yeon was awake. The events moved to another cave. The rest of the classmates and Mr. Park slept there, away from them. Sharon Jong said in her sleep that she was hungry. Yoon-san Lee told his parents that he missed them a lot. There was a glimmer of light outside. Shin-jae woke up from this and did not realize what was happening. But there were more glimpses. They flickered as if they were deliberately waking me up. That's when Shin-jae finally woke up. He realized that someone was there and he had to find out. And that was Se-yeon. There was a rifle in the cave, and Shinji grabbed it because he could not imagine himself without a weapon. After that, the teenager left the cave. Fire was thrown at his feet. After that, there was a click, and Se-yeon ordered Shin-jae to stand still out of the bushes. Shin-jae was scared and wanted to call Se-yeon some insulting names. Suddenly, a bullet hit him in the legs, indicating the seriousness of the situation. Then the rest of the teenagers came out of the cave, frightened, and Sinja fell to the ground. Yoon-san Lee was worried about his friend and asked if he was okay. Suddenly, another shot came at my legs. There was a burning torch on the ground, and Sinja picked it up. He stood up and pointed it, illuminating the space. Shin-jae started to get angry because he was afraid. He didn't see Se-yeon anywhere. He didn't see anything at all. Se-yeon told him that they had no intention of dragging that rubber any further. She continued that they did not need anything from them, so she asked them to leave them alone. She added that there would be no negotiations if they crossed the border again and attacked them. Finally, Se-yeon said that this was the last warning and ordered them to stay away from them. Shin-jae was shaking because he had lost his rifle, and without it he realized he was weak and worthless. He shouted Se-yeon's name, his voice filled with animalistic fear. Events returned to the cave hollow. Her grandfather asked Se-yeon where she came from. The girl replied that she had gone and done what she had to do. He replied briefly that he understood. Se-yeon turned and said, stammering, that she could not bring herself to kill her friends. And then she corrected herself, saying that she meant her class. She was really sorry. My grandfather replied that he understood if it was in her heart. And then I told her to understand that there could be consequences. Se-yeon agreed. Her grandfather told her that she had done a lot and told her to rest. After that, Se-yeon's eyes began to close on their own. And the girl fell asleep because she was so tired of being strong. It was exhausting. Suddenly she woke up with Sinja's screams in her head. But then Se-yeon's expression changed dramatically as she realized that she hadn't heard the screams. Outside, classmates with weapons were waiting for them, and the tree in which their house was located was set on fire. Sinja ordered to shoot at anyone who came out of the cave. An hour earlier in the cave, Sinja ordered everyone to take their rifles and they were on their way. The teenager was scared. Fear controlled him. Sharon Jong offered to hold it if Shin-jae wanted to. He agreed, but told them to shoot wisely, as they had very little ammunition. My classmate was surprised to hear this. Yoon-san Lee also asked. He didn't think they would actually kill them. Sinja rudely ordered him to come to his senses. He said that they had killed Yeon. This made Yong-san Lee angry, and his muscles stood out in his face with aggression. The tree was on fire, and the teenagers and their grandfather had to get out of it. Shinji waited with a smile for his victims to leave, and then the teenagers began to run out. They ran away quickly. Sinja ordered everyone to open fire. Yoon-san Lee cried out no matter how cruel he was. He didn't want to do this. Sharon Jong also did not obey immediately. Then Sinja called them out and once again, louder, ordered them to shoot. Yunsan Lee barely squeezed the trigger, and then he came back and said that they were all from the same class and asked Sinja if they really had to go that far. And at that moment, a slap landed on Yunsan Lee's cheek. Shinjae yelled at him, asking if the teenager had gone completely crazy. And then he turned to the frightened Se-yeon and held out his hand. She did not understand what it meant. Sinja ordered her to give him the weapon. Se-yeon had no choice but to hand over her weapon, even though she realized that the situation had gone too far. Shinjae abruptly and roughly snatched the rifle from her hands. His face was so crazy the teenager had gone completely crazy. After that, a smile appeared on his face and he seemed to be enjoying it all. And then Sinja started shooting, the bullets flying one after another. The teenager accompanied this with comments about a beggar, but it seemed that all the shots missed. Ji-yin covered her mouth with her hands and cried. Se-yeon was just afraid, but she kept it together. Their perpetrators stood near the forest and watched where they could escape. It was dark and you couldn't see anything. Then Shinjae called Chang-seong. The big guy was silent. Their mad leader ordered Chang-seong to go into the forest and look for them all. The teenager didn't really want to do it. Shinja was silent. Then he hit himself in the face and cursed. Jong-seong shivered and stammered and agreed, although in reality he had no other choice. The teenager entered the forest. Ji-hoon-an sat next to me and breathed deeply to calm down. Si-young and Myung-jun-woo were next to me, as well as Ji-in and Yura Choi. Jong-seong wanted to cut back the bushes to enter the forest. He swallowed his saliva in fear. Suddenly someone's eyes appeared in the darkness. After that, he was bitten on the arm by a dog named Taepong. Jong-seong began to panic, shouting loudly and waving his hand. The dog jumped away. Jong-seong was frightened. His eyes widened sharply. Then Taepong started barking at him, and the teenager was even more frightened. The dog was so evil that you could expect anything from him. Jong-seong cursed at Taepong. Suddenly someone's hand appeared in front of him. After that, Jong-seong was abruptly and quickly grabbed by the neck. It turned out that it was his grandfather, and he threw the teenager to the ground. His hand never left Jong-seong's neck. After that, my grandfather quietly left. He looked away. A smile appeared on Sinja's face, and then my grandfather started to run away. But it was too late because Shinjae had already spotted him. He clicked the weapon and took aim. My grandfather heard this and realized that he was in great danger. He froze, wondering what to do. Suddenly, a shot was fired. But the dog Taepong ducked and took the bullet, saving his master. My grandfather remained unharmed. Taepong the dog fell to the ground, covered in blood. The old man shouted the name of his faithful friend who saved his life. Sinja swore. Suddenly, they opened fire on him as well. Shinjae was scared. That was Se-yeon, and she was even better at weapons than anyone else. Shinja exhaled loudly and heavily and hid behind a tree because he had no ammunition. Everyone hid in the woods, scattering to the winds. Shinjae peered out from behind a tree. He came out into the open when he saw that no one was there. The teenagers were standing near a burning tree. Shinjae smiled and told Se-yeon that he was still in the clear. Meanwhile, it was raining heavily. The teenagers were running very fast and not looking back. Suddenly, Se-yeon froze. Everyone stopped, looked at each other, and recoiled. Se-yeon, as a leader, asked if everyone was okay. Everyone was fine and asked how Se-yeon was. The girl replied that everything was fine. I asked my grandfather how he was feeling. Suddenly, he started to fall, and he landed loudly on the ground. Everyone screamed because something had happened to my grandfather. My grandfather opened his eyes. It seemed to be light. There was water in front of him. He was told that they were on the beach, on the other side of the island. Se-yeon came up to her grandfather. She brought food to the man, saying that he had to eat. Those were the plants her grandfather taught her to pick. He was silent and looked at Se-yeon. She reminded him of someone. Then he said that now she could do it even without his help. Se-yeon apologized to her grandfather, saying it was her fault. Then she started crying and remembered Taepong. My grandfather fell silent and put his head down. He remembered something when it was raining heavily and the sea was rough. There was a beautiful woman, a little girl, and a dog named Taepong, who was just a little puppy on the boat. A man shouted at them to hold on. It looked like a young grandfather and his family. He told them that the main thing was to get to South Korea and it would be safe there, but the weather was terrible. The man was afraid of what might have happened to them because no one could conquer nature. A big wave was coming right at them, and in 1 second she capsized the ship and it went underwater. A new day came and the man was thrown ashore. It was my grandfather. He was lying there without signs of life. Then he began to slowly open his eyes. He got up and saw that he was on an island. Then his wife and daughter ran up to him, followed by little Taepong. His wife cried but was glad that her husband survived. The little girl was also happy and called for her dad. The man tried to come to his senses and understand everything that had happened. Little Taepong was safe and sound. He immediately started fishing to get food for his family. Suddenly, his daughter called out. She happily brought those plants back, saying that they looked edible. The events moved to the cave. There, the family sat around the fire and ate. The man had a mouthful of these plants. I looked at my happy daughter, who was not panicking or afraid. After that, the family fell asleep. Suddenly, the man opened his eyes. He looked at his daughter, and she said in her dream that she had a very bad stomachache. I heard some rustling. The man immediately reacted and stood up. After that, the family ran ashore to the sea. The man looked into the distance. Because they saw another ship in front of them, my wife said it looked like soldiers. The ship was dark, not pretty at all. There were indeed soldiers on it. The man on it said that he thought it was a desert island, and his partner replied that it was. The captain asked why he had seen people on it then. The soldier's ship arrived at the shore. The man stood at attention. The captain immediately noticed the uniform he was wearing. After that, the soldiers came out and approached the family. The man ordered his family to stand behind him and pulled out a knife. The captain asked him what unit he was from. The man was silent. The soldiers were coming at him with rifles. They surrounded him in a circle. There was nowhere to run. The man was aggressive. Then the captain ordered him to answer. But the man was silent and looked me straight in the eye. Then the captain asked him if he was deaf. Suddenly, one of the soldiers was attacked. Another was grabbed by the collar, and they threw it right into the ground. Another man put a knife to his neck. The captain swore. Then the man told him that they all wanted to live peacefully on this island. And so he asked me to leave them all on this island. He swore that they would not interfere with anything and would not leave the island. But when the man said this, 2 shots rang out. He returned and his blood froze in his veins. And when he saw his family, his girls lying unconscious on the ground, the captain held a gun and said that there was no mercy for those who betrayed the country. Then the man started to behave very aggressively. His rage knew no bounds. He jumped up and down and threw himself at all the soldiers. No one was spared. Soldiers with machine guns did not even have time to understand what was happening. After all, the man was like a ninja, very fast and skillful. One of the soldiers still tried to shoot and missed. Then a shot was fired, but the man managed to dodge it. And then he attacked the soldier, who continued to shoot. And there were no soldiers left. Everyone was lying on the ground, every single one of them. The man was in despair, tears streaming from his eyes for his family. But the captain had a gun and pointed it at the man. He was running away, but a couple of shots hit him in the leg. The man screamed in pain. The captain said that he had great skills and it would be a shame to kill him for nothing. The man fell to the ground because he could not walk any further. He clenched his teeth, and the captain told him to decide to return. The captain then threw him the gun in silence. Then he turned around and asked me to send him a signal with this, and then he would send soldiers to get him. If not, he wondered how many people could survive on this island all alone. The man's leg was bleeding. He was not moving at all. He felt very bad. His eyes were full of tears. He stood up and looked to the side where a rifle was lying. Then the man took it and pointed it at his head. Then he closed his eyes and clicked. At that moment, a dog appeared next to him. Taepong looked at his owner and wagged his tail happily. The man put down his weapon and looked back at his dog friend. Then he sobbed loudly. He could not leave his friend alone on the island. This was his family now. Meanwhile, the events moved to reality, where the offenders stood near a burning tree. Sinja looked into the forest where his victims had fled. Suddenly, a heavy downpour began. The teenager grabbed Taepong and told everyone to take food and come back. The others turned to him after these words. Everyone was shocked and scared after hearing what they had heard. Shinjae looked at them silently with a crazed face. It was raining heavily, but even it could not wash away all the traces left behind by Taepong the dog. The tree was burning very badly. The fire was so bright that it was visible even from far away on the island, from a very far away place. There was a building next to the island that controlled it, a small, inconspicuous building. But she picked up a signal from an island that was burning heavily. The old captain was told in his ear that a signal had been spotted on the island. A smile appeared on his wrinkled face and he said out loud that he had survived. Manjun-woo stood with Jahoon on, exhaled tiredly, and said that he hoped that was enough. The guys set up a tent and said it was good that they found an abandoned inflatable boat. Ji-yin smiled and looked at their new home. Grandpa and Se-yeon were not so happy, but it was better than sleeping in the open. Jahoon-an said that this tent was supposed to save them from the rain, at least. Mung Jun-woo aggressively told him to stop acting like he built it alone and communicating with Se-yeon like that. The girl was angry that Mung Jun-woo was back to his old ways. And then Se-yeon suggested that we finish the shelter and look for food, her stomach growling. But my grandfather suddenly objected. He told the teenagers that they would not be able to stay here forever. He suggested that they leave this miserable place. Se-yeon asked again, not believing her ears. All the teenagers stood in a stupor. Se-yeon asked how her grandfather wanted to do it. He said they would try to build a raft. Se-yeon was even more surprised by these words. Yura Choi was sitting by a tree and just staring at something. Her mouth was watering because she was thinking about having two handsome men in one place. She looked at Ji-hoon-an and Myung Jun-woo. Grandpa and Se-yeon noticed that Yura Choi was acting strangely. Then she yelled at her classmate, asking if she was going to do anything. Yura Choi called her a stinking beggar who was in charge again. Se-yeon heard this and aggressively asked to hear it again. The others also heard it and were shocked. Yura Choi behaved inappropriately, asking if she was wrong. Then she asked who Se-yeon was here to tell people what to do. My classmate was silent. Ji-in stepped in and asked Yura Choi what was going on, adding that they shouldn't have been fighting with each other. Se-yeon became angry and told Yura Choi to think about what she was saying because she herself had decided to switch sides and join them. Se-yeon added that if Yura wanted to go back, she did not hold her back. The rebel recalled the expression on Shinja's face when he offered her that meat of strange origin, and her body trembled. Then Yura Choi just turned around and left, thinking that Shinjae's side could have been better off now. And then she turned around and decided that her contribution was at least recognized there. The events moved to the cave. Shinjae took a sharp swing there, and he hit Mr. Park holding the man's collar. The others just watched as Shinja beat their teacher. Everyone was scared, very scared, but they couldn't do or say anything. Shinjae dragged Mr. Park like an animal. The teacher cried and asked him to forgive him for everything. He repeated this over and over again. The rest of the teenagers were silent, watching what was happening in shock. Shinjae then asked the teacher again, saying that he still knew he had pierced himself badly. After that, he threw Mr. Park to the ground like a piece of meat, not a human being. Then Shinja smiled and said that it was a good thing, because the teacher was going to be punished. Shinjae turned around and walked to the others, saying that failing to kill Se-yeon was not part of the plan. He was wiping his bullet wound and added that he would not blame them for letting them all go. Shinja continued that each of them had to prove their value to the group in order to survive. After that, his tone and expression changed, and he said that anyone who has no contribution is not worth living. He added that he would be like Mr. Park. Then Shinja looked at the rifles lying carefully and said that if the teacher admitted his helplessness. Then he called for a frightened Sharon Jong, and he gave her a weapon. Shinjae smiled and said in a sweet tone that she seemed to want to try shooting. So I looked at her with that look that everyone understood and offered her a weapon. Sharon Jong grabbed her with both hands, her eyes showing such fear. Shinja held out his hands to show her how to hold the rifle. Tears started to form in Sharon's eyes, and Shinjae was smiling. He was having so much fun at that moment. Sharon said in a trembling voice that it was all wrong and asked Shinjae to stop. Her hands were trembling very badly as she held the muzzle of the gun at Mr. Park. Shinjae was cheerful and told Sharon Jung not to be ashamed, because there was no point in the teacher. Sharon put her finger on the trigger and Shinja told her to hurry. Mr. Park started screaming and crying and begged them not to kill him. Sharon Jung also sobbed and shouted that she did not want to be a murderer. Then she pushed Shinja, who stood in a stupor. Everyone looked at her in shock. Sharon Jung said she would get out of here no matter what, because she missed her parents. She was screaming and crying, saying she missed school and honestly wanted to do her best. Jerino Jong said that one day when she returned, she would be diligent. The others began to cry at these words because they all wanted the same thing. The girl wiped away her tears, saying she would stop being lazy and quit smoking. And then she added that when Shinjae returns home, he suddenly became angrier and asked what would happen then. Sharon Jong told him that he would simply become a murderer. Shinjae asked her if she really thought they would get out and leave the island. He was about to say that they would probably spend the rest of their days here, when suddenly someone pushed him, and he knocked Shinja down. That was Mr. Park, who decided that this was his chance for salvation and ran, begging not to be killed. He could barely walk, limping, but was about to reach the exit. Shinjae got angry, calling him a scumbag. After that, the same smile appeared on his face. Meanwhile, the rest of the teenagers slept under cover. Grandpa woke up and walked away from the tent. Se-yeon was sitting farther away, holding a weapon in her hands. She did not sleep. Her grandfather asked her if she was going to keep watch all night and not sleep. Se-yeon replied that she was too anxious to sleep. She said that they had saved only this rifle when they were running away from the fire, and it had only 3 rounds in it. My grandfather was silent. Se-yeon clutched the rifle tightly as if it were their symbol of salvation. Grandpa sat down next to her. Then he told her that he would take over for Se-yeon, and then she thanked him. Grandpa said she would meet them sooner or later. Se-yeon agreed and added that she would not be so timid anymore. Her grandfather noticed how much Se-yeon had grown since their first meeting. Meanwhile, it was getting light. Mr. Park ran away as fast as he could with his limp leg. He kept shouting that they shouldn't kill him, and he continued to run very fast. Mr. Park turned around to see how far he had gotten away. He saw a cheerful Sinja behind him, running after him, waving a knife and laughing as if it's some joke. He asked the teacher how far he was going. Mr. Park screamed as loudly as he could. Shinjae was very close, catching up with the teacher. Then he grabbed him by the collar. He threw him to the ground, but Shinjae was stronger and more agile. Without a shred of doubt, he took a swing at Mr. Park. After that, he started hitting the teacher over and over again, and he tried to cover himself with his hands. Poor Mr. Park felt a stone on the ground next to him. He swung it and hit Sinja blindly, but the teacher hit him. It hit right into the wound left by the bullet, and now it has become even bigger. Shinjae got angry because it was very painful. Before he could react, Mr. Park had already attacked the madman, and the 2 of them fell loudly to the ground. Sinja was downstairs and cursed at the teacher. He began to beat him mercilessly, and this was Mr. Park's chance. He immediately hit Shinja in that wound with all his strength, and the teenager flew far away, falling and rolling his body. Mr. Park screamed and swung again. After that, he started hitting Sinja with his fists over and over again without a break. He had so much pain and aggression pent up inside him. His hands were bleeding, but he still fought despite the pain. Suddenly, a streak passed across his face like lightning, followed by a sharp, burning pain. Shinjae didn't look where he was stabbing, he just stabbed. He looked at what he had done, and with understanding, a smile appeared on his face and his pupil dilated like a cat's with pleasure. Mr. Park turned around and screamed in pain, and Shinjae stood up. The teacher shouted that he hadn't seen anything and that he was in great pain. Mr. Park stood up and tried to walk, holding his eyes, which hurt unbearably. Suddenly, Sinja grabbed him by the hair, and he lifted the Naja up on the ground like an animal. Then he dragged him along. He had a smile on his face, and it didn't fade for a second. And then he threw it on the ground. Mr. Park's hair was falling out of Shinjae's fingers. He was holding it so tightly. The teacher tried to get up. Then he covered his face with his hands and apologized, repeating it over and over again. But Shinjae was silent, his smile suddenly falling away. Meanwhile, the events moved to the forest. Someone was walking in the dark in the forest. Jung-sung asked where he could go. He thought that maybe he should have stayed in the cave. Meanwhile, in the cave, they talked about why they had been there for so long and what they were afraid of. Jung-seong, Yoon-san Lee, Sharon-jung, and Sua-an discussed where they had gone. Sharon-jung said that he was their teacher after all, so she hoped that Shinjae wouldn't do anything to him. Yoon-san Lee was silent, and then he said that no one could be sure. Jung-seon said it was Sinja who went outside and brought them food to survive. Sharon-jung said it was true, but she wanted to deny it. Yoon-san Lee interrupted her and told her not to take it the wrong way, because he was grateful for it. But there was a catch. Jung-seon then turned around and said he was going to go look for Shinjae and Mr. Park. So the teenager walked through the forest in search of these 2. Shinja's outerwear was hanging on the tree. Jung-seon recognized him and called his classmate. But when he saw it, he fell into a stupor and froze. He was not facing Shinji, but some kind of crazy person. His red eye and the wound on the half of his face looked very scary. And in the joint photo, only 4 faces were still painted over, without Mr. Park. Shinjae suddenly stopped and listened. Jung-seong felt threatened and hid behind a tree from Shinjae. The teenager stood for a while and looked into the forest. Then he bent down. Jung-seong looked from behind a tree to see what was happening. His pupils shrank sharply when he saw and heard the cutting sounds. Meanwhile, there was a rifle in the cave. She was captured. It was Yoon-san Lee, and Sharon-jung asked him what he was doing. The teenager turned around, his temples bulging with veins, and asked the girls if they still believed that Sinja was behaving normally. Sharon-jung and Sua-an remained silent. Young-san Lee shouted and told them to be realistic, because he was not the only one who found it suspicious. Sharon-jung asked what he meant by that. Yoon-san Lee said that maybe Jae-in did not kill herself. Perhaps it was not self-defense when Hansen was killed, and perhaps Yejong Lee also suffered not at the hands of Se-yeon. Yunsan Lee shouted and told them to think about whether that little Se-yeon could have done such a thing. Se-yeon thought about it, saying that the beggar was not really the kind of person who would kill someone. Yunsan Lee continued that they all understood and knew everything perfectly well, but were afraid to say it out loud. Se-yeon looked down and said that he was right, and among them, Shin-jae was the main psycho. Yongsan Lee replied that they could not continue like this. Se-yeon said that, after all, they would all be dead by now if it weren't for Shin-jae. She added that they were all alive because of their leader. Yunsan Lee started shouting loudly, saying that Shin-jae was just robbing a beggar, that is, Se-yeon. The girls abruptly stopped talking because they realized they were being deceived. Yunsan Lee continued that they could not stay in this cave and island forever. They had to try to get out of here. He added that they were not all Shinji, and the teenager would be arrested as soon as they returned. Se-yeon agreed. Yunsan Lee added that it was actually Shin-jae who set them up against Se-yeon. He was behind everything. The teenagers didn't want to oppress her at all. Se-yeon and Se-yeon agreed, saying that they were all forced into it simply and had no choice. Yunsan Lee said that they were also victims, just like her. The girls were determined and decided that they would team up with the beggar, Se-yeon. Then I heard footsteps in the cave. My shoes were all dirty. Se-yeon and Se-yeon were frightened when they saw it. Yunsan Lee, too. Shin-jae came in and immediately told them that he had found something cool. He smiled and added that it was some meat that a beggar had hidden from them. The teenagers looked down and immediately thought of Shin-jae's face. Something terrible had happened to him. Yunsan Lee looked down, his face looking angry. The girls were shocked and scared. They didn't know what to say. Suddenly, Yunsan Lee pointed a gun at Shin-jae and clicked. Shin-jae asked what it all meant. The teenager replied that they all had to split up and they could not stay here with him. Shin-jae was silent. Se-yeon and Se-yeon as well. Shin-jae asked them in a sad voice if they had also gone to Se-yeon. The girls were still silent. Yongsan Lee aggressively replied that it was none of his business what they were doing. Shin-jae was silent, showed no emotion. And then he asked if all three of them thought so. Se-yeon and Se-yeon hid behind Yunsan Lee and continued to keep silent. But Se-yeon grabbed her friend's jacket, and Shin-jae asked if that meant they all wanted to betray him after everything that had happened. Shin-jae asked if they thought they could survive without him. Yongsan Lee interrupted him, saying that this could not go on forever. They had to go home. He said that Shin-jae was just a murderer, and the teenager told him to calm down. He added that Yunsan had been living on the food that Shin-jae brought him all this time. Then he started squeezing that piece of meat of dubious origin. Shin-jae started shouting, calling Yunsan Lee an idiot and telling him to wake up, because they would not get off this island. Yunsan Lee flinched and ordered Shin-jae to stay away otherwise. The teenager asked what would happen then. Suddenly, Se-yeon joined in and said they couldn't hang out with a psycho killer like him anymore. Shin-jae grabbed the rifle and asked the killer about the psychopath. The weapon was pointed directly at him, and he agreed, saying to shoot him. Yunsan Lee ordered him to surrender. Meanwhile, Jong-seong ran into the cave. His eyes were healthy and scared. He ran in and immediately shouted Shin-jae's name. Then he told everyone not to eat the meat, because Jong-seong had seen everything. Everyone stood in silence. There was a deathly silence. Then Shin-jae returned. Jong-seon tried to say what it was. Yunsan Lee was shaking. Se-yeon, too. Se-yeon grimaced. After that, Yunsan Lee began to have gagging reflexes and corresponding sounds. Then a smile appeared on Shin-jae's face. After that, events began to happen too abruptly. He leaned over to Yunsan Lee and asked him how he dared to betray him. Suddenly, the weapon fell to the ground. After all, it turned out that Shin-jae had cut Yunsan Lee. He told his friend that he agreed to let him do what he wanted, but in return, Shin-jae would do what he wanted. Se-yeon cried out, saying that he could not do that. Shin-jae pulled out a knife and ordered him to die. Then he ran to the girls. He swung a knife. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the collar. It was Jong-seong, and he literally saved the girls' lives. After that, he threw Shin-jae back. Jong-seong told him that he was just a crazy person. Then he ordered everyone to stand behind him, commenting that Shin-jae was a dead man. Shin-jae stood up and stood in a pose. The teenager realized that he was not in a favorable position. He looked at his friend Yunsan Lee and what he had done to him. Meanwhile, two more painted faces were added to the joint photo, Yunsan Lee and Mr. Park. The events moved back in time when the teenagers were still at school. Little Shin-jae sat alone at his desk. Suddenly, the big guy hit his desk and pushed him. Shin-jae looked at the offender. He asked him what he was staring at, called him a short man, and the others laughed. Sinja felt offended, and his classmates started laughing at him and making up offensive things. A vein of anger began to protrude on his face. Shinjae grabbed the pencil he was holding and squeezed it hard. My classmates turned around and went about their business. Suddenly, Shinjae attacked the big guy and started stabbing him with a pencil. He called out loud to the teacher. The big guy fell to the floor. Shinjae took a swing, raised his arm high. He had been aggressive since childhood. Meanwhile, events have returned to reality. The teenagers started calling for Yunsan Lee, but he showed no signs of life. They were scared and shocked. Shinjae came back and said it was true and he was the killer, just like they said. But no one will know about it if he returns alone. Jung-seong ordered the girls to stand behind him. He told Sinja that the teenager had gone crazy and that it was too much. He told Jung-seong that he would be the only survivor of the island. Then he attacked him with a knife. He swung his weapon, but Jung-seong swung his fist back. Then he hit Shinjae so hard that he flew away. He wrote his body on the ground. Jung-seong's veins were so aggressive that they were bulging on her forehead. Suddenly, he noticed that his jacket was cut. Meanwhile, Shinja stood up and looked at his next victim. Then he wiped the blood coming from his nose. Johnson was very angry. Shinjae asked him if he wanted to know what the teenager had learned on the island. Jung-seong was silent and shivering. Shinja continued that it didn't matter how you survived. If you survive, Johnson was trembling. He was afraid of this short man. Everyone was afraid. Then Shinja attacked his classmate. He jumped up and swung. But Jung-seong rejected him. He was winning by force and size. He grabbed the psychopath Shinjae by the throat, holding it upstairs. Shinja started to beat his arm. He made a bunch of punches over and over again. Johnson groaned in pain. Then he fell to the ground and let go of Shinji. The teenage psychopath wiped the blood from his face and said he would come back. Jung-seong looked at his wounds and then at Shinjae and panicked. Shinja looked up, looked at his victim, and said he would return alone. After that, he ran back to Cheong-seong. The girls, Cherin-chan and Sua-an, screamed. Tears began to form in their eyes, and they covered their faces with their hands. Shinjae struck Jung-seong, who could not run away because he was wounded. The big guy couldn't do anything to escape, and Shinjae repeated the blow over and over again. It was not the first time he had done this. Then he swung hard and dramatically, pausing. Jinsun realized that he was finished. Sua-an opened her mouth. Cherin-jong too and the girls watched everything closely. Shinja paused to scare his victim even more and torment him. It seemed that the teenager was feeding on fear. Jung-seong stretched out his hand and called for help. The girls watched what was happening closely. Then they came to their senses. And they ran away because it was their last chance. Shinjae then struck the final decisive blow. And the girls, Cherin-jong and Sua-an, quickly ran away screaming, as fast as they could. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, it was already dawn by the water. Yura Choi, who was supposed to be guarding them, was sitting near the tent, but she fell asleep. Se-yeon came over and asked if she had heard anything. Suddenly, Yura woke up abruptly. She turned to Se-yeon and asked again. She was salivating and asked if anyone had said anything. Se-yeon looked at her classmate sadly. Then she got angry, and her eyes made everything clear. Se-yeon told her that she shouldn't fall asleep while on guard duty. Someone could come. Yura Choi dropped her weapon and she fell to the ground, screaming that she was awake. She argued that she listened to everything with her eyes closed and thought to herself how annoyed she was with this beggar. Then Meng Junwoo woke up and asked what was going on. He asked if everything was fine. Yura Choi shouted the teenager's name and blushed. Then she replied that nothing had happened and thought to herself that Meng Junwoo was still as hot as ever. Her mouth was watering and he offered to go inside. He put his arm around Se-yeon's shoulder and they walked together to the tent. Yura Choi noticed this and watched intently as her crush hugged a beggar. She got angry, saying that Meng Junwoo was too. After all, even Shinjae treated her better. Meanwhile, Jung-seong's face was now painted over in the joint photo. The events moved to the cave. The teenager was holding 4 rounds of ammunition. A store fell to the ground. After that, Sinja took another magazine and removed the ammunition from it. An empty store fell to the floor. After that, Sinja put back his weapon, which already had bullets in it. So he disassembled the rest of the rifles and put them all together. He said he would definitely get off this island. He will get out and start from the beginning, from scratch, and he will do it himself. From that moment on, Sinja was on his own. And after saying that, he turned around and walked away, throwing the rest of the rifles off the cliff. The teenager was very determined. Meanwhile, the rest of the teenagers gathered near the tent and discussed something. The grandfather told them that from that moment on, they were all preparing to run away. But it seemed that the teenagers did not expect such a development. Even Man Jun-woo, Se-yeon told her grandfather that they did not know where to go. He realized that the girl was right. Then my grandfather took out a compass and told them to entrust it to him. He repeated that now he was really getting out of this place. After these words, my grandfather looked up. Either he wanted to look at his family or hide his tears. Se-yeon watched her grandfather with curiosity. After that, she got sad and put her head down. So everyone started preparing and carrying wood to build a raft and finally escape. Yura Choi looked really bad, either from hard work or it was just her true self. Se-yeon was in charge of everything, so they moved some things in one direction, some things in another. Ji-hoon-an told the leader that they had already moved everything and asked what the next task was. Mang Jun-woo stood up again and told his classmate that he was again pretending that all the hard work was on him. Se-yeon ordered Ji-hoon-an and Ji-in to find all the life jackets because they would need them at sea. We also had to find different ropes. Mang Jun-woo beamed. Suddenly, Yura Choi said she would go with them in that case. She thought that she would pretend to look for him and rest. Se-yeon objected, saying that Yura Choi would build a raft with her. She mentally called the leader a beggar. Se-yeon turned away and looked to the side, straight to a pile of wood that was ready to become a raft and sail away. Se-yeon's grandfather came up to her and asked when she thought she would have time to do everything. The girl replied that she might not have enough time. My grandfather looked up again and said that this is how everything was done, little by little. He added that it was not only with the raft, but with any business in life. Then he said that they would succeed. Se-yeon looked down sadly and agreed with her grandfather. Mang Jun-woo approached them and asked what they were discussing without him. He added that he was constantly out of the loop. Suddenly, Se-yeon grabbed his arm. After that, she suggested that we rest. And then she took me aside, holding my hand. Mang Jun-woo blushed sharply and tried to think about the old woman. They stepped aside and talked, and Mang Jun-woo did not stop blushing. Yura Choi watched and could not hide her anger at Se-yeon. Suddenly, she heard a rustling in the bushes. Yura Choi turned around to see what it was. The rustling was getting louder and louder, as if it was getting closer. The teenager began to feel very worried and nervous. Suddenly, Cherin-jong and Sua-an came out from behind the bushes and called for help in a panic. They scared Yura Choi so badly that she fell to the ground. When the girls saw Yura, they immediately jumped on her and asked for help. Yura Choi started screaming and asking what was happening. She didn't like it. Then Se-yeon ran to help. She took a rifle, took aim, and ordered Cherin-jong and Sua-an to stay still. One of them wanted to call Se-yeon a habitual beggar, but she corrected herself halfway through the sentence. Cherin-jong was crying hard and asking for help. Se-yeon ordered him to stop again, repeating that she had warned him. Mang Jun-woo also came over and watched what was happening. Cherin-jong and Sua-an asked Se-yeon to listen to them, and the girls started their conversation with Yun-san Lee. And we ended up in Jongseong. Se-yeon was shocked and didn't even know what to say. She just lowered her head down in silence. And Cherin-jong and Sua-an smiled and asked in unison if they would accept them now. Meanwhile, the events moved to the forest. Ji-in and Ji-hoon-an walked along it and looked around. Suddenly, they saw 2 life jackets on the ground. Ji-in shouted that she had found them. Ji-hoon-an said he also found another one. Ji-in looked at it and said it was great. Ji-hoon-an looked at his vest, which was covered with moss, and thought how long ago they had lost it. Meanwhile, there was something in the bushes. Suddenly, a rifle appeared, and a characteristic click was heard. It was Sinja, and he aimed at his friends. Ji-hoon-an and Ji-in recognized the sound and turned around in fear. He looked at his offender, waiting for him to act. A smile appeared on Sinja's face, and he told the 2 of them to be careful. Ji-hoon-an rushed to Ji-in to save her from the bullet. And at that moment, a shot rang out, which missed because the teenagers were already on the floor, thanks to Ji-hoon-an. Sinja was holding a gun. Then he stood up and looked at his prey. He had that smile on his face, which meant that he had an animalistic desire to see the case through. Meanwhile, Se-yeon was running fast, clutching her rifle. She wasn't worried. She was reserved and determined. Se-yeon ran to the others in the tent. I told my grandfather that they were to start right away. Then she told the others that they were all going with them. Cherin-jong and Sua-an asked where the horses were supposed to go. Se-yeon replied briefly that they were going hunting. And then she added that the hunt would be for Sinja. Se-yeon stood in front of the cave where their crazy classmate was supposed to be. Cherin-jong and Sua-an stood behind a tree and watched. Man Jun-woo stood with Yura Choi, who couldn't take her eyes off her classmate. Se-yeon stood in front with a rifle. and then I gave the command that it all started. Then she went back to the cave and immediately aimed her weapon, but there was no one inside, and the teenagers did not understand where Sinja could have gone. Suddenly, Se-yeon's expression changed dramatically. Her pupils dilated. After all, she saw Yunsan Lee and Jongseong, who showed no signs of life. Sharon-jong began to vomit violently. She could not stand it and threw up on the floor next to Sua-an. Se-yeon has taken several steps forward. Meng Junwoo watched his friend. She walked closer to Yunsan Lee and turned the teenager around. Meng Junwoo watched in shock. Then Se-yeon handed him Yunsan Lee's jacket and told him to put it on because it was getting cold. Myung-woo was shocked by this act, how such a small and fragile Se-yeon could keep a cold mind and think about others. Then he pulled himself together and agreed to put on the jacket. Se-yeon replied that Shinji couldn't be gone for long, so she offered to wait for him here. She said out loud that she wondered what this psychopath was doing outside. Suddenly, they all heard a gunshot. Se-yeon's face changed dramatically, and she said it could only mean one thing, and the fact that only Ji-hoon-an and Ji-in were not with them. They went to get life jackets, and the shot they heard was at Ji-hoon-an and Ji-in, but he passed by, and the teenagers managed to dodge him. They stood up and waited to see what this psychopath Sinja would do next. Ji-hoon-an looked into the eyes of his abuser, trying not to show fear. Sinja was holding a gun and said that they came right into his lure. He called the teenagers traitors. Ji-in kept her hand on the ground. Then she squeezed it, collecting some earth in her hand. Sinja looked at his friends and ordered them all to die. Suddenly, Ji-in threw sand at the psychopath right in his eyes. Sinja screamed in pain. Ji-in ordered him to flee. Ji-hoon-an did just that. Suddenly, he turned around to see if Ji-in was running. But I noticed something strange. His expression changed dramatically. After all, Ji-in did not run. She stood up and covered the others. She did not even return to Ji-hoon-an. The teenager was in a stupor and called his friend. But Ji-in did not turn around and just stood there. Sinja had managed to open his eyes, so he was dangerous again. He saw his classmate standing in front of him without a drop of fear. Meanwhile, the events moved back to the school. In grades 1, 9, all the students were sitting at their desks, so clean and calm, without fear in their eyes. The teacher was not there. Ji-in was bored at her desk, looking away. She suddenly heard someone calling out to Se-yeon. I turned around and saw that it was Ji-hoon-an calling. When she saw her new classmate, she immediately liked him. Ji-in never showed her emotions, so even just a small smile could mean a lot. And it was then that Ji-in thought Ji-hoon was cute. Then Sharon-jong and Sua-an approached her and asked to borrow her lipstick. Ji-in handed over her lipstick without looking away. Sua-an thanked her and promised to return it right away, and Sharon-jong complimented her that Ji-in was very beautiful. She invited her to hang out with them the next day, and Ji-in agreed. The events moved to the place where teenagers always smoked during breaks from school. This time too, but Ji-in was with them. Yunsan Lee was loudly snorting. Then he spat on the ground like the last cattle. And then I asked Ji-in for her name. She answered shyly. Sharon-jong told everyone that Ji-in was very beautiful, and the others echoed this opinion. Then, Sharon-jong asked her if she smoked and offered her a cigarette. But Ji-in politely refused. And then I thought that it wasn't fun at all. At that moment, Ji-hoon-an walked by and the company noticed him. Sharon-jong said he was nice. Yunsan Lee told her to ask him to hang out with them. But before he could finish, Ji-in nearly knocked him down. And she went to Ji-hoon-an alone. He was so embarrassed then. And I was the first to meet Ji-hoon-an. She started talking about banana milk. She said that she adored him. She asked me to take it. Ji-in wanted to be the first to show off and meet Ji-hoon-an before the others noticed him. The teenager was very shy and agreed to give the banana milk back. Ji-in touched his hand to take the drink. She was so beautiful and charming then, filling the space with light. After that, Ji-in abruptly turned around and left, leaving Ji-hoon-an alone. He didn't even have time to react when everything happened abruptly. Next time, Ji-hoon-an brought her that milk again, and Ji-in responded with a haughty tone to get her attention. But I saw something underneath. There was a nice note for her, inviting her to be friends. She was so ashamed and happy inside, because she didn't know that Ji-hoon-an didn't write it. She looked at a classmate she liked. But he was in the company of those who did not interest her at all. It seemed that Ji-hoon-an liked it there. He then asked Ji-in if she smoked, but my friend answered negatively. Ji-hoon-an praised her, saying that she shouldn't have started doing it in the first place. Ji-in remained silent, looking away, and then she abruptly grabbed Ji-hoon-an's hand and took one puff. Then Ji-in coughed loudly, She felt so bad then because Ji-yin had gained too much. Then she smiled and tearfully told Ji-hoon-an that now she was probably an addict too. Next time, Ji-hoon-an brought Ji-yin banana milk again. She accepted it with a smile as their little tradition, but her expression changed suddenly. After all, she saw a sign that said, "See you later, Se-yeon." Ji-hoon-an went to say hello to the others. Suddenly, Ji-yin called out to him. She asked him if he had bought it himself, but I could tell that she knew the truth. Ji-hoon-an said with a calm face that Se-yeon gave it to him. Then everyone started whispering and asking who Se-yeon was. Ji-yin was the first to ask directly. Then she got angry, gritted her teeth, and called her a stinking beggar. The events moved to the sports ground. Ji-yin sat crying in a black hooded sweatshirt. Ji-hoon-an came to her and asked what she wanted to talk about so late. He added that he listened to her carefully. Ji-yin remained silent and looked at the teenager. Ji-hoon-an then leaned closer and asked what happened when he saw the smeared mascara. There was banana milk on the floor. Lots of banana milk, with notes. Ji-yin kept them all because she thought they were for her. Then Ji-yin stood up, looked down and said that she was very ashamed. Ji-hoon-an did not understand what was happening and asked what had happened. Ji-yin started shouting and said she was very ashamed. Then she said that she thought Ji-hoon-an had written her all these notes, every word. After that, a drop of tears fell on the message and sobbing was heard. Ji-hoon-an was shocked. He couldn't even imagine what was going on there. And then I looked at the floor and started reading all these messages, all of them with romantic overtones. He approached Ji-yin and apologized, saying that he did not know about it. A classmate said that if Ji-hoon-an was really sorry, she looked up a little, if he was really guilty. After that, Ji-yin asked Ji-hoon-an to date her. The teenager was shocked again. He definitely did not expect this. Ji-yin started crying even harder. She was hysterical, and more tears fell on the banana milk carton like rain. Meanwhile, events returned to reality, where Shin-jae held a rifle and wished Ji-yin dead. He was about to pull the trigger. Ji-yin stood still and did not move. Ji-hoon-an was in a stupor. Shin-jae prepared to shoot. Suddenly, Se-yeon was running very fast behind him. Shin-jae only had time to look away, turning at the sound of footsteps. Se-yeon attacked him with all her strength and anger. She jumped up and punched Sinja in the face. The teenager fell backwards onto the ground. He threw his rifle right at Ji-yin's feet. Sinja fell to the ground with a loud thud and rolled his body. Se-yeon took aim and pointed her rifle at him. The teenager was lying down and would not get up. He looked down and looked at Se-yeon. The girl was shaking, barely holding the rifle. Se-yeon was afraid. She was very afraid to take someone's life. And Sinja seemed to sense it. The same smile appeared on his face. Se-yeon stammered and ordered him not to move. Sinji pulled out a knife and told her to shoot if she could. Then he screamed loudly like a real lunatic. Suddenly, someone's hand appeared in front of his face. After that, the grandfather threw Sinja to the ground and strangled him. Shin-jae was wheezing because his grandfather's grip was stronger than Jung-seong's. Then the teenager dug his fingers and nails into his grandfather's skin and shouted that he would kill them all. It was painful for my grandfather, but he endured it. Shin-jae was screaming as the grip became stronger and his breath was getting shorter. The old man shuddered. He looked the psychopath straight in the eye. Suddenly, Shinja's grip tightened. He wanted to repeat that he would kill them all, but he stopped in mid-sentence. After that, his hand completely relaxed, and Sinja fell to the ground, and the grandfather also let go of the teenager's neck. Ji-in fell to the floor. Ji-hoon-an watched in shock. The poor girl fell and could barely breathe. She experienced her own death. Suddenly, Ji-yin's eyes grew wide. After all, Ji-hoon-an ran up to her and threw his sweater over her. He whispered in her ear that she should never do that again, and then he added that he was really sorry. Ji-yin suddenly started crying a lot. Then she abruptly turned around and hugged Ji-hoon-an. The teenager did not even have time to react to what had happened. But then he hugged Ji-yin, and he was pleased with this hug too. Se-yeon beamed as she watched this sweet scene. Suddenly, she heard screams as if someone was calling her. After that, Myung-woo abruptly grabbed Se-yeon in his arms. She did not understand what had happened. The teenager pulled her aside and looked her up and down in a panic, asking if Se-yeon was okay and adding that she was very reckless. Se-yeon was shocked and embarrassed by this attention, and Mong Jun-woo scolded her for making him worry. Suddenly, their sweet moment was interrupted by the old man coughing loudly. He said that they had to solve the issue with this crazy Sinja first. His hand was bleeding heavily because the teenager had gotten into it in a childish way. He added that Sinja would wake up soon. Se-yeon agreed. She held out a rope and said they had to tie him up. It's funny that history was repeating itself. It was cyclical, and now Shinjai was tied up with Hansen in his place. Meanwhile, Sinja began to regain consciousness. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized what was happening. The teenager was tied to a tree. The rest of his classmates watched him. Shinji immediately started moving. He tried to pull his hands away, and at the same time he was shouting to be released. But the teenagers just stood there in silence and looked at the killer, the man who took away their friends. Sinja started calling everyone, starting with Se-yeon, then Se-yeon. He called them traitors, even tied up. Sinji inspired fear and had power. The teenager screamed very loudly because he was helpless. And then he threatened to kill them all. Se-yeon could not stand it and ordered Shinjae to shut up in a calm voice. After that, she abruptly flew into the teenager and kicked him in the stomach. Shinjae coughed. Manjin-woo was shocked. He was always wondering how such a small Se-yeon could have so much strength. Shinjae called Se-yeon a stinking beggar, but she just turned away from him and told him to come to his senses, because he had lost. Meanwhile, it was getting dark, and the teenagers lit a fire. They sat around the fire and were silent, all looking down. Se-yeon said that now they had to decide. Se-yeon and Cheon asked what she meant, and then the leader turned around and said that they had to decide what to do with Sinji. The teenager was silent and no longer violent, just stared back. But his face, just one look from Sinji, inspired fear. Se-yeon shuddered. The teenagers began to say that there was only one solution. They had to finish off Sinja because they had a rifle. The crazy man just listened in silence, showing no emotion, and his classmates said that he deserved to die. Shinjae swallowed very hard at all the ideas, because he realized that he had really lost. Although he was not going to give up hope, Myungjun-woo said that they had to think rationally, because killing someone was not as easy as it seemed. Cheon started screaming, asking if Mongjun knew how many people Shinjae had killed. The teenager did not know what to say to this and simply remained silent. And then he asked everyone who would do it to Sinji. He turned to Cheon, then to Se-yeon, but the girls just looked down. Myung-woo continued that Shinjai was now under guard, and no matter how you look at it, it would be a crime to kill him. He said that they all had to come back and not ruin their reputation. These words brought a smile to Shinjae's face because he realized that the teenagers had made a big mistake. Se-yeon was seconded by Manjin-woo. She turned to Shinjae and said that killing him would make them no less of assholes, and it wasn't worth it. She suggested that we think it over. Shinjae stared at Se-yeon. Suddenly, my grandfather said he would take care of Sinja if they were all in favor. And then he added that he had to settle the score with this psychopath. Se-yeon was silent, just thinking. Then Jihoon-an suggested that everyone vote. Suddenly, the teenager's face changed dramatically and he thought about his leg. After that, he was all twisted up. Ji-yin, who was sitting next to him, noticed that something was wrong with her friend. She asked Jihoon-an if he was okay. He turned around, smiled, and said that everything was fine. Then Se-yeon agreed. She said that there was no point in anonymity, so she suggested that we get down to business right here and now. Se-yeon said to raise their hand if they thought Shinjae should pay for his crimes. Se-yeon and Cheon raised their hands without thinking, saying that he had no right to live. Yura Choi also timidly raised her hand, thinking that only if her grandfather would do it. Shinjae watched the vote in silence, but he was panicking inside. Voting has come to an end. This was the result of the vote. Se-yeon stood up and said that they would not kill Shinjae because the results were equal. Shinjae breathed a sigh of relief. Cheon and Se-yeon were outraged. One of them shouted that in fact there were equal votes. Se-yeon interrupted her, telling her to let her finish. And then she turned to Shinji and said that they would all leave him on this island. This will be his punishment. Shinjae realized that it was even worse, because the chances of survival were very low. Se-yeon looked at this psychopath with an angry look. Shinjae muttered under his breath that he would be the only one to leave the island and that he would kill them all. It seemed that the teenager had completely lost his mind. Meanwhile, a new day has dawned on the island. Sinja opened his eyes. He had been tied to a tree all night. The teenager could not get used to the fact that he had lost and was shocked again when he saw everything. My classmates were talking about something among themselves. Se-yeon told everyone that that was almost all. They built 2 rafts and will finally return home soon. My grandfather commented, saying it looked strong enough. But the rest of the teenagers were silent. It did not seem safe for them to sail on this structure. None of them. Only Se-yeon smiled and was happy with what she had done. Shinjae silently watched what was happening, but he still had the idea in his head that he would get off the island alone. The rest looked at the sea and their rafts that would take them home. Shinjae was silent, but he listened very carefully. Karen-chan asked if they had enough 2 rafts for everyone, and Sua-an agreed, saying they looked small. Shin-jae looked the other way. There, Se-yeon was arguing with Myung-woo about something, and the love-struck Yura Choi was watching them. Manjun-woo looked at Se-yeon with loving eyes, and Yura Choi was foaming at the mouth. Shin-jae watched this closely and noticed everything. Suddenly he called out to Yuri Choi. She didn't even understand at first. She came back and asked if Sinja had spoken to her. The teenager smiled. Yura Choi told him not to even try because they had nothing to talk about. Then Shin-jae suddenly asked her how she was doing with Myung-woo. Yura Choi began to panic and asked what he was referring to, and she looked sideways at Mung Jun-woo, who was talking to Se-yeon. Yura Choi liked him so much. Shin-jae said that he had the impression that this beggar came between Yura Choi and Myung Jun-woo. She started muttering to herself, but then Shin-jae said that he might be able to solve her problem if she let him. Yura Choi asked why Shin-jae wanted to help her and how. She turned and looked at Myung Jun-woo. Suddenly, the teenager felt her gaze on him and turned in response. He didn't like what they were saying and asked Mung Jun-woo what they were doing there. He approached them and asked what they were talking about. Mung Jun-woo stared at the psychopath, and Shin-jae responded in kind. Then Se-yeon also came up and asked what kind of meeting it was. Myung-woo smiled and told her that it was as if nothing was important. Shin-jae shivered, and Yura Choi gritted her teeth and began to gnash them in anger. Shin-jae's plan failed this time, but it is not the last attempt. The teenagers approached the rafts and decided that all they had to do was swim. Se-yeon also came up and said that it wasn't time yet, they had to make them. Karen-chan and Sua-an were outraged, asking what had happened. Se-yeon replied that they could hardly fit on 2 rafts. She said they needed to make a few more so that everyone could escape. Cherin-jong and Sua-an unanimously said that they had spent a lot of time and effort on these 2, especially since it was getting cold. They continued to say that they would not only not have time to do more, it was simply unrealistic. The girls did not stop being indignant, saying that they had no more strength. Se-yeon said that because of the work on the rafts, they didn't even have time to collect the right amount of food. Cherin-jong asked what the problem was with this. Se-yeon said that this meant they had no time for their whining. Sua-an could not stand it and asked the leader again. She came forward, stood in a pose, and began her clucking. Se-yeon just put her finger over her ear to block it out. Sua-an screamed that she was a nobody and that no one had even chosen her. She asked who Se-yeon thought she was. Suddenly 2 trees flew into their faces. Se-yeon was shocked because it wasn't her who did it. The tree fell to the ground, and the girls started screaming and being indignant about who did it. It was Ji-yin, and she told them that if they were against their plan, she suggested that they just get away from them. Then she turned around and added that they did not need them to escape from this island. But then she turned around and added that, to be honest. The girls didn't help, and it was Se-yeon who did everything, all the work. Cherin-jong and Sua-an stood there in shock, not used to Se-yeon no longer being the one who was bullied. Ji-in added that if they didn't like something and didn't want to obey Se-yeon, they always had the option of leaving. The girls were even more shocked, as no one had ever responded to them like that before. They discussed among themselves that it was very humiliating. Sua-an called Ji-yin a bitch. Shin-jae watched and listened intently. My classmates really didn't like that they had to listen to someone who was humiliated all the time. Suddenly, Sinja told them that he had heard that they were going to build some more rafts. He added that they would stay here for at least another year. Of course, the girls believed him. Shin-jae smiled and wanted to offer them a favor, but Cherin-jong interrupted him, closing her mouth and telling him not to talk to them. They unanimously said they would not help him. Sinja said that he just wanted to convey that the rafts were already enough for just the 2 of them to sail. It seemed that Cherin-jong and Sua-an were thinking the same thing. The idea of getting off the island as soon as possible appealed to them. Suddenly, Ji-hoon-an came up to them and said that he had heard everything and suggested that he just shut his mouth. Ji-hoon-an stared at the psychopath, and Shin-jae was at him because he realized that another of his plans had failed. Ji-hoon-an suggested whether the psychopath wanted his mouth covered with a rag. Ji-yin also intervened and asked what had happened. Ji-hoon-an came back and said that everything was fine. He turned around and walked away, but he was limping badly. The leg that Sinja was shot in, however, has not yet healed. The psychopath noticed this and watched closely. Then he smiled and said that it seemed that all was not lost for him. Night fell and Sinja stayed awake watching. Se-yeon stared back at him, standing guard with a rifle, but she kept her distance. Then her grandfather came to her and said that Se-yeon had been on duty for a long time. I asked her if she was that worried. Se-yeon agreed and added that she didn't even want to sleep. Grandpa loudly flopped down next to her, and he tried to calm Se-yeon down. He promised that Sinja himself would not quit as his grandfather had taken care of that. The teenager listened attentively to their conversation. Then my grandfather threw some things on the sand, including a compass, a gun, and a knife. Se-yeon did not expect this. My grandfather said that these were all his things that he had taken from this bastard. The girl suddenly realized that Sinja was dangerous from the very beginning. Grandpa took a signal pistol and handed it to Se-yeon. He said it was a rocket launcher. He added that it wasn't a heavy thing. You just had to shoot it upwards and that was it. He said they would use it when they escaped from North Korea. Her grandfather told Se-yeon to protect her as the apple of his eye. The girl agreed. Suddenly, my grandfather turned to Se-yeon once again. He asked her to tell him a little bit about South Korea. My grandfather added that he would be there as a refugee, and it scared him a little. At that moment, it started snowing, and Se-yeon looked up. Then she agreed to tell me everything she knew. Cheon and Sua-an stood with rifles and complained about how cold it was. They were indignant that these nightly vigils were pointless because no one was going to attack them. The girls sat down, and Sua-an said that she was happy that they were allowed to be on duty together. Then Cheon said she would go wake up the next person on duty. Shinji watched everything carefully. Suddenly a smile appeared on his face, and he said that it was very easy to deceive the girls if they did decide to make a few more rafts. Cheon wiped away her snot. Sinja asked if the girls really thought they wanted everyone to get out, saying that they would just leave them and swim themselves. He added that they were all too tired to build any more rafts. Sinja went on to say that they were just hoping that Cheon and Sua-an would just die while they were building them. The girls looked at Sinja as if he were crazy or mentally challenged. Then they started waking up Yuri Choi. They stood over her and constantly woke her up. Although Yuri Choi doubted that it was her turn, she thought again about the fact that the girls had called her by the wrong name, Yuna. Meanwhile, the snow was getting heavier. Yuri Choi didn't even realize that it had fallen out right away, but she wasn't too happy either. She went to Sinja's place of duty. I looked at the psychopath. He looked back at her. The teenager's face already inspired fear. Yuri Choi thought it was creepy. Suddenly, her face changed dramatically. After all, she saw Se-yeon putting her cloak on Myung-woo. Yuri Choi began to get angry and curse Se-yeon in her mind. She again courted Myung-jun-woo, while Yuri Choi had to be on duty here alone. Suddenly, Sinja told her that his offer was still on the table. He asked how long Yuri Choi would allow this beggar to do what she wanted, but she simply ordered Sinja to close. She added that she did not want to talk to him. Shinjae stood his ground and asked if she would give up on Manjun-woo for her, because her classmate definitely liked Se-yeon. Yuri Choi fell for it and asked if it was true. Shinjae confirmed, adding that if it weren't for that beggar, Yuri Choi and Myung-jun would have been together a long time ago. These words warmed her, and Yuri Choi immediately blushed. Shinjae swore that he would kill Se-yeon for her. Suddenly, Shinjae looked down. After all, Yuri Choi began to untie him, saying that he had given her his word. A smile appeared on Sinja's face. It was very cold and Yuri Choi could barely move her arms. She tried very hard and was already starting to get angry that she was not succeeding. Suddenly, someone approached them. It was Se-yeon, and she asked Yuri Choi what she was doing. But her classmate turned around and continued to solve Shinja. She wanted to do it as soon as possible before Se-yeon interrupted her. Then the leader grabbed her and asked if Yuri Choi was deaf. Suddenly, Yuri hit Se-yeon hard and roughly, ordering her to take her hands off her. The leader fell on her back and rode. She looked at Shinjae and screamed. After all, the teenager's hand was about to be untied. In the end, it happened, and the crazy Sinja got out, and now they were all in danger again. He told Yura that he would keep his word. When it was still Cheon and Sua-an's turn, they went over to wake Jor up. Yuri Choi woke up. She hated everyone then, but she got up and went to her post. Cheon and Sua-an stood and looked at those who were sleeping. Suddenly, something caught Sharon's attention. She looked down. Se-yeon was sleeping, and there was a compass next to her. For some reason, this compass caught her attention. The events moved to reality, where Shinjae got out of the ropes. A smile appeared on his face. He immediately saw his target, Se-yeon. He attacked her, running very fast. How much Shinjae had wanted to deal with her all along. He bent down on Se-yeon, and they fell to the ground. A fight broke out between them, but Shinjae had an advantage because he was on top and started choking Se-yeon. She tried to get out, but the advantage was too great. Se-yeon clutched at Shinjae's jacket, tearing it. Suddenly, her arm went weak. Se-yeon began to lose consciousness. Yura Choi was watching with a rifle. Shin-jae stood over Se-yeon and thought he had won. Suddenly, someone called him a scumbag. Then he was hit in the face with a knee. Shin-jae fell to the ground, and Se-yeon got out of his hands. It turned out to be Ji-hoon An. His new one still hurt and was covered in blood. Se-yeon regained consciousness and began to cough loudly. And when I returned, I was shocked to see Ji-hoon An. Sinja was nursing his wound, which had just been torn open again. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Namely, Yura Choi, because she still had a gun in her hand. He ordered her to hand over the rifle, and he made the same smile that had previously acted as a mitigating circumstance but now inspired fear. It exploded and hit Yuri Choi. She just stood there and held her weapon tightly. Then Shin-jae shouted and ordered him to do it faster in a commanding tone. Suddenly someone grabbed his leg, and Shin-jae fell to the ground, flopping loudly. He turned to look at his offender, and he saw Se-yeon clinging to his leg. Shin-jae yelled at Yura Choi to give him the rifle. The frightened classmate hesitantly agreed, but Ji-hoon An attacked her. He tried to take the rifle away from Yura Choi, asking her what she was doing with it. She screamed for Ji-hoon to let her in, because it was all because of the beggar. Sharon Jong and Sua An were passing by. Se-yeon noticed the girls trying to sneak away unnoticed. She called them. Sharon Jong and Sua An just looked at them all. Ji-hoon An asked what they were doing, but the girls did not respond to them and just went into the water. Then they pushed the raft. Shin-jae also observed this. A smile appeared on his face because he realized that the girls would never get there on their own and had simply gone to their deaths. After that, Sharon Jong and Sua An climbed onto the raft and set sail. Se-yeon ran after them, asking them to come back. But the girls just laughed at her. Se-yeon was shattered. 2 betrayals in one night. She screamed for the girls to come back. But they just laughed. Sua An called her stupid, and Sharon Jung blew her a kiss. Suddenly I heard the loud sounds of a ship. The waves were getting stronger. There were soldiers on board the ship, the same ones. They sailed straight to this island. The raft began to be carried away by the current. And so several ships stopped near it. One of them had the same captain on it. He came to get my grandfather, but I was shocked when I saw it. That my grandfather was not alone, because there were 2 girls on the water. They met each other's eyes and the ship sailed on. They just bypassed the raft. Sharon Jong asked if it was the military. Then one of them noticed a strange green bottle and asked what it was. Sua An came closer, saying that she seemed to know what it was. But before the classmate could finish speaking, the grenade simply exploded. So in the photo together, both Sharon Jong and Sua An's faces were painted over. There were fewer and fewer faces in the photo. When Ji-hoon An and Yura Choi were fighting over a rifle, Shin-jae was waiting for the right moment. Yura Choi shouted at Ji-hoon An to leave her alone, as the beggar had been asking for it for a long time. Yura suddenly lost control of himself, and she shouted that if Se-yeon died, then Manjun-woo and she would be together forever. Ji-hoon An could not believe what he was hearing. His grip loosened on the rifle. There was a stone on the ground, and he was captured. Shin-jae ran at Ji-hoon An and Yura Choi with this stone. Ji-hoon An realized that things were bad. After all, Shin-jae knew exactly where to hit to win. He hit me right in the leg that was shot. Ji-hoon An screamed, because it was just hellish pain. Shin-jae was amused that he had hit the mark. He thanked Yura Choi, and a smile appeared on his face again. And the teenager abruptly snatched the weapon from his classmate's hands. She didn't even have time to react. Now Shin-jae was winning again, and nothing would stop him. Suddenly, the teenager's expression changed dramatically when he saw Se-yeon standing by the shore and a bunch of ships sailing right toward them. There were a lot of ships for one old man. Then there was a loud explosion. Se-yeon immediately realized what had happened and started screaming. She cursed, because even though she didn't like those girls, it meant that they were all in danger as well. Sinja was smiling and holding a rifle. He set his sights on Se-yeon because he couldn't waste a second. Meanwhile, the others came to her, because everyone woke up to the sound of explosions. Sinja tried to take aim. Suddenly he turned to the side, and I saw Meng Jun-woo, who was also armed. Sinja changed his plan, saying it was time to run. He turned around abruptly, and he ran into the bushes like a rat. Meng Jun-woo didn't even have time to react or do anything. Shin-jae returned for the rest to see if he was being chased. Meng Jun-woo stood in a stupor. He immediately went to Se-yeon and asked if she was okay. She told him that she was fine, but there was another problem. My grandfather ordered everyone to flee abruptly. The warships were already very close. The soldiers got off the ship and were heading toward them. They walked through the cold water, not paying attention to anything. The soldier said that there would be a temporary camp of the Korean People's Army here. They were all followed by the same captain. He said that this was another step in the victory over South Korea. The soldier turned to his commander and ordered him to look. The captain was in a stupor. After all, he saw the tent and said that it looked like my grandfather was not alone. The captain called them all traitors and ordered them to go across the island and find everyone. Meanwhile, my grandfather and the others ran to hide. He was followed by Se-yeon and Myung-jun-woo. My grandfather came back and ordered them all to run faster because they could not stop. Se-yeon asked him what was going on here. My grandfather replied that it was a northerner landing and they had to hide quickly. The teenagers did not understand what was happening and why he was so afraid of them. Then my grandfather ordered everyone to get ready quickly. By adding that they knew the island better than anyone else, this was supposed to encourage them. My grandfather said they would think of something on the way, and then he added that it would be uphill from there. Se-yeon accepted the command. Ji-hoon-an was walking behind everyone else and Ji-yeon noticed. She turned to her friend and asked him how he was feeling. Ji-hoon-an let out a smile and said that he was fine, asking me not to worry. Meanwhile, the soldiers ran to search the island. They decided that on such a small island, these traitors would not get far from them. The soldier told everyone that the order was to take them dead or alive, and then he added that in that case they would finish off all these bastards. The captain stood alone in front of the forest. He said it was over, called my grandfather a rat. Meanwhile, the events moved to the cave. There, Sinja stuffed his mouth with cockroaches and other bugs. He was very hungry and didn't care what he ate. Sinja sat in the corner of the cave, looking at his friends who showed no signs of life. I covered myself with a jacket and just thought. Suddenly, someone came up to him from behind and called out. It was Se-yeon, the headman. She said it wasn't fair. She was followed by the rest of her classmates whom Sinja had killed. They were calling him to come with them. Shinjae was shaking. He was very afraid. Yunsan Lee, Mr. Park, and Hansen were in front, and everyone said that Shinjae should have gone with them. Shinjae politely refused. He covered himself with his hands and repeated that he had to get off this island, only he. The soldiers stood in the middle of the forest and watched carefully. One of them said that the traitors were somewhere nearby. They walked straight and believed that they all had nowhere else to run. Meanwhile, Ji-hoon-an was hiding behind a tree nearby, and along with him and Ji-yin, the teenagers hoped they would not be noticed. The soldiers approached very slowly so that they would not be seen or heard. Suddenly, someone put out a rifle. It was Se-yeon. She clicked the weapon and prepared to shoot. A short pause for the girl to take aim. Suddenly, her grandfather appeared from behind the bushes and asked Se-yeon to be quiet. She lowered her eyes and her weapon, and I thought that my grandfather was right, because if she started shooting, soldiers from all over the island would come running, so they all had to act quietly and covertly. Se-yeon looked down at the soldier who intended to finish them all with intense aggression and hatred. She was sitting on top of a tree, and these specially trained soldiers didn't even know to look up, not just down. When the danger passed, the teenagers gathered together to decide what to do next. Ji-yin and Ji-hoon-an were silent. Grandpa and Myung-jun-woo were also. Se-yeon answered as if it were obvious. She said that they would all flee this island. The other teenagers were surprised because no one understood how she wanted to do it. My grandfather was silent and showed no emotion. Se-yeon said that the soldiers had come to the island on something. One such boat will be enough for them all to get out of this place. Myung-jun-woo asked if he understood correctly that Se-yeon had offered to steal the boat from the military. Ji-yin looked down and tried to say that it was unrealistic, but her grandfather interrupted her and said that he thought it could work, and he ordered them all to gather. After all, they can't let their guard down, especially when they wanted to pull off such a crazy thing. Se-yeon looked at her grandfather in silence, and he motivated her as well. The other teenagers pulled themselves together and agreed. Se-yeon summarized that they had solved everything, and now their task was to get to the beach without being seen. She said that the soldiers must have already realized that there were not enough of them, and their numerical superiority was a plus, because they would not act very cautiously. My grandfather agreed, adding that it would never occur to them that they were going to the beach, using the surprise factor. He told them that they could have succeeded. The teenagers agreed. They were determined because their lives depended on it. Grandpa felt this mood, and now he was not worried, because they were all ready. The events moved to the tent. The captain was standing there waiting. A soldier approached him. He whispered something in my ear. The captain's face suddenly changed. He turned around and sharply punched the soldier in the face, which seemed to bring him bad news. The captain shouted at him, ordering him to go around the island once again. He turned around and added that he would also take these soldiers and go looking for traitors until he found them. The guy asked who would protect the beach then, in a trembling voice. The captain looked at the stupid soldier in silence. His look alone was enough, instead of 1,000 words. The soldier stood at attention and accepted the command. The captain asked aloud where his old friend was. He couldn't hide forever. Then he ordered all the soldiers to search the island up and down. The captain was pleasantly angry because for him it was like a game. He admitted that his grandfather was indeed very cunning, but he still cannot leave this island. The captain added that this was where my grandfather would die. Meanwhile, Se-yeon and the others ran fast. The company went in a line, one by one. Everyone was looking at each other. We were looking around for any soldiers, but they still missed one point, namely Se-yeon, who was no better than the soldiers. He stood on top of the mountain and looked at his prey. Then he abruptly disappeared. Se-yeon noticed this flicker on the rock and looked up to see. She looked away. Se-yeon appeared in front of her as if out of nowhere with a rifle in his hands and ready to shoot. Se-yeon screamed, ordering everyone to run away quickly because she was the first. Se-yeon was ahead of them. He jumped and landed right in front of them. He had that same smile on his face that said that Se-yeon was out for blood. Ji-hoon-an was running next to him, and the psychopath managed to hit him. He looked at Se-yeon, his offender. The psychopathic maniac took aim and pointed his rifle. Se-yeon watched this from the corner of her eye and ordered everyone to hide quickly once again. Se-yeon looked at his classmates as if they were a toy he was about to play with. Suddenly, something else caught his attention. 2 soldiers noticed something and were ready to attack. Ji-hoon-an and Ji-yin hid behind a tree and loudly laughed. Se-yeon and Myung-jun-woo too. My grandfather was behind them. The soldiers discussed that they definitely heard some footsteps, but then they decided that they were just imagining things and turned around. One of them suggested going further. Shinjae's plans were a bit spoiled, but he still went out hunting and asked where they were all hiding. It was his favorite game. Se-yeon waited, holding her weapon tightly. She analyzed that Shinja was losing his mind, but he was not stupid enough to shoot while the soldiers were searching the island. Suddenly, the teenager noticed something, and his expression changed dramatically. After that, Shinjae broke into a wide smile, and then I heard a loud sound of a gunshot. The soldiers heard it right away. They didn't even have time to move far away. Shinja thought that if he was alone, it would be much easier for him to hide from the military than for all of them. My grandfather shouted for everyone to run away after the shot. Shinjae peeked out from behind the bushes. The soldiers got on the trail, stood on the lawn, and looked for the shooter. Suddenly, someone's hand appeared in front of them. It was my grandfather, and he attacked 2 soldiers at once. Then he threw them to the ground, and they landed loudly. Grandpa hit them again to finish the job. When he saw that he had done his job to the end, he stood up and looked around. Then he told the others to grab the soldiers' rifles and leave quickly. The grandfather went into the bushes and added that they had little time before others came to the noise. Before he could finish his sentence, a soldier with a rifle appeared in front of him. My grandfather was very scared. He was in a stupor and did not know what to do. He began to slowly back away, his wooden foot slipping. A smug smile appeared on the soldier's face, indicating that he was enjoying the game. Suddenly, a loud shot was heard and the soldier flew back. Behind her grandfather was Se-yeon, who did what she had to do to save herself without a second thought. The girl was breathing loudly. She became the one who was always condemning. My grandfather thanked me and immediately ran away. Suddenly, he noticed something and stopped. There were 2 more soldiers nearby who also came on the trail of the sounds. Grandpa ordered the others to follow him into the bushes, but it seemed that they were not alone. Unfortunately, they could not hide from everyone. Ji-yin was the first to realize and notice this. Ji-hoon-an was in danger. After all, Shinji was aiming right at him, sitting in the bushes like a rat. He ordered Ji-hoon-an to die and the teenager turned around. But it was too late. His pupils dilated sharply, and then a loud gunshot sounded. The events moved back in time when Ji-in suggested that Ji-hoon-an date. She was very distraught at the time. She didn't know what to do. Ji-in started shouting and said that if Ji-hoon-an was really sorry for what happened with that milk, she was sorry. There was a pause, a dead silence. Ji-hoon-an didn't even know what to expect from Ji-in. Suddenly she began to cry hard, barely able to speak. She asked Ji-hoon-an to become a couple if he was interested. Suddenly the teenager came closer. Ji-in felt it and her pupils dilated sharply. Ji-hoon-an said that he was really sorry for what happened and took Ji-in's hand. Then he said her name. He looked into her eyes and asked Ji-yin to be her girlfriend, holding the girl's hand. She was shocked. After that, she started crying a lot, but from happiness. Events returned to the island, where Shinjae fired his shot and the bullet flew straight to Ji-hoon-an. But suddenly, Ji-yin stood in front of him. No one had time to react. Everyone was shocked, including Ji-hoon An himself. Se-yeon looked at Shin-jae. So did my grandfather. Mung Jun-woo is also surprised. Ji-yin flew back. Ji-hoon An could not close his mouth from the shock and stupor he was in. He saw a situation where Ji-yin had already stood up for him. And then Ji-hoon An whispered in her ear that she should never do that again. But Ji-yin refused at the time. She couldn't make such a promise. They would not have held her back. Ji-yin knew she would do it again, and she did. Meanwhile, Ji-yin's face was painted over in the group photo. Only 4 teenagers remained. Se-yeon stood in a shocked stupor. Mung Jun-woo, too. Ji-yin lay unconscious on the ground, showing no signs of life. My grandfather was silent, showed no emotion. There was no emotion on Ji-hoon An's face. He had just had a very close person taken away from him. Everyone just stared at Ji-yin in a stupor. Ji-hoon An realized what had happened and said it couldn't have happened. After that, the teenager fell to his knees and simply screamed that it couldn't have happened. Shin-jae did not waste the opportunity and clicked the weapon again. Suddenly, a loud shot rang out and Sinja flew back screaming. It seems that he could not calculate this moment. There was a lot of blood. The teenager's arm was injured. Sinja grabbed it and cursed, dropping the rifle from his hands. It was Se-yeon, and this time she was more determined. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes. She loved Ji-hoon An as a friend and felt his pain. Shin-jae's eyes grew wide as he realized that Se-yeon hadn't lowered her rifle, so she wasn't done yet. Then another shot rang out, and Sinja's rifle was on the floor in front of him. Se-yeon held her weapon and told the psychopath that she would finish him off. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes. She clicked the screwdriver. Then she pulled the trigger several times, but no shots were fired. It looks like she ran out of bullets. Shin-jae was very frightened, but breathed a sigh of relief. Se-yeon was so angry that we had just run out of bullets. Everyone was in a stupor. Sinja realized that this was his chance for salvation. Then he abruptly turned around and ran. He ran so fast that he even forgot his weapon. Se-yeon was broken and angry and nothing could stop her. That's why she ran after Shinja. I was screaming, ordering him to stop. This bastard had no right to live! Shin-jae turned back and looked around. Se-yeon ran after him. But Shin-jae ran faster when he saw that he was being caught up. Then Se-yeon saw the psychopath throw away his rifle. She quickly picked it up. And she set out for revenge. Shin-jae was running ahead of me, holding my hand, and it seemed like he had gotten a little bit lost. Then he turned around to see if there was a tail behind him. Suddenly his expression changed dramatically. After all, the teenager saw Se-yeon holding a rifle at the level of his head. The girl just wanted to get a little closer, so as not to make any extra noise and do it all in one shot. Se-yeon knew how to wait. Her grandfather taught her this while hunting. She ran after Shin-jae and waited for the right moment. The teenager ran away from her as fast as he could. He turned back and cursed. Suddenly Shin-jae flew down sharply, screaming. It turned out that he had tripped over his own foot. After that, Shin-jae flew down loudly and twisted several times. Then he landed on the ground and lay there, coming to his senses. He recoiled loudly because he was afraid of Se-yeon more than anything else. And she slowly approached Shin-jae because it seemed that he had nowhere else to run. Se-yeon stood in front of the psychopath's classmate and just watched. After all, Sinja was on the edge of a cliff, with a precipice below. The teenager realized that he was finished. There was nowhere else to go. Se-yeon was emotionless, just looking at this bastard who had ruined her life so badly. Shin-jae looked back directly into his eyes. Suddenly, Se-yeon clicked the rifle and took aim. She pointed the gun directly at Sinja's head. The teenager asked her that Se-yeon wouldn't do this to him. Suddenly, Sinja slipped and began to fall backwards. He held onto the rock with his hands. How funny, just like Jae-in when he killed her. His hands were covered in blood, and the other was wounded. The teenager will not be able to get out on his own with his injured arm. Se-yeon continued to aim her rifle. Suddenly, she just put it down and looked at Shin-jae. Then she turned around and left. She realized that she didn't have to kill him, because nature would take care of it. No one deserved to die, but Sinja had no right to live either. The teenager screamed for Se-yeon to help him. Jae-in asked for it too. Suddenly he slipped and fell even lower, holding on by his fingers. Shin-jae looked down. Suddenly his gaze changed dramatically. His pupils dilated. After all, Shin-jae was not alone. Someone was holding him and pulling him down. Cheon Hansen, Yejong Lee, Mr. Park, Yoon-san Lee, and Jansen, they all held Shin-jae and called out to go with them. All of them who were killed by the psychopath. The teenager was holding onto a rock, but the pressure was stronger and Sinja began to slowly slide down. He did not give up. He fought to the last. Suddenly, his arms gave out and Shinji fell down. Tears were streaming down his face. They fell down in drops. Shinji flew down. So did Jae-in. He had visited his victims' places more than once. The teenager flew for a long time because the cliff was high. But in the joint photo, it was not painted over. When Se-yeon ran to catch up with Shinji, her friends tried to stop the girl. But she didn't listen to anyone and had only one desire: revenge. Shinji was afraid. He was a real coward, in fact. And Se-yeon gained a lot of self-confidence. Mong Jun-woo was calling his friend. He didn't want her to do anything rash that she might regret. Her grandfather also called her. But of course, Se-yeon didn't listen to anyone. Everything was in a fog, unreal to her. Then my grandfather ordered the others to grab the machine guns. He added that they are following them. Mong Jun-woo took over the team. Jae-hoon remained silent. He understood that there was no time for feelings, but the teenager was more broken than ever. He clenched his teeth and put his mourning on hold. Meanwhile, 2 soldiers were running away. They reached the cliff from which Shinji had fallen and pointed their rifles directly at Se-yeon. One of them had a smug smile on his face. Se-yeon turned cautiously and looked at me with teary eyes. She was scared because she had nowhere to go. Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically and she heard a gunshot. 2 soldiers immediately fell, and behind them was their grandfather, Myung Jun-woo and Jae-hoon. My grandfather immediately asked Se-yeon if she was okay, but the girl's crying face spoke for itself. My grandfather came up to everyone and said that they had to hurry. Se-yeon agreed. It seemed that only my grandfather was the only one who kept his calm and clear mind. The others were too young to cope with grief. Meanwhile, the captain stood on the shore and listened to all the explosions coming from the forest. He said it had finally happened. He even had a little smile on his face. Meanwhile, the company was approaching the shore. Grandpa told them not to let fear take over their bodies and minds. He added that they still knew the island better than the soldiers. And now they also had their weapons. So for now, they were in a favorable position. The grandfather continued, ordering the teenagers to shoot without remorse. And then there would be an opportunity to escape from the island. He added that if they let fear and sadness take over now, things will only get worse. Grandpa looked at Jae-hoon out of the corner of his eye as if he was telling him. And then he looked at the others and said that if they did nothing, they would be screwed. Se-yeon was ready. She wanted to get off the island and get home more than anything. Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically. After all, a soldier appeared right in front of her and was about to attack the girl. Se-yeon fell to the ground screaming, throwing away her rifle. The soldier pointed his weapon directly at her. Suddenly, a loud shot was heard, and the soldier fell backwards. Behind Se-yeon stood Myung-woo, and he did what he had to do without a second thought. The teenager was not even afraid. He had confidence in his eyes. He told Se-yeon that he would protect her even at the cost of his own life. The girl blushed and did not know what to say. It was like a declaration of love. Their grandfather came to them and ordered them all to leave. Meanwhile, the events moved ashore to the captain. A frightened soldier approached him. The captain asked if they had dealt with them all. The soldier hesitantly replied that the Southerners were better prepared than they expected. He added that the terrain was hilly, and the traders had clearly gotten used to it. The captain looked at the soldier aggressively. The poor guy didn't know where to run to. He was very afraid. Then the captain abruptly grabbed the soldier by the collar and ordered him to stop making excuses. The soldier told him that he was guilty, and then he added that they had captured one of them. This news pleased the captain at least a little, and he became less angry. The soldier tried to say that they were ready to cooperate with them, so they could. But then he interrupted himself and ordered the others to bring the prisoner. They brought her by the collar, and they threw me like some kind of animal. It turned out that it was Yura Choi. She looked at the captain with a frightened look. He asked the soldier if he really thought that this animal would be of any use. Yura Choi accepted the fact that she was being treated like shit, and replied that she had promised to be useful because she knew their plans. The soldier asked the captain to let him go because he had no air to breathe. The man did just that. He opened his hand. Then the captain looked at Yura Choi and said that he had been listening to her carefully. The girl began her story without getting up. When the military arrived on the island, Yura Choi was the first to run to the forest to hide. She did not understand what was happening. Yura stopped to catch her breath. Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically and she looked away. She saw something among the bushes and thought that the soldiers had already entered the island. But Yura Choi found her classmates discussing plans. Se-yeon then said that they would flee the island. She even said about the boat that they wanted to go on it. Yura Choi listened to them attentively. Se-yeon said they would try to get to the beach unnoticed. Grandpa added that they would use the surprise factor. But now it looks like it won't be a surprise. The events returned to reality, where Yura Choi shouted that she knew Se-yeon and was sure they would definitely return to the beach. The captain asked for Se-yeon's name. Yura Choi confirmed and said that she overheard their entire conversation and that the traitors were coming here. Then the captain turned around and ordered the soldiers to tie up Yura Choi. He added that the soldiers should contact the rest of the soldiers and tell them to return to the shore. The captain said they would meet people from the south here. A smile appeared on Yura Choi's face. She was no better than Shinjae. Meanwhile, Sinja was falling off a cliff, scratching his fingers on the stone. But all attempts were in vain, and the teenager just flew down with his back. He was flying and didn't know when or where he would land. He was just saying goodbye to his life. Suddenly, Shinja was suddenly shivering as he landed right in the water among all the stones. It was so unexpected for him that the teenager simply began to drown. His eyes closed and Sinja slowly went underwater. Suddenly, his survival instinct kicked in, and Sinja abruptly regained consciousness. His pupils dilated as the teenager realized he had survived. Meanwhile, the rest of the teenagers ran to the riverbank with assault rifles. Suddenly, they all stopped and became quiet. Se-yeon said they were there and ordered everyone to get ready. Suddenly, her expression changed and she looked away. After all, she saw a bunch of soldiers. They followed the captain. There were a lot of them. Se-yeon hid down behind the bushes and watched the situation. She didn't understand how this could have happened, and why there were so many soldiers on the shore. It seemed that they had all gathered on the shore. The captain ordered all the soldiers to search the entire shore. He added that he knew that the traitors were somewhere nearby. There were a lot of soldiers, and the teenagers and the grandfather could not pass through them unnoticed. My grandfather said they would have to retreat. Se-yeon looked at the shore and agreed, saying they needed a new plan. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, Shinjae appeared and attacked Se-yeon. He fell right on top of her, and the teenagers landed loudly on the ground together. Shinjae began to strangle Se-yeon, and she tried to throw him off, but she couldn't. The psychopath was screaming for Se-yeon to die. He was strangling her with such force and aggression. Se-yeon saw the wound from the bullet she had inflicted, and she dug her fingers right into it. Sinja screamed out loud in pain, and that's why Se-yeon was able to reject him. Sinja screamed and clutched at his wound. Se-yeon got up and started to run away, loudly shaking her head. At that moment, she heard a soldier call everyone to their place. Then he told the others that he heard something in the bushes. The soldiers all went to the screams, and behind them stood Yura Choi like an animal in a dog's pose. She felt that this was her chance to escape while everyone was distracted by the screams. Yura Choi began to move slowly like a dog. Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically, and now Yura looked even more disgusted. The captain appeared in front of her and looked at her. Yura Choi began to adjust her glasses and make excuses that she was just changing her position because her legs were stiff, and she sat down differently with her hands in her lap. She was so miserable. Meanwhile, Shinjae yelled at Se-yeon, calling her a beggar. She was a couple of meters away from him. Shinjae said, looking her straight in the eye, that he would kill Se-yeon. He attacked the girl and shouted that only he would get out of here alive. Se-yeon was in a stupor, not knowing what to do or where to go because she thought Shinjae was dead. Suddenly, the psychotic teenager was attacked by an angry grandfather who pinned him to the ground. Shinja continued to say that none of them would get out because he would kill them all. These words sounded very pathetic in such a disadvantageous position. Sinja got out of his grandfather's arms and thought that was the end of it. Suddenly, they put a rifle to his head and said it was self-defense. Se-yeon stood in front of him and she flicked her weapon. Shinjae found himself in the same situation as Hansen. Se-yeon looked at the bastard without a drop of pity or sympathy. But instead of shooting, she just kicked Shinja with all her might. The teenager flew away, falling to the ground. He thought that Se-yeon had gotten scared again and didn't do what she should have done a long time ago. Suddenly, fear appeared in his eyes, and his expression changed dramatically. After all, there were a bunch of soldiers in front of him aiming at Shinjae. Se-yeon didn't want to turn into an assassin, but there were plenty of people on the island who would do her dirty work for her. Sinja got to his feet and held his wound. He shouted for the soldiers to stop. He was so pathetic at that moment. Sinja deserved everything. But of course, the soldiers didn't care about his requests or him at all, so a bunch of bullets flew into Sinja. The teenager screamed. He was just a target for them. A miserable death for a miserable person. Se-yeon watched in shock. Her grandfather told her to get ready, because this was their chance to steal the boat.